Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and call me whatever you want. Call me bad names, call me good names, whatever. It's okay, because all the nicknames you lean on me or throw at me or hang on me, I will use. I'm Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Musings, episode 38. But let's face it, you already know that. You don't come to see me. You come to see my great cohorts, my partners in crime, the great and 1/6 scale man himself, Lael Rockwell.
You.
Oh my God. Okay, guys, I have something to tell you.
What's up?
You know the Sundance Film Festival is going on right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I couldn't get my remote tickets to it because everything sold out so quickly, Robert.
There is a movie. There is a movie, something we've talked about on this show, something we've wanted, something we've lusted after, an erotic thriller that debuted called Fair Game. And apparently, there's some fucking going on in this movie, Lael. Uh-oh, I just demonetized the stream because we're 30 seconds in. According to the new YouTube rules, if you use a bad word in 30 seconds, your stream is demonetized. But this coming from Deadline, a half dozen bidders on Fair Play, a movie directed by a woman, by the way, positions drama to be 2023 Sundance's first big auction deal. The Sundance acquisitions market is poised to get going with a big sale. The Dish hears that the Chloe Dumont directed Fair Play right now has as many as 7 bidders making offers. Traditionally, when that happens, the result is an 8-figure deal. That's where this one seems headed, although it might take until tomorrow to close. And it stars Alden Ehrenreich, that's right, Solo himself. Phoebe Denevor, a thriving New York couple. Emily and Luke can't get enough of each other when a coveted promotion at a cutthroat financial firm arises. Supportive exchanges between the lovers begin to sour into something more sinister. Now, what struck me about this movie is if you read the reviews, apparently the couple who the first time they have at one another, it's in a bathroom, and it becomes very I'm going to say it. It becomes very the woman it's her time of the month, and it becomes a very bloody situation with all of their fine clothes that they're wearing. And I, for one, I'm a fan of this. I think this is fantastic. It's awesome. I once had a girlfriend say, my bedroom looked like a crime scene after you're done with me. I took that as a badge of honor. And now that we're getting it in a movie, I'm all for it. And
Well, Robert,
as soon as I read that, go ahead.
they're calling this the basic instinct of 2023, Robert. And we haven't heard anyone say anything like this about any other erotic thriller since Basic Instinct, Robert. We've been waiting for this forever. It's been so long. I am just thrilled to see how people are responding to this film. And it's gotten so much chatter. People cannot stop talking about it.
And it's directed by a woman. And if there's one thing that we need, I mean, this is my dream. There's nothing men need more than to see eroticism told from the female perspective. And the fact that this movie opens with their first sex scene in a torrent of menstrual blood is all I need to know. I'm like, this is the movie that has gone to the top of my must-see list. There's this, and then there's Quantumania, and then there's Aquaman, but give me that. And apparently there's lots of effing going on in this movie, and it also turns into a financial thriller. So it's like Margin Call meets Basic Instinct meets Succession. Mm-hmm. I am so here for this. And when I read this, I knew that you would be excited about this too. I thought to myself, and Lael, I knew he was just going to laugh when we talk about it.
Well, you know something, Robert, I think that, this thriller has reached a different level of maturity when it comes to, let's say, the truth about sex between men and women. And you have said this before, Robert, that it is a messy situation with many twists and turns. And certainly when you live with someone, and even I don't to admit that men know that we have these menstrual cycles. I don't like that you guys know that. But that's okay, because when you are with somebody that you care about, things are different and people do things like this. So it's not unheard of. This is not anything new, but it's not anything we normally see in a film, especially in an erotic thriller, where it's the focus of a very intimate encounter between two people. But we saw things like some very unusual things in Titane last year.
Yes, we did.
With Titane, we saw some things that we didn't normally see all the time. And there were exceptions when it came to these relationships, these intimate encounters between men and women. And I guess sometimes women and women or men and men, but it doesn't matter. We had these mature, intimate encounters where there wasn't any second guessing about what you were going to do next. You were all in, Robert. They were all in. And that's how it is. Sometimes, Robert, sometimes we see the most amazing things happen when there's an all-in moment, Robert, because nothing else pushes the story forward like an intimate sexual encounter, Robert. Nothing does that other than that.
God bless you. God bless you. All I can say is you're not doing the right amount of work unless your cheeks are drenched. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I want. I want it running down my chin. I just, everywhere.
But you know something? I think
that's why Prince had a song lyric where he said, "Let's go fishing in the river, the river of life." God bless Prince. He knew what was up. He knew what the great sacraments of life were. I'm just saying, Lael. Prince sang it. Prince wrote it.
He did. I'm not taking it away from him. He did.
Mm-hmm.
With bodies, with different things, and I think that it's a kind of
we're so demonetized already. Demonetized.
A more realistic situation that happens. That does occur. And no one really likes to talk about this, gentlemen. No one wants to talk about this. However, I have a feeling, I'm not going to say that it's necessarily something talking about from personal experience for any of us. But let's just say, I think in some films, they've tried to go there and have not succeeded in the way that we've seen in this film, Robert.
Well, I have to say that what we've talked about on the show, what I find interesting about this film, and I have been talking about eroticism in cinema for a long time. I think we live in a world where, especially young people, we have created a world where people are moving. They're so uncomfortable with all of this because between all the incredible porn that's available online. People are completely, especially when you're younger. I'm so glad I grew up in a world where stuff like Pornhub or RedTube or whatever I'm glad it didn't exist, because I would never. It's like you're watching the Super Bowl every day, the Super Bowl of sex, and when you're just starting out, you're expected to perform at that level. You can't. And what was so great about being a young adolescent was just kissing, the first kiss. I mean, you needed you needed to be a finesse kisser. That's all I worried about. Could I make sure that I didn't use too much tongue and just enough pressure on the lips? I mean, that was it, man. I just wanted to be a good kisser. That's how I started. Nowadays, kids at like 12 years old, they want to go to the Super Bowl. They want a Brady ring with the world we live in, and and because of that pressure, I think a lot of people have opted out. They've opted out. We have teenagers, and they don't understand eroticism, and all the crazy stuff has been manifesting itself in other ways. People are deciding, I'm going to be non-binary, or I'm going to be, because they're confused. They don't know, because man,
like I'm not even interested in sex at all, which is
I'm
not
tapping
true.
out. I'm tapping out.
Mm-hmm.
They might be, but with the crazy weird, like if I had the graphic depictions at the keystroke what I've missed about that, especially in these movies, is that I remember Ellen Barkin, the great Ellen Barkin, who was always very sexy on screen. She was in a movie with Al Pacino called Sea of Love, and I think it's in the trailer, where she's very sexy and she goes, "I believe in this," and she snaps her fingers, and it's like that spark, like I remember. In my younger days, I was at a bar called the Liquid Kitty in West LA, and I met this lovely lady, and somehow her and her friends and my friend Sean and I wound up in a car going to her house. And you could just tell it was on. The power was and the anticipation. We had to drive from West LA to her house on Fairfax, right off Fairfax. That was kind of a long drive on a Saturday night, especially when we're a little bit lit. And I remember the tension and the excitement that built up in that car. The pressure was a joyful pressure. It was amazing. It was incredible.
Well, you had the sexual tension, Robert. That's a natural human feeling. It's a natural thing that's happening.
But I think it's been kind of eliminated, because it's the joy of the discovery. Now you have to go from 0 to 60 in like 1 second. And no one's playing their finesse game.
Look,
you know what I mean?
There's no
Lael's like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
There's no reality where every man is rock hard 24/7, and where women are ready to go at a moment's notice. This is just it's a fallacy. It's not
fallacy.
True. It just doesn't happen. What is real? What is very real is the discovery of certain things about somebody physically, and
about yourself.
Yeah. Well, I the thing is, and everything everybody's saying is true, but I also look at it from just the sheer cinematic experience, the adrenaline at that point. I mean, when we had, such films as, Basic Instinct, when we had such films as, Mike
9.5 Weeks.
Yeah, what was it? Mike Douglas and
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction. We had, such films as those, like they were erotic thrillers. You know what I mean? They were, things that, kind of, it pushed past, it wasn't just like, us experiencing, a detective thriller, but it was kind of mixing both genres. So you had the adrenaline flowing from both. And I think that is what's been missing on film. And like, you're absolutely right. The simple fact that right now we have such, different things at the tips of your fingers, where you can actually go on social media, or you can just go on the internet and see this stuff for free. It's just, the thing is, it was always, there was no, it was like one of those situations where it eliminated the possibility of what, it's always, it's not, you're not, it's, there's no, it's not left to the suspense. Like you're always, there's nothing left. Everything's uncovered.
Right. Like, you're exactly right. By the way, I have to shout out.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to shout out LP in the chat says, was Liquid Kitty on Pico Boulevard? Yes, it was. Yeah. Yes, it was like this hole in the wall, dark, really thin, But yes, you're right. And let me tell you, I have many stories about it.
Like,
But
if there's nothing that's
and the
basically
other
left to
thing
discover, you're always like, it's out there. It's out
but
there where
it's
people can
also
actually see it.
it's also because of all the apps, swipe left, swipe right. It's
Yes.
all transactional.
But we're also not getting films that have it. And so we've been deprived of this, is what we were talking about with Titan when we were talking about Benedetta, seeing real life situations, human beings that breathe, that have fluid in their bodies, that, you know, that sweat, you know, that make eye contact. All of these things mean something. When a man and a woman are together, and that you have the discovery, and I want to get both of your opinions about this, the discovery, because what I can tell you is what I'm looking for is very different. But women do realize that when you're with somebody in an intimate situation, there's that sense of discovery that man has. Now he knows you in this way.
Yes.
Just talk about that, because we're not seeing that a lot. But obviously, in a situation like that, that makes sense. In fair game, it's that intimate moment that we need to see that.
Speaking of, we need to see that, Mr. Ian says, looks so nice tonight. Much better than any AI art.
Oh, thank you so much.
That's a great compliment. I love that.
But I do want to hear both of your opinions about the discovery in particular. When it doesn't have to be personal experience, but just what you see on the screen, the discovery, because that's that intimate moment when you're sharing. You don't share that with everybody. It's what makes being special with that person, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think look, what I miss about our world, and I think it's our modern world is bereft of all this. It's been completely taken away from us, and I think it's detrimental to our society. And that is the idea that, like, when you would go out with somebody, like you found somebody, you went out on a date, there was I had no expectation the night would go anywhere other than we talk to each other, we have a nice dinner, we go out and see a movie, whatever we're going to do. There was never any expectation that you were going to hook up.
Yeah.
You're on a date, you're getting to know each other. And I even had a policy. This is going to seem so cheesy if I say this now.
It's okay.
I would never kiss a girl on the first date. Never.
Okay.
Unless you knew it was on. Unless it was either, and I would be like, I'd say, and if I really liked somebody and you knew it went really well, if you knew the date was awesome and you knew this somebody could, you walked your date to the door, you made sure she got inside, and the last thing you'd say this: I had a really great time tonight, and I can't wait to see you again. Good night. And I'll call you tomorrow. And that's what you would say. And leave. You leave. And because if it was great, you don't want to fuck it up.
No, you don't.
You know, and the thing is, if it was great and you're too nervous, and look, that first kiss tells everything a woman she needs to know. If you can't kiss, you can't fuck. You better be able to know it, and a woman can tell. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that first kiss. And by the way, I'm talking about bringing your finesse game. And I say that I'm like, you need to know how to kiss a woman. And that kiss has to be perfect. Mm-hmm. And you can't fuck it up, because if you fail in that moment, even if you continue on or whatever, you'd never want a girl to be like, okay, we'll see where this goes. Maybe. No, that first kiss, everything else you'll learn each other. You'll figure each other out. But that first kiss has to be epic or you have failed.
But you know what? Like, for me, again, put it this way, like I guess it's a certain generation. It's generational, I believe, because now we live in a generation where everything's all out in the open.
Yes.
And this is all that there's an interest there. Romanticism is gone. Like, I'm not going to say it's gone, but it's just kind of vacant.
We have to bring it back. Our civilization demands it.
We need it. And one of the biggest things for me was always, okay, look, first date, there's no moving forward on the first date. I always felt that I was more intensified, and the attraction for me was the conversation that we would have afterwards. Meaning, like if I called you on the phone and we just have those conversations, that I would want to know who you were first. If you basically gave me everything from the very beginning, then it was nothing left to the imagination. You know what I mean? It was nothing that I can actually anticipate. It wasn't that, oh, I can't wait until. It was like, okay, well, we've done this. Now what? It's like everything is already discovered at that point. So I always had this thing was, look, we're not going to, none of that on the first date. Let's date like a couple days, go out, and then like I'm ready. Then that's, you know what I mean? Let's go out for a while. Let's see how it goes. I want to be enticed by the conversation. I want to see what's your mind.
I want to like you.
Yeah.
I want to like you.
Need to see that on film as well? Do you need to see, or is there a desire to see that chain of events happen on film as well?
You know what? I don't even anticipate it anymore because I know that in this day and age, it's not gonna say it's non-existent, but it's just like their status quo right now is to give people what they think they want, and they want, less romance, more, less fuck.
And that's the to me what's missing is, I mean, I hate to say it, I am a hopeless, despite the way I talk, I am a hopeless romantic. And I believe that for me, I wanted to make movies. To want to make movies is a romantic idea because it's an impossible dream. If you think about how many people in the world have ever compared to the billions of people on the planet in order to make one movie, much less multiple, it's ridiculous. And I've never made any great money on it. I've stayed a romantic and worked in the independent film sphere, busting my ass to get something done. And that's romanticism. And I think the idea of romanticism and look, one of the things that I love about all of us that are action figure collectors that love science fiction, fantasy, and horror, we are all romantics to a certain extent. It used to be like people like, oh, you collect action figures. You're so childish or whatever. I'm like, no. You guys missed the point. It's not that we are trying to hold on to our childhood. We are trying to hold on to our ideals and our beliefs in goodness and heroicism. And that's what it all is. And now we have these things like, I have to bring it up. I got to tell you, I thought it was going to be a good figure, but when I saw the videos, I don't have it myself, but that Sam Wilson Captain America
here this week
Hot Toys figure is one of the most exquisite. It's one of the greatest toys I've ever seen.
It's on its way. It's on its way,
dude.
I cannot wait.
I mean, you got the Spider-Man integrated suit. I thought that was pretty dope, but that Sam Wilson figure.
It's on his way.
Oh my God.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. We're getting some good stuff, man. We're definitely.
I mean, can we just talk about that figure though? My God, the engineering, the wings.
Yeah. It's everything that we and here's the thing, and like I said, this is why I had that conversation, even on Mafia's show was, the simple fact that it's innovative. Innovation is what we look for.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're starting.
Like you were very eloquent about the Wonder Woman figure. And by the way, you're right. You were right.
Yeah.
I mean, but that figure, first of all, the head sculpt, I always start with the head sculpt. That head sculpt is just bang on. It's Anthony Mackie. I thought the Don Cheadle.
You can't see, it's him. That's Anthony Mackie. We're not getting beyond that.
Yeah. I've always I want to do a Hot Toys documentary, and part of the documentary is I want to interview the actors who had Hot Toys, because we always start this show with the clip that I used that I stole with Scarlett Johansson talking about Hot Toys. But I can't imagine, because Anthony Mackie gets it. I would love to know.
I want to know what she really thinks.
But I want to know what it's like for Anthony Mackie to get that box. And I imagine that he takes it to his mom, assuming his mom's, and it's an oversized box. I want to know, and I would, as a matter of fact, I would ask. I wish somebody would think about this, but nobody ever would. I would love Anthony Mackie to take that box home and do an unboxing like with his mom and his dad, if his mom and his dad are still with us, and they can smell that plastic, and they open it up and they see and they put it together. What must that be like for a guy like Anthony Mackie to, maybe he doesn't give a shit, I don't know. But you
I think
can't
he
Have an
cares.
impression of
you
himself.
look at that, because I know that like Titus Welliver collects Hot Toys figures. When he
Yeah,
puts that
yeah.
up, when you see some of the pictures people have taken when the wings are outstretched,
Yep.
I want to imagine that Anthony Mackie looks at that figure and his mom looks at that figure. I mean, come on.
Well, I can tell you what I think about when I look at that figure because I
Wait, can you? Because
rewound
I don't want to get
every-
demonetized. Don't say.
I rewound every moment on Falcon and the Winter Soldier every time. There was a few scenes where Anthony Mackie had his shirt off, and it was
Oh
put
my
there on
God.
purpose for us to, well, maybe not for you guys to see, but for me to see. And it's like I realized that he had the best body of any man in the show. So, as far as I'm concerned, and I just kept rewinding it. But to be honest with you, I'm excited for that figure. My mother knows about
Yeah.
the figure because I told her that it existed. And she's
Yeah.
like, you have to order that. So we ordered it. So,
Yeah,
just so you know, I think he takes a lot of pride in his appearance. He
Yeah.
wants us to believe that he is this incredibly strong, powerful individual. Everything he's ever been in, he's always looked in top form. I think he would be very happy with that figure and say that it really, kind of is up to the
It
standard
embodies
of
everything that he
physical
is.
Yeah.
condition that's remarkable.
I mean, I have to say, I was really looking forward to that figure, but when I saw the actual pictures of people who have it in hand,
Yeah.
bro, come on.
It'll be it like I said, it's on its way. I can't wait till it gets here because
I-
probably in a couple days.
It's funny because
Well,
I pre-ordered from Sideshow and I'm like, I could wait. I gotta get it now.
That is a figure that if you like romance, if you like attractive men, you're going to like this figure. I like to see these characters depicted the way they are in real life, and it looks like him. He's very attractive. He's
Yeah.
very sexy. I think it comes across as that, and you needed to see that. They've been doing some figures of Idris Elba that I didn't like because I didn't think it, he was in top form with the sculpt and everything,
The
and that guy's
sculpting,
really
yeah.
good looking.
Well, even
I
like
kind
when
of-
you got the Omnipotent when the
You couldn't take
Heimdall.
the helmet off.
Yeah, that was but that was a third party figure. I get it. I mean, but man, that Anthony Mackie figure, and look, as you all know, I've been a very vocal. My desire to get Dora Milaje figures, especially, I've been very disappointed in the wake of Wakanda Forever, the lack of figures that were announced. I mean, they announced the Shuri Black Panther figure, but I'm like, did they announce a Namor? They didn't, did they?
No, not yet. And this is what I want to ask you real quick, Rob. With that being said, and with the recent news that we've gotten that China has lifted the ban on Marvel films, and that now, you know what I mean, Wakanda Forever is going to have its opening as well as Quantumania.
Yeah,
Do you think now that would push the needle forward to get more
Yes.
figures, especially
Yeah.
in China?
I
You think
do.
it will?
I do because, Lael, you bring up an important point. I mean, Hot Toys first and foremost services the Chinese market. And what's really interesting about them is Star Wars does not have a big presence in China. And Star Wars is huge for them worldwide because when Star Wars came out, they didn't allow it to be seen. So you don't have a lot of people in China that grew up with Star Wars. They don't have that, but the Marvel films, they do. And, I'm happy to see if Wakanda Forever does well, like what I'm hoping is we get classic Dora Milaje figures. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what I really want. I mean, I really want a Okoye figure.
Yeah.
Well, they have a it's not a 1/6 scale figure, but they do have, and I bought the one that looks like Wanda. It's $50 and it looks like a Dora Milaje. She looks incredible. So if you're willing to collect something else, she's amazing looking. You should get it. I was thinking of getting it for my mom because she liked the way it looked, but they have a figure like that. It's not 1/6 scale, so obviously it's not what you're hoping
Yeah,
for.
I mean,
but
I mean, I collect some things like I've got like, my super deformed 2001 figures, which are fun. But I so am Mr. 6 scale guy. I just, I would really like, and it's great to see. It's very funny, but I never thought I'd be fighting for diversity by my advocation of action figures.
Well, it's,
Like,
it's a Barbie doll. It's a what I'm talking about is a Barbie doll.
oh,
But
okay, that's cool.
but she
Do
looks so good, and
But if
I
it's a
probably
Barbie
should
doll,
go.
that's 6 scale.
But it's not museum quality. You
Yeah,
guys
but
don't collect
I
Barbie
have a
dolls.
slave
I
Leia.
do.
I have a Barbie doll slave. They made a Barbie doll slave Leia, or pardon me, now it's called Hut Slayer Leia.
Hut Slayer Leia.
But
All right.
that I had sitting on my first iteration. Well, that's pretty good. But
See,
is that
look at the
6
doll
scale?
here.
Is that a true Barbie doll?
Yes, it's a true Barbie doll.
So that's 6 scale.
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw that.
it's
I
gorgeous.
saw it.
It's gorgeous. What they
I'd buy
did.
that. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
saw it. I saw it at I think they had it at Target as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's something to think about until they make the proper
I'm
one
hoping,
that we
and
want.
that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping that, considering the simple fact that that ban has been lifted, that there will be more of a push. That Howard and basically the crew over their secret base. I'm hoping that they will notice, that there is a demand for it. Based on the response that we get from. I'm hoping that the film gets a good response. Now, here's the thing. I wanted to ask you real quick about this, Rob, because we know that it's sitting just under 900 million, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like 830, 840, something like that.
So do you think that with it being pushed over there in that market, that it will eventually hit that $1 billion mark?
It depends. Maybe. I mean, it doesn't. The movies haven't made that much money in China, but it still could. I mean, definitely. I mean, if they were Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, if they allowed that into China, it could. If they haven't, but if they did, it could. I think they won't because of the sorcery in it or whatever.
Yeah, they don't do the sorcery and stuff.
No,
like that,
but maybe. I mean, it depends what kind
but
of.
I know what film will do good over there once it's released, and that's Armor Wars. That's going to kill over there. Bro.
Oh yeah, no, Armor Wars is going to be huge.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm just hoping that it would.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, that's dope.
This is the Wanda one, and Lael, I know you've seen this one already too.
That's the Wanda Barbie doll.
Yeah,
That's
look at
pretty
her.
good. I mean, look, I think Barbie for their licensed product has done pretty damn good. I mean, I will buy a Barbie doll that, like, I bought that Slave Leia that they didn't make any other way. It's so weird that Barbie made one, but no one else in 6 scale would do it. But it's such an iconic figure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's a weird. It's a weird, I don't know. It's a weird world that we live in.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
It is, and it's I don't know. I think for figure collectors, what's really interesting is we as collectors, we want everything. And I understand that it has to be like what sells. And when it comes to things like Hot Toys, these high-end figures, what sells are Iron Man and their main characters, the number one, which I
Iron
understand.
Man, Spider-Man, just mainly things that are directly associated with like lead characters or something that the IP pushes. Like those figures, will sell. And
I mean,
that's what they, and I get it. Here's the thing is like, cause I always look at it this way. I'm like, you know what? I get it from a business perspective.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like if you're not giving other IPs a chance, it's like then you never know. Like it's real tough. It's because even like I heard now that they're thinking about going forward because that the DeLorean isn't selling as much as they thought it would. That they're thinking about going to going to the by order type of situation.
You mean no? Like what they'll do is like what HasLabs is doing.
Yeah,
you have to. Hey, look, I'm all for that. Look, the last thing I supported, Tomy is doing a 1/350th scale Starship Enterprise from the original series, and God bless them, they can push forward. I think I don't even remember. Did I pay $500 for it? I don't even remember. And I think they should. I think that if they're going to sell, they should sell direct to the consumer. And if it doesn't reach its, I mean, how can they think that a DeLorean with a almost $700 price point is going to? They're already charging us. they must make. I mean, I can't even imagine what the margins are on those Hot Toys figures. In China, it's plastic. It probably costs them $10 to make those things. $20. Yeah. The margins have to be enormous because the wholesale price on them has to be half price of what they sell for, and then everyone's marking them up, which is fine. I totally understand that, and I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look, we're gonna talk. We haven't got to The Last of Us. Just don't jump the topics. Hold on, we're gonna get to that. We've already talked erotic thriller, and then we jump from menstrual blood right to action figures, which is the way I want it. It's fantastic. So the here's the thing. I want a DeLorean. I desperately want the Back to the Future 2 DeLorean. I want to get the re-release of the Tumbler. I mean, but mortgage payments and power bills and phone bills and all this stuff. It's like, and they put this stuff out. I mean, the one thing about here's what I would love Hot Toys to do. Like what Jazz Inc. does. Like they'll announce something 2 years in advance. Mm-hmm. And if you want to pay for it in advance, how about make us pay $25 a month?
Yeah.
For
payment plan.
Yeah, like make it from the beginning. Like even Sideshow, it's like, okay, you can do 3 months. You'll pay the deposit and then it's 3 months and they'll charge. Like if they announce that a figure's going to come out 2 years from now, why not just make it? I'll take it up. I'll pay $10 for 24 months.
Yeah.
$240 or whatever it is. Why don't they do that? Because then I can order more and I know it's probably more difficult, but if it's an auto pay, and I sign up or whatever, it's much easier than, because sometimes I forget. I got so many bills that come in, and then with Sideshow, I've pre-ordered stuff that I've ordered 2 years ago, and then finally it comes in, and then they want to take $100. I'm like, oh, I didn't budget for that this month. I didn't know it was coming in. And then they don't send me notices anymore like I used to get. Like, oh, I found out like there was a couple of figures that they couldn't take money out when they charged me. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I didn't even know that. And I look in there and go, huh. But if they made it like the DeLorean, if they announce it and say, okay, you're going to get a Back to the Future 2 DeLorean and give me 2 years to pay for it, and you're going to take $50 out a month or however much they have to take out, it's a lot easier than $600 to buy a collectible right away.
True. Very true.
And by the way, I want that DeLorean.
You know what? I passed on it because, I mean, look, I'm a fan of the film, but I don't collect. Like, there's certain things within the IP. Like, even, like, again, I was talking about this the other day, even with the Aragorn. Beautiful figure.
Right.
But I won't get it because it's not something that I collect. I have a vision for my collection.
Yeah.
And it just it doesn't have a space. Like, it wouldn't fit. Because I don't want to go down that line. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, I'll pass on it.
Well, also, I have to tell you, no one's put out all the Fellowship.
Yeah.
You're constantly, it's like if I knew that InArts is great, I love what they're doing, and I did the one thing I pre-ordered was the 2-pack, the Joker 2-pack. I got that. I got the 2-pack Joker. That's whenever they decide to send it, or whenever they want to let us know. Yeah.
But I got the also the 2-pack all in the Batman figure too. So I got that one as well.
I didn't. I mean, I might do that. I mean, I like the figure. By the way, those figures they're incredible. The Batman figures are incredible. But at the end of the day, they're still 6-scale figures.
Yeah.
And it's like when you put them in your display case, all the intricacies. I mean, I really appreciate what InArts does. They do a great job. But when you look at Hot Toys versus InArts, and if there's a $200 price difference for the same 6-scale figure, it's hard to justify, because who's going to know the difference unless when you put them in a case and you can make them look good, whatever.
Yeah,
true. It's tough. By the way, there's just a few super chats. The Moon became a new member. Thank you for that. Revan Suarez became a new member. Peanut Butter Lover sent in a $20 super chat, and he says, or she says, or they say, because I'm tipsy and tippy. Well, Peanut Butter Lover, all I can say is remember, if you wake up the next morning with peanut butter all over you, it becomes a little, just make sure you wash off. So I understand. Shellcrow is a member. You're a new member. Thank you for being a member. Shellcrow goes on to say, Jodorowsky's Tron is mind-blowing. Thanks for covering that in Robservations today. Well, thank you for becoming a member, and thank you for saying so. Latino Slant says, third stream of the day, and I'm here for it all, RMB. Love you guys. Make theater going great again. And by the way, not only is Paulie here, but Mexican Iron Man is in town.
Hi, Mike.
And I'm hoping to see him. I just realized I told him I'd call him at like 3, but I've been doing all these streams, and then I had to go. It was crazy. So, Mike, I'm thinking of you tomorrow. Al Renshaw says, would you rather see Star Trek rebooted with Kirk's crew or Tarantino direct his idea, but it has nothing barely to do with Kirk and the Enterprise? Al, that's a very good question. Here's the thing. I think that Star Trek The Next Generation set the tone. And I wish that Star Trek as a franchise would have leaned into this because, so what Star Trek did was The Next Generation took place vaguely 80 years after the original series. Other than McCoy appearing in the first episode, it wasn't until the 3rd season of TNG they had another character come back. Then you had Deep Space Nine, whole new characters, whole new scenario, space station. Then you had Voyager because they wanted to get back to ships, but they were away from the Federation. Then Enterprise was a prequel, but a whole different, an era we'd never visited before. The whole thing about the Berman era of Star Trek, 25 seasons of Star Trek over 18 years. You had TNG, DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise. New characters, new stories, adding into the whole mythology of Star Trek. Mm-hmm. I hate that modern Star Trek, all they do is go back. Discovery is a prequel to the original series. Mm-hmm. Strange New Worlds is a prequel to the original series. I mean, Picard was a bad sequel. But the thing about Star Trek as a franchise, up until the current stewards of it took it over and wrecked it, it was always about creating new characters and new scenarios and pushing the franchise forward.
So you want like new original content.
Yeah, and I would say that look, Prodigy and Lower Decks, the animated shows, have kind of done that. Mm-hmm. The problem I have was that they're animated.
Yeah.
And I will say there is good to be had in Prodigy, less good to be had in Lower Decks. I don't like the whole attitude that the problem is the people that are making Star Trek now, that have been making it since 2009, think they're above the franchise. They think that the Star Trek franchise is this anachronism of the 60s. It's kind of quaint. It's kind of, and what they don't understand is it's up to people to elevate and make the franchise better. What they've tried to do is bring their own agendas and their own politics and impose it on Star Trek. They've done the exact opposite of what should happen to the franchise. And the reason that I love Star Trek Picard Season 3 so much is because Terry Matalas knows why people love Star Trek. Mm-hmm. He worked with Brannon Braga on Voyager and on Enterprise. He understands that, and he's brought back. The great thing about Star Trek Picard Season 3 is the undercurrent of character, and especially there is talk of families, lost families, and between Beverly and Riker and Picard and the other Geordi and his 2 daughters. Lael, you'll appreciate this. One of the breakout characters is Geordi LaForge's daughter, who is and once again, like with Cisco, the only time I ever bought Jet magazine, not really my demographic, but I bought a Jet magazine because Avery Brooks was on the cover, and it was an article about how Avery Brooks and his relationship with his son, Jake, was one of the great portrayals of a single black father that was in any media ever.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that Star Trek Picard Season 3 does so well is I love the relationship that Geordi has with his 3 daughters. 2 daughters, the 3 of them. He's estranged. She's kind of estranged from one of them who chose to go off and do her own thing in Starfleet, and her other daughters stayed to work with him.
Yeah.
And it's really well done. And the girl who plays Geordi's daughter, who's on the bridge crew of the USS Titan A,
Yeah.
she's incredible.
Yeah.
And what Terry Matalas has done in Star Trek Picard season 3 is add a pantheon of characters to the Star Trek universe that are great. They're
So
great.
have they released that season yet? Is it
No.
out already?
It's coming out soon.
February 16th it starts. And
And
you know,
you've seen this months ago.
I've seen it now 3 times all the way through.
Wow.
And I love it more each and every time I see it.
Now
because
you weren't a fan of the first season, right?
bro, I hated Picard seasons 1 and 2. Hated them. I hated them so much. And that's why, you know, I didn't know Terry Matalas. And so what happened was, so they made Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2, and Terry was brought on. He was the showrunner of 12 Monkeys, which is a terrific time travel series. Well done. He was brought in, and he only worked on it for a couple of episodes, but it was already a shit show.
Yeah.
The show was already a shit show. And so Star Trek Picard season 3 rolls around. He was able to take it over, but he only took it over. He said, I want to do whatever I want.
Mhm.
Star Trek Picard season 3 feels entirely different. You'll see it. And a lot of people at first, they're gonna be like, I can imagine when it first airs in the first 5 minutes, they're like, well, Rob, the character of Laris is still here. It feels just like you're wrong. I mean, I'm gonna get attacked on Twitter. And I will that chill. But what's gonna happen is when you get to the end of episode 1, people are gonna be like, oh. You know, and there's a scene, I call it the bunk bed scene, where you get some true Star Trek humor, character-based humor between Picard and Riker, and people are like, oh, this feels like Star Trek. Oh my God, it's Star Trek. It's all fantastic. And as it goes along, I will tell you this, the first 4 episodes feel like a self-contained movie.
Mm-hmm.
The end of season 4, what happens at the end of episode 4
Mm-hmm.
is a fucking banger. I mean, it is Star Trek to its core.
Yeah.
And when you see it and the triumphant moment, it's so well done, and you're like, oh,
I get it now.
finally somebody
Yeah.
understands what Star Trek is.
Yeah.
And you'll get it. You'll understand. I mean, there's so many emotional moments in this show that are earned.
Mhm.
And some people say, well, Rob, it's like Star Trek's greatest hits. Yeah, that's true. By design. And you'll see it and
Look,
you'll
if
be
it's
like,
good. That's the thing, is if going back to basics, giving us an element of the basics, but just giving everybody the nostalgic feeling of it. You know what I mean? And not
Star Trek
deviating from it.
Picard
And
season
we also
3
needed closure too.
is Star Trek. It's Top Gun Maverick.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We needed the closure for a lot of these characters where a lot of their lives and business was undefined, and we need to find out that they're okay and that their lives are okay. We needed to see
True.
that.
Oh, it's and you get that. And I will tell you, you will tear up twice. If you're an old school Star Trek fan, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later when it's done.
Oh, well, we will. There's gonna be, I have a feeling, I mean, I want to do live watch parties. I know you're gonna do the reaction party, Robert, which I'm guessing would be afterwards. But you know, watching it live, this is gonna be one of the biggest events here on the Burnettwork, Robert, this
Yes.
year, and I can't wait for it.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Now, so Al Renshaw asked that about Kirk. And look, here's my thing. My point is that Star Trek should always be pushed forward. What I really don't like about modern Star Trek is when they jumped into the 31st century, 1,000 years or 800 years in the future. The people that wrote those episodes have clearly never read science fiction. They never looked into the science of where humanity will be 800 years in the future.
You're like, here's my ray gun. You know, it's very kind of disjointed and not connected and all over the place.
modern Star Trek was one of the most unimaginative and disappointing and really lackluster futures I've ever seen portrayed in any science fiction property ever. Despite the fact that David Cronenberg was playing, one of my favorite directors was playing an actor because they shot in Canada. I understand they thought that was cool.
Hold up, Rob, you saying it was even worse than, in the original Battlestar Galactica when they came to Earth? You said it was worse.
Okay. No, that was bad. And by the way, to point out, that was only in Galactica 1980.
It was.
And they had flying motorcycles, and it was bad. It was not good.
It was terrible.
It was terrible. But it wasn't, it wasn't terrible like that. What it was it was terrible because the people that are making Star Trek right now have no interest in science fiction, and by the way, they have no interest in Star Trek. They're interested in working on a TV show. And they don't care what TV show they're working on. And I hate modern Star Trek. I hate it. I hate Discovery. And that's why what I saw what Terry Matalas said, even the way he opens the episodes, he changed the show so radically that you'll be like, oh, and people in the first 10 minutes, like, man, what's Robert talking about? This is just like,
now, Robert,
he had to move out.
You can't hate Anson Mount. Like, you can't hate that man.
Okay, you mean Anson Mount and his sexually ambiguous crew of little hotties?
Yes.
Anson Mount's great. Anson Mount's great. They have betrayed him as an actor, as a character. I mean, that show, Strange New Worlds, in a way, is even worse than Discovery because it masquerades as good Star Trek.
Yes.
But it's literally Anson Mount and his sexually ambiguous crew of young hotties that he's like the daddy. It's so, that show is so fucking weird.
He's the Mac Daddy.
Yeah, he is the Mac Daddy with his big high hat hair, his pomade, like his 80s fucking, he's got Saved by the Bell hair on the Enterprise.
Well, he's like
a sexy bedroom scene with this man under the covers, in nude under the covers, and that's what we wanted. They gave us that.
Yeah, they did, but that's all. It's Anson Mount and his I'm a daddy, and I've got. Here's the funny thing. He's like 50, and he's banging hotties in their 20s, and which is great. And I'm like, wow, for all of your political activism and all that. I mean, he's got a crew of non-binary chicks, which is fine. It's all good. But I'm like, Anson. And he's in his little, he's wearing his little apron and let me cook. Here's the thing about that's so weird. There's no chain of command on Anson Mount's Enterprise. It's only the principal cast, which no one really knows their ranks. They don't understand who's second in command. I don't know. Who knows? And they steal liberally from Star Trek novels and science fiction. They've ripped off Ursula K. Le Guin. Her estate should sue. By the way, that show. I like it. It's like the original series. It's not like the original series at all. It's superficially. It is fraudulent creator bullshit. Akiva Goldsman should be sued for that bullshit because that show. And I understand people like it. I get it. You like it because they've tricked you into liking it. But, I mean, my God, that show, and I understand even I want to be Anson Mount. I want to look like that guy. I want to have that high hat hair. It's awesome. And he gets to bang chicks, and he's surrounded by a bunch of hot chicks that, it's all good. But I'm like, wow, it's almost like, I feel like I'm watching Octopussy. Where there's Octopussy's band of ninja chicks at the end that have Q flies in. It's like Anson Mount's Q in Octopussy. He comes in his hot air balloon, and he's got a team of hot young ninja chicks that fight. And that's like Anson Mount on the Enterprise. I'm like, I get it, dude. And like he shows up and like bangs the chick on a planet. And they've got the one little kid that they're gonna drain his body which they stole from Ursula Le Guin's Those Who Walk Away from Umlaus.
Yes.
That show, yes. I mean, so they rip off female science fiction writers and don't credit them. And Alex Kurtzman was like, well, this show pays an homage to Ursula K. Le Guin's No, you stole it. You stole one of the great female science fiction writers, and you admit it on a live stream, but does she get credit like story by? You know, when Star Trek, the original series, did Arena, which is based on a story by Frederick Brown, a man, they gave him credit. But hey, if you, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, steal from a female science fiction writer, you just admit it, but don't give her credit. And you're talking about how progressive you are? Fuck you. You are fraudulent creators. You are liars, and you deserve to get taken down. Not by me, but by someone's lawyer. And I hate it. I hate it. Because they are the most hypocritical, awful people ever. Star Trek Picard Season 3 is not that way.
But, you know, Strange New Worlds, and I've been saying this, the title says Strange New Worlds, and there was nothing strange about it. I thought we were going to see some things we've never seen before because it's supposed to be strange. What I found it to be was the Love Boat. It's the Love Boat.
Oh my God. Thank you for saying that.
Loving and exploring and all of that stuff. And if they want to keep it that kind of a show, you know, as long as they can be original about it, I'll take it. But it is the Love Boat all the way for me, Robert. He's not only making dinner for them. He has them in his quarters, giving them wine, sitting around a table chatting at night, Robert. I don't do that every night with somebody, with my captain. I'm going to be...
by the way, he has no command staff. He's got like, here's the doctor. Here's the young ensign. Hello, young ensign. Come into my cabin. Let me cook for you and ply you with wine. I mean, it is so, and of course, everyone's like, oh, I love it. It's like the original series. It's not like the original series at all. At all. And that final episode where they absolutely stole Balance of Terror, they replay Balance of Terror, one of the great episodes of the original series, which, by the way, makes no sense at all. And what do? The great thing, for those of you who want to know, Balance of Terror is one of the great episodes of Star Trek ever made. It's an original series episode from the first season, and it's the first time you meet the Romulans. And in that episode, we get to see the Romulan perspective. We're on the Romulan ship. We understand why they have aggressed against the Federation. Mm-hmm. And there is a philosophical debate between the Romulan commander, played by Mark Leonard, who later goes on to play Starek, Spock's father, and his best friend, the Centurion. And there is a moment where they have this conversation where the Centurion is saying, the Romulan commander is lamenting the fact that he has to do these things. He has to aggress against them to probe their weakness. And the Centurion is like, but if there is a weakness, I'm paraphrasing, should we not exploit it? Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Mm-hmm. And the captain says, but must that always be so? Why do we have to do this? Why is it that duty commands that we have to probe for weakness, destroy people? And he says, one of my favorite lines in Star Trek, he says, my gift to the homeland, another war. Mm-hmm. It's a great moment. Yeah. What do they do on Strange New Worlds? They retell this story, but they have the Romulan commander and his Centurion. The Centurion betrays his commander to the Romulan high command, and they completely miss the point of the fact that this venerated commander, by his sense of duty, is doing what he must. You know, he's probing the Federation for weakness, but he doesn't like doing it. And he's having a conversation with presumably his best friend he's musing about the futility of war. Yeah. And do we always have to do this? Is this not, why does my duty have to be to bring another war to the homeland, to aggress against our neighbors? And that was what Star Trek always said about war. I mean, waste, destruction, why do this? What's the point? Mm-hmm. And in Star Trek Strange New Worlds, they recreate Balance of Terror, except with the relationship between the Centurion and the Romulan commander. The core, the heart of that episode, they make the Centurion a sniveling, weaselly, who sells out his commander. And I'm like, again, fuck you, fraudulent creators. You do not understand what you've been given. And Akiva Goldsman, take your Academy Award and shove it up your ass, because you are a terrible fucking science fiction writer. You wrote Lost in Space. How many awful movies did? Oh, come on, man. And what you do, I hate this. And that's why people are like, Rob, I mean, how can you, the fact that I like Star Trek Picard season 3, you should be showering me with rainbows, because my vitriolic hatred for modern Star Trek is at 11. It's like Spinal Tap. My hatred of modern Star Trek is extreme. It's magma level. I mean, give me an erupting volcano, I'll shove my head in it. But you know what? I won't die, because my hatred for Star Trek is hotter than the magma that'll be around my head, so it'll be like deflected off of me. That's how much I hate modern Star Trek. And for me to like Star Trek Picard season 3, it means something. I am not shilling for Paramount.
It's quite profound. It does say a lot. I think that your reputation alone should be enough for people to trust your judgment. You have impeccable taste across the board, especially for Star Trek. I'd say Strange New Worlds should be called, Sexy New Worlds if they were going to go down this route. Forget calling it strange. There's nothing strange about it. It's just very sexually charged show.
But I think what we all want, and now we get to the next subject. I was going to ask you all about Quantum Mania.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And here's the thing. We as fans, we live in an age where we're being given great entertainment. House of the Dragon is a beautiful, lovingly produced show. It might not be for everyone, I understand that, but you can't deny that the people who are making it, and George R.R. Martin is a co-creator, are shooting really, really high. Yeah. And whether you liked Wakanda Forever or not, you had a director who was given an impossible situation, and actors and a studio that I can't even imagine what that was like. Yeah. Now, forget your fealty to the comic books. I can't imagine a more respectful film that tried to do so much to honor both Chadwick Boseman and all the characters. And I know, take all you want. You might not like it yourself, and you can say everything you want about corporate shilling and all that. But here's the thing. Ryan Coogler, as a filmmaker, as a writer-director, has done nothing but put his ass out on the line with every film he's ever made. Fruitvale Station, Creed, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. That guy is uncompromising. And I thought Wakanda Forever shot for the moon. That what they went for in that film was incredible in terms of what that reach. Whether you believe it made, I'll tell you, the end of that movie, when Shuri, and at the end when she's on the, I don't want to spoil anything, on the beach, they shot it in Puerto Rico, so there's no green screen. It's actual, like the Eternals. I can't believe the MCU gave us this movie. Because
I definitely enjoyed it, bro. I thought, again, it definitely ended up on my top 5 list of the year. I was just mainly because, here's the thing. Like I said, all film's subjective. It's going to give people different, their vantage point is going to be totally different from mine. Their perception of it is going to be totally different from mine. Right. But I felt that it accomplished what it needed to for me as a film, because I'd already gone into it knowing that I wasn't going to see Chadwick Boseman. I had already gone into it knowing that they weren't going to recast that character. But I also had to go into it from a comic book perspective, knowing that, Shuri, again, not to spoil it, we know where it's going to go. And if people don't already know, if you haven't, they've shown it on, you know who she is and what she's going to end up becoming. But the thing is, I had to mirror that with the comics because it made more sense to me, and it made me understand the gravity and the weight of the decision that Ryan Coogler had to make. But I think he made it what was best suited for the narrative. He made the best, absolutely best choice, and I loved it. I loved what I got from this film. I again can't wait till it comes to Disney Plus on the 1st. I'm just going to be watching it over and over and over again. But yeah, I love the film, and I think it was very ambitious. And keeping it in mind that he had already had a script done. He had a script before this done, and had to go back and rewrite it in a short amount of time to prep for the release date of this film. And me myself, I think he did a bang up job. he basically brought out that much needed emotion, that much needed perfection in Angela Bassett that I've ever seen, and I'm so happy that he did it. You know, people talk about the speech that she basically made to Okoye. I think the speech that she made at the Senate or at that,
Oh,
during
dude.
that whole that and the way she looked from right to left, I was like, yo, it is on. I love that entire courtroom scene. It was on point. Yeah, I love
Can
this
you
film.
imagine?
Well,
I
she
mean,
made
she might very
history.
well win the Academy Award.
I think she
Yeah,
will.
she made history by winning the
I think
Golden
she
Globe,
will.
right?
I think
So,
she will. She's
it's
cleaning
the
up.
first Marvel film to ever win a Golden Globe, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That first Marvel film to definitely win a Golden Globe, and it possibly will be the first time a Marvel film won an Academy Award for Best Supporting.
You
That'd
know,
be
and
dope.
Ruth Carter, who I've interviewed on the Designing
Yeah,
Hollywood podcast,
Yes.
I mean, she might win again for costumes because,
Mhm.
again, the
yeah.
costumes in that movie are incredible.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Yeah,
And
yeah,
and you know, it's funny what's frustrating about modern fandom to me too is, on one hand, I understand people's objections because we are getting a lot of people that are trying to promote their own political ideology through their work, and I get that.
yeah.
I understand that, and
Do I
it's
sound louder now? Do I sound louder?
yeah, that sounds good.
No, you
Okay.
sound perfect.
Yeah,
All right. I just want to make sure because I think somebody out there said I needed to turn my mic up, but
no,
it's
you
Oh,
sound good,
no, you are
okay. Cool.
fine.
All right. Cool. Let's go.
and I get that, and I think that we are getting a lot of. Again, it comes back to fraudulent creation. Why are you doing this? You know, your job is to tell the best stories within the franchises that you're working in. And I'll say this, a lot of people talk about Marvel. I'm a huge fan of the MCU. We have a franchise, they've had 30. Wakanda Forever was the 30th movie.
Yeah.
James Bond has been around since 62 and they only have 25 movies. And the quality of James Bond movies has wildly varied. And I think for the most part, if you look at the MCU, we've been getting incredible entertainment overall. Even the
Yeah.
MCU movies that aren't perfect or
Definitely.
not are still good. I mean,
Yeah.
as far as like even Black Widow, I
love
like
Black Widow, bro.
I really like Black Widow a
I
lot.
love the
Is it
film.
perfect? No, but
I love the
if it
film.
was not an MCU movie and it was just a female espionage movie, people I like
Yeah.
that.
I love the
know,
film. I loved it.
It's got a lot. I love the relationship between Yelena and Natasha. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
You
Mhm.
know, there's a lot of so I love Shang-Chi. I love Eternals, and people are kind of rediscovering Eternals. I've seen some think
Yeah.
pieces about it. I'm like, I just want to say I liked it from the beginning, but it's you have to like again, the quality has not dropped. I hated you and I, Lael, hated Thor: Love and Thunder.
Hated it with a passion.
I hated it. So I'm no
Yeah, with a
Marvel
passion,
shill.
bro.
I don't take any joy in hating it because I like Ragnarok.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely liked Ragnarok more because it was a balance. I think
Yeah.
that they gave free range in this film that shouldn't have been given, and I
No.
hated that decision.
And I think what's terrible is that Thor: Love and Thunder has a great story that was completely subverted by the ridiculous humor. I mean,
Yep.
a story when you're dealing with someone dying of cancer and as someone who's denounced their
bro.
gods. I mean, it could have been
bro.
it could have been the most resonant, deep, and meaningful Marvel film of
Yeah.
all, and they
Yeah.
turned it into a fucking joke.
Parody, bro. It was a parody of itself. It was basically a mockumentary in a
Yes.
sense. Like I said, it had nothing to do. You made Thor look like a bumbling idiot the entire time. Like
Yeah.
he looked like an idiot. And the thing is, like, we got a hint of that in What If. That episode, it was one of the only episodes of What If that I hated. I did not like that. And I was like, I hope we don't see this. And they were telling us then what we were going to see on screen. And I'm like, it was so disappointing. I was like, yeah, I'm done. I can't. It
it's
took me
funny.
out. You had the God Butcher that you never seen slay a god on screen except from the
Yeah,
very
that was
beginning.
disappointing.
It was just
Yeah.
what I didn't understand about that film is the themes of it.
Yeah.
You know, a man who renounces his gods, and then a woman who's dying of cancer and assumes this
Yeah.
mantle. It could have been a fantastic fantasy film.
Yeah.
It could have been one of the most resonant, one of the most meaningful Marvel movies of all. And I'm like, this movie is just a goof from the get-go.
And
Yeah.
we should have had a love scene between Thor and, his love interest. That should have been the scene where we got to see maybe a little bit more of Hemsworth, rather than kind of humiliating him by binding him in public, and it's sort of like being a reveal that was by accident. Oops, you're nude.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
ridiculous.
it was, and it's so funny because I had such high hopes for it, but it was clear that
it had potential for them. Okay, especially if you're introducing Mighty Thor, you had potential, right? And then you're introducing Gore the God Butcher.
Yeah.
I should have known. Here's the thing, and I say this because, and this is going to be a very unpopular opinion. It is. But I should have known in the very beginning. I should have known even during the actual trailers how Gore looked. I wasn't really a fan of. I'm just being honest. I wasn't a fan of the way, because he looked more like a priest than anything else. You know what I mean? Like a Shaolin monk going wrong. But I literally, and I didn't like that interpretation. I didn't. But it's still, okay, if you're telling that story, it still has a potential to look good. Looking at Mafia out there, yeah, they should have brought Beta Ray Bill, and they've been teasing that for the longest time, and we didn't get that. We didn't get that at all. It was a disappointing display on camera, on screen. It was like the goats took me out of the movie. That whole thing with Zeus took me out of the movie.
I mean, Zeus was a buffoon.
I was done.
The I don't even know what you call it. The audio of the goats was incredibly disturbing. They sounded like they were being slaughtered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I hated it.
I hated it. I hated it. And that's the thing, is it's like but we have to call them out for one. And again, it's like, hopefully they learn from that mistake. Don't rush films. Don't put out films that are just, again, you can't. Thor as a character, bro, like literally even in the comics, is one of the most powerful heroes in Marvel Universe. Like one of the most powerful characters, and you treat him this way. That's like the same thing that they've done to the Hulk. Right. Even if you don't have the license, you can still do it better.
You know
what I mean?
Yes.
Like, come on,
man.
And
they could have done the loves, and I was thinking about this the other day, because you guys know I always think about these love scenes. What they could have done is for him to be imagining. But since she was unwell, what they could have done is for him to be imagining being with her, and she doing the same. But they're not actually together. In other words, they're in their minds or dreaming about one another. And then you don't have to worry about she's sick and she can't do that, or he's not there. Let them be in each other's minds, and we would at least know how she pretends it doesn't matter since the last time I saw you. Meanwhile, she's been thinking about him 5 minutes ago.
No, 100%. And it was such a, especially, it's funny. What I love about Endgame when it comes to Thor, a lot of people talk about, fat Thor, whatever. Yeah. If you look at Thor in the beginning of that movie.
I'm sorry. He looked hot when he was fat. I'm sorry, Robert. I don't care.
No, it's okay. Okay. I appreciate that. But I'm just saying that I loved the portrayal of Thor in Endgame. All of it.
Yeah.
Because at first, when he first meets Captain Marvel and, I like her. And then he goes and kills Thanos, and the way Hemsworth performs Thor in the opening of Endgame for the first 25 minutes or whatever, is incredible. His pathos, he's a beast, and he's just, when he steps out the door after he's taken, and you see that it's out of focus, I mean, he's unbelievable. And even then when we meet, we meet Taika Waititi again from Ragnarok, and he's playing video games with Thor, and he's Fat Thor. I get it, because Fat Thor was earned. When it was earned. I get where he's at, man. For 5 years, he's been like, we fucked up, and and he's never had this, and he's an immortal god, so what is time to him? But I really liked it, and then at the end, the way they then play him at the end of Endgame, it's like, yes, He's taken this journey in this movie, and I love when Thor shows up at the end of Infinity War with Rocket. It's where's Thanos? I mean, they've done such a good job, and even Ragnarok with the humor, they juxtapose the humor with the fact that Hela killed everybody and destroyed Asgard, and Odin died, and all this stuff. But Love and Thunder, I'm like, I get how that happens. Somebody wins an Academy Award.
I don't know how they got from that point, from what we got at the end of Endgame. I don't know how you got to that point to giving us this particular version. It was like that transition didn't make sense. Okay, it makes sense for him to try to want to get in shape. I get that. I can understand that portion of it. But that transition absolutely made zero sense.
Well, especially
on camera. And the thing is, you took something as serious as cancer. Okay, cool. I understand it, but you don't just wash over it and make it a joke. Like, to me, I mean, I think that, and even in the books, that was an important subject, even in the books, and they didn't handle it well. I don't think they basically did, in my opinion. And again, there might be some people out there that enjoy this film, and I'm not taking it. I don't want to take that away from you as far as that's your experience, but viewing it, and I guess the sad part of it is like, and I admit that being a comic kid, it's sometimes hard to separate the two, especially the way you want to see the characters. But even on screen, it's like, okay, I can accept changes, but I cannot accept that you take a character like Thor and make him an ass. Like, you just make him the butt of all jokes. I can't accept that.
And she's supposed to be an astrophysicist, right?
Yeah.
So then, she doesn't understand anything about health whatsoever. She's skipped that part over. Somehow it's escaped her. She doesn't understand, what stages of cancer mean or anything like that. It doesn't cross as genuine.
Well, and the whole point, like, my mother survived 2 bouts of breast cancer. She won't care if I say this, but she had 2 radical mastectomies over the course of 3.5 years. She had both of her breasts and her lymph nodes removed. Mm-hmm. And, we had to deal with that as a family. And the thing about Thor, Love, and Thunder, a god can't cure cancer.
Exactly.
A god can't stop this from happening.
No.
And this is the
definitely
universe.
Didn't stop Marvel. Cancer, when he had cancer, it didn't stop him.
And
he died of cancer. And that was it.
And I thought that the movie was cheap. It could have gone, you could have told that exact same story and make it one of the most resonant, meaningful movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And like Taika Waititi, I've really liked his movies, and I love What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah. But his tendency is to go goofy. And Ragnarok I thought worked, but Love and Thunder was them just letting him do what he wanted to do. And, you can see why movies are a collaborative medium. You needed somebody to come rein him in and go, you know what? You could be making a really resonant superhero movie that would really stick with people, but instead, no. You're gonna turn it into a big fucking goof.
Yeah, bro. And that's when I tapped out.
I hated that movie. I hated it.
And normally, like, we after the film, we come out, we stand in the foyer, and we actually have a conversation about it. We'll talk about different films. After we got done, got my daughter, my girl, and we left. I just left. I couldn't even have a conversation with the rest of everybody that was there. I was like, I'm done. This was, to me, was the worst. I don't even watch it on Disney Plus, bro. I don't. I can't. I can never touch that film ever again.
It's funny.
It takes the scrutiny. So it basically takes the scrutiny of the film and like just like from people's perception, and they're like, no, I didn't like what they've done. It takes that for then Chris to say, yeah, they're gonna have to take Thor in a different direction. But earlier on, you were praising the simple fact that it was a different direction in Taika Waititi's approach. And that's what didn't make sense to me. I was like, yo, you should have stepped in and said, hey, I think this is a bit too much.
You mean me personally?
What'd you say?
You mean me personally?
One of the persons working on the
somebody,
production.
yeah. Like I look, I agree. That's what I don't get. What I don't understand is maybe because Kevin Feige was so busy that he didn't. I think that the team of Victoria Alonso, Louis D'Esposito, and Kevin Feige and what they've done with the Marvel Cinematic Universe overall, if you take all 30 movies, Thor, Love and Thunder notwithstanding, But if you look at those films, it is one of the greatest runs of satisfying sci-fi, fantasy, and cinema in the history of Hollywood.
Exactly.
Now, I'm sure there's Captain Marvel. Look, even Captain Marvel.
I enjoy Captain Marvel.
I do too. I saw it 3 times in the theater. I liked it a lot more because I love the sci-fi elements. And by the way, I can just say Secret Invasion. By the way, Rita, I mean...
It's okay. Yes.
I haven't forgotten about the scripts.
Okay.
Never mind. I didn't mean to say that.
And Robert, we have super chats as well from what Tom Jr. Jackson.
Oh yes. Me. Okay. So Al Renshaw. This is a good question. Lael and are there any Jedi we haven't seen yet that could make for compelling stories in the next Star Wars trilogy?
Oh my God!
Yokosta Nu, Harrison Dula, Revan, etc.
Oh my God!
Yes, there are.
There are so many. There are that would make for very interesting. And the thing is, outside of the Skywalker lore, yes,
right.
There are so many compelling characters and Jedis that the stories that you can tell that would be compelling, and even just from their heritage, from their backstories alone. And like the thing is, you got to understand, when we say Star Wars, we're talking about wars that were fought, wars even with the Jedi, that even things that they were involved in, wars that were fought, battles that were fought outside of just everything that we know about the Skywalkers. So that's what I'm saying. There's so many compelling stories, so many different. I'll send you a list. I'll send you a list. Literally, there are definitely.
All right, Al. Mark in MI says, I told myself I wouldn't give Hot Toys a dime until I got my Wanda figure. Then I saw Cap Sam Wilson. Holy hell, that's the best I've seen.
Yeah.
Yes, Mark.
Yeah.
You have
yes. I'm telling you that the articulation of the wings, so innovative. I wish they would have did something like that to I wish they would have did the same thing to the Golden Armor Wonder Woman. That would have been phenomenal if they would have did that. If they could have just carried that on instead of giving us just that stand, a bit better articulation, but it is what it is. But I think they learned. But this cat, oh my God! I'm the pictures alone. I'm just like, and everybody like this, like the blogger photos, like the pictures that we got from the release. I can't wait to get it in hand. And I already told myself, literally, by seeing this figure, in my opinion, it's already my figure of the year.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's only January 21st.
Exactly. It's my figure of the year. Literally amazing. Amazing.
Oh, this is a good one. I like this. Michael Preston says, hi guys, good to see you again. I wanted to say my A game was used the last time meeting my wife.
Yeah.
When I said, what movie are we going to watch at my place?
Yeah.
All right, Michael Preston. But you know what? The question is, can we ask your wife the same question, and would she have the same answer? Did you, in fact, bring your A game? Only she can tell us for sure. That's all I'm saying. All guys think they bring their A game.
Yeah.
That's not up to us to say. But I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Al Renshaw says, I haven't watched this, but this is an interesting question. These past 2 episodes of Bad Batch are confusing to me.
Mm-hmm.
One was missing the whole main team, and the recent episode only had half the team. Have either of you watched Bad Batch season 2?
Yes.
Yes.
And?
It's good.
I think it's phenomenal. The only episode, this last episode was it definitely was a filler. You can call it somewhat a filler, but it was something to be learned from this episode. It was a lot to be learned from the episode. But I thought episode 3 was one of the best of all 4. Episode 3 was incredible. It definitely was. All right. So this thing is, it's like, I mean, what we see, it's definitely a good start. I think it's a good beginning, and the thing is, it's like, I love the simple fact that we're seeing that, confusion. I mean, for people who haven't seen it, like, you're seeing a perspective of Crosshair, that particular character, you're seeing things like that slow transition, him understanding, but at the same time, he's still torn with his duty and his loyalty to the Empire. But I think that we're starting to see some things, and familiar characters. And if you haven't already seen it, I don't want to give away for everybody, but I think the first 3 episodes were phenomenal. The fourth episode was definitely a filler, but it was needed. It was needed for just their the understanding and relationship of the person that they're working with. You know what I mean? So, I thought it was good.
Do you feel the same way?
I do. I think there's great expectations with Omega and what her, let's say final outcome will be for her. And we are seeing changes. There's this sense of, kind of time is going to be ending for, let's say, the clone, so to speak. It feels that way in this season a little bit more than it did in season 1 of the Bad Batch. We didn't really have that. So now it feels like almost as if the clock is ticking for them. And, and they are aware that something is different as clones, and they also are changing themselves. So this is kind of development in these characters. They go ahead and they make these, 1/6 scale figures of the clone troopers, but honestly, there is something else going on with them. And it's very interesting that they have this element going on that the regular stormtroopers don't have. They have this kind of, identity of how they've transitioned from something that was needed and looked like everybody else, but now all of a sudden there are these other feelings that they're having and growing as characters. It's really interesting to watch it happen because we always knew it had happened, but we hadn't seen it.
That's cool.
And now we're getting this.
That's really cool. All right, so big resounding. Lael, are you getting all the Bad Batch Hot Toys figures?
I most definitely am. I have both. I already have Hunter and Echo. I have both of those here already. So yes, I'm all in. And I already pre-ordered Crosshair. So yeah, I'm in.
They're badass figures.
I'm waiting for an Omega figure. For an Omega figure, I've been waiting for this. But what I may do, if I can find a head sculpt and the body, I could create it. So
did you see that somebody did a mock-up, like they did a fan edit of Omega, making her Florence Pugh? Did you see that?
Wow, no.
Yeah, somebody did. It was incredible.
That's pretty cool.
It was definitely incredible.
I love that. Checkers the Inventor asks, he's been a member of the channel for 14 months, has a very interesting question. Hey, Rob, what would you say is the most nostalgic year of your life? Pop culture, but also life in general.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a really interesting question. To be honest, while I do often think back to various points in my life, I have always looked forward. In terms of nostalgic, I mean, I would say I can look back and I'm nostalgic for every year of my life. And I don't mean to be non-committal, but if you ask me, in my adult life, or actually the years I can remember, there are things that I think back to that I loved about every year of my life. Now, there have been some years definitely that sucked, or when I was going through heartbreak or bad things were happening. But at the same time, there was always something that, like, I went through a bad breakup in 2009 with somebody that I dearly cared about. But that left me to watch Inception, Christopher Nolan's Inception, which I saw 8 times in the theater. I think about the fact that I love that movie. and part of the reason that I went and saw that movie is because I had gone through this bad breakup, and I'm like, wow, this movie seemed to speak to me. And I'm like, I loved every time I saw Inception in the theater. And one time when I went and saw it, the person I broke up with was there with her new boyfriend.
Wow.
Sucked. And by the way, I like both of those people. Both of them, I still love them. They're great. And
you should have went. You know what you should have did after the movie? You just going up to her, not said a thing. Take a quarter out your pocket, put it on the table, and spin it, and walk away.
But here's the thing: both of both of those people I'm still friends with, and I actually really adore both of them. I'm just like, really? Of all the 20 million people in LA?
Yeah.
Anyway, but so I look back at all the things that happen in my life, and I'm always about the future.
Yeah.
And even during the pandemic or whatever, I met so many people like the two of you, you know, and YouTubing and all this. There has never been a time in my life where I haven't had some kind of magical thing happen in my life. Like every year has been interesting and fascinating, and there's been things that have sucked. I have lost friends. You know, when I was married, my assistant, who was my wife's sister, was killed in a horrible accident, and it was terrible. It was really terrible. But at the same time, my professional career was going really, really well. And so the dichotomy of the good with the bad is what human life is about. And for me, I've always been somebody that has looked forward, and so I can't, you know, I'm nostalgic about every year. You know, I wish I could go back and see Star Wars in 1977 for the first time.
God.
The first time I saw it in that theater, what it meant and what it did to me emotionally, and because people forget there was nothing like it. Nothing. There's nothing in film history like Star Wars, and for a kid that loved
nothing.
But then again, the year before, when my mother took me to see Logan's Run, you know, at the John Dance Theater, that was mind-blowing because Star Wars, I didn't know Star Wars existed. So seeing a movie like Logan's Run in the theater was mind-blowing. And you know, most of my life has been exciting and interesting, and I've always thought about moving forward. I've never been somebody that looked back and that was the best year of my life. The best year of my life is now because I'm alive, you know, and it's great to be here, and it's great to be talking and being on the show with the two of you. And it's amazing. And so I'm full of nostalgia. My entire life, half of my day is full of nostalgia, but I'm nostalgic. I'm nostalgic for all of it. What about you guys?
I want to go back and see The Matrix again. Like that, you know, that film felt very, you know, it felt like things were changing, or it had kind of a very odd feeling to it. And I think it captured something that a lot of films try to capture, but they don't always capture it. And, you know, I'll never forget that scene when I guess the helicopter was flying off and there was just this cord hanging from it, and he grabs the cord around his hand. And I thought to myself, what is he doing? You know, like he's going to get killed. And of course, you know, it was completely different. And any kind of film that I just, that feeling that night was a great feeling. It was an amazing film. And I don't always get these incredible movie moments where I'm just so blown away. That one, I'm not ever going to forget that. It's really hard to meet and match that one for me. So that would be one I'd want to see again.
Lael, do you have a time in your life or a moment you're most nostalgic for?
Oh my God. There's so it's crazy because I mean, we always talk about our teenage years. I mean, yes, you know, going back to 1977, first screening of Star Wars, you know, at the movie theater was incredible. But I think, like, for me, like I said, I love my teenage years. I absolutely hated my 20s. I did. I hated my 20s.
Why'd you hate your 20s?
I hated my 20s because I was in a place of non-discovery where, yes, you know, I had gone to, you know, I remember, like, my alma mater was Georgia Tech University. I went there for 2 years thinking that I wanted to get into architectural engineering. And I was like, this isn't going to work for me. So I wasted 2 years of my life just to leave, go to Morgan State University, discover that, okay, yes, I wanted to go ahead and pursue, you know, my career in music and engineering. And just, you know, pursue that. But then I also, so here's the thing, Robin, a lot of people don't really understand this about me, don't really know. So while I was actually studying for music the entire time, you know, I also studied, or I went and I started taking classes in theater. So I actually have an associate's degree in performing arts.
Wow,
you know,
I didn't know that.
So that was basically, and I got that in my 30s. Like, literally, I got my degree for that in like my mid-30s, because I went back to school, you know, I got my master's, my bachelor's for, you know, engineering, but I picked up theater as well. So I got my degree in 2005 for music. I mean, for not only just music and engineering, but also my associates in performing arts. I think my my 30s, that was a nostalgic point for me because number one, it was discovery of who I really, really wanted to be and what I
Wow.
wanted to
Okay.
be. Also, that was when I linked up with my mentor at that time, Paul Stephanitis, who lives, he's Greek and he lives in Sydney, Australia. He heads up Viking Lounge International.
And that's when you were in Sydney.
Yeah, that's when he because well, actually no, but I was here. I was still in the United States, but I was mentoring with him back and forth.
Oh,
So
okay.
he was the one who told me, take a trip over there. I went over there, saw it the first time. He's like, you know what, you should move over here, come work, whatever. And ever since when I moved over there, it was the most amazing experience of my life. Literally, that is the nostalgic feel I had because I was coming into my own. I learned who I was, what I wanted to actually be. I did so much at that time, met so many people, traveled so many different places. So that's the nostalgic I have for that time. And even like you, like around that, like living in Sydney, Australia was the first time that I actually saw Inception. And I saw that movie 9 times in a theater. It was like one of my favorite Christopher Nolan films. But I enjoyed, just that point of my life was so nostalgic, just everything that I had done. I was working over there in music engineering independently. Yeah, that's what I have an epiphany for. I was just like, yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I can't, like you said, I can't say that the year I spent in Australia in 2005 was not amazing. And am I nostalgic for it? Yes, it was incredible. Working on Superman Returns, it was an amazing, and working on Lord of the Rings in 2002 and 2003, and then going on Narnia back to New Zealand in 2004, and going to Bulgaria in 2008. I mean, my life has been great, but it's also sucked. And my life has always been sweet and sour. And what I would have to say is that what I feel very fortunate for is that I was a kid from Seattle that grew up loving Star Trek and Star Wars and wanting to make movies and all that. And while I'm not Steven Spielberg or Stanley Kubrick, I have had as a fan and as somebody who's loved this stuff, I have had so much fun. And I've been so privileged to, I mean, look, I've had a great time in my life overall. And I never, when I say, am I nostalgic? That to me, when I hear nostalgic, by the way, I don't mean to checkers. I think the question's really a great question. And I think, when I think nostalgic, I just want to be clear. I'm nostalgic for all of these years. Yeah. But there's never a time when I think I'd rather be back there. Yeah. I'm like, oh, sure, would I love to have... but what I've been fascinated by is how every year has been wildly different in my life. Like one year, I'm living overseas in a where I have a company and I'm paying 15 people to work for me. And we're doing all these things. And then somebody comes in like Disney and says, no, we're pulling your contract and no more money. And we're in the middle of a 14-month. And I'm thinking if I had sued them, I would have won because they broke my contract. But at the time, I'm like, I don't know what to fucking do. I don't want to piss anybody off. And then you're at the lowest point in your life. Yeah. And then you have to fire people and you have to. But on the other hand, when I look back on it, it was terrible at the time. I literally wanted to eat a bullet. It was so, but it still was interesting.
You have to live. You know what? I go back so one of my other favorite films is a film called Adjustment Bureau.
Oh, dude, I love with Matt Damon.
With Matt Damon, Anthony Mackie, and
Emily Blunt, right?
Emily Blunt. I love that film because it makes me think of those
I have it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, me too. It makes me basically think about those possibilities of your life being written, your life traveling a certain line, and you have to stay on that path to see where it goes. And things in your life have to happen for a particular reason for you to get to a certain point. I think about that because, I think about, going to Sydney, Australia, meeting my now ex-wife, having our child, me having to move back here to the United States because of my oldest, me getting into a relationship, a terrible relationship with a girl who I just, don't, I'm just like, what, I can't stand her to this day, but I'm glad I went through that. But, taking 3 years of my life off from just dating and just saying, what, I'll focus on myself, focus on just healing, focus on doing everything else like that. And then meeting Toya, everything actually, it had to happen. Meeting Toya, going through COVID, deciding, talking to her being that person who tells me that this is what you need to do. Like, you love talking about figures, you love, collecting, you love, that community. So why don't you basically do it? And if it wasn't for her, I would still be that kid that's locked behind doors, not telling people who I really was and that I love collecting and stuff like that.
But you
she was
had
the
to
one
go
who did
through
it.
everything to find a
Yeah.
woman like Toya who would say,
Exactly, bro.
I mean, how many people have, by the way, I mean, come on, you found like a goddess from Mount Olympus. Let's face it. But the fact that you found somebody like that, if you hadn't gone through what you'd gone through, you would never have been the guy where she would have met you and said,
Exactly,
do what you need to do.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the way I basically see it. Like, who would have thought? Like, bro, like, that's the thing. Like, Rob, I talk about this, and I know people going to be like, why does he keep saying it? Because it's true. I'm talking about basically, I find, I'm like, okay, following this guy's career, like, me even being like in, performing arts and just knowing everything about films and stuff like that, following your career since, Superman Returns, like that film, knowing like behind the scenes what you were involved in.
Oh yeah.
And then seeing you on John Campion's show, and I'm like, yo, okay, that's Robert Meyer Burnett. That's who it is. Following basically like your journey, like even like with John Schnepp when y'all went to the comic book. I watched everything, right? And I told myself it was on a bucket list that one of these days I'm going to meet that guy. I'm gonna work with him or whatever. Like, this is just a premonition that I put out there. And then meeting Justin and asking Justin, yo, let me get on your show one day. He's like, yeah, let's go. Oh, Rob's going to be there too? Oh, let's go. It's a direct path of when you basically put your mind and say you want to be something or go somewhere, you can do it. But it's just fascinating how the world works how things work.
I mean, what I think is really interesting about what the internet has done, like, look at this show. Lael and I, like, we're just people and living in different parts of the United States that are and here's the thing, we have done the things that we love to do regardless. I mean, and I'll tell you something about that no one knows, maybe. I have never met a person that loves their mother more than
hell yeah.
I've met Urden's mother. She is delightful. And the way that you take care of your mother has been a source of inspiration for me since I met the two of you.
Thank you.
It is something that I admire and I respect, and I love your mom, and the fact that you have provided the life that your mother has been nothing but inspirational to me. I've never told you that. But it's absolutely true and very inspiring. And your mom is such a delightful woman, and how much you love her. It's like, to me, what's so funny is that all the people that it's hard to explain, but on this whole YouTube thing, I've met a bunch of people, whether it's Iron Man Mike, whether it's you, whether it's the people at Midnight's Edge, or even people like Gary at Erotic. I mean, people, all the people that I've met online has been a hugely positive experience. You might not like what everybody does online, but the people themselves have been, even like John Schnepp. I wouldn't even be on YouTube if Schnepp didn't call me up one day and say, come be on Collider Heroes, or it was AMC Heroes at the time. That was in April of 2015. I'm like, well, I'm like, what? And for in terms of John Schnepp, I mean, I was friends with John Schnepp for years before he asked me to be online, and he made a movie called They Coming, which was a zombie Muppet movie. and he asked me if I could get it shown because I knew a friend of mine ran a big Comic-Con person.
Yeah.
And he ran the Masquerade, and I said, "Can I get this movie played at the Masquerade?" And I got it played. You know, he made it this this zombie Muppet movie, and you know, I was a huge fan of John Schnepp as a creator for years, and it was very funny when I was the same person I'm talking about with Inception. She and I were in New York for like a wedding, and we were in Times Square, and there's like a Russian bar pretty right off Times Square. I don't remember the bar. Pretty rough. It was pretty rough. Like when we went there was like a fight inside, whatever. So we get into this bar, and she and I are hanging out, and of course, randomly, because he was in New York working, there's John Schnepp in this fucking Russian bar right off Times Square, and he's like, "Oh, you guys, what are you doing?" You know, and like, of course, like I'm just randomly in New York with my girlfriend at the time, and there's who by the way, she actually was one of the people that furthered my relationship with John Schnepp, and he was just randomly in this bar, and we hung out in New York for like the next 3 or 4 days. It was incredible, and what's funny is YouTube has kind of become the same thing. Like I would randomly, I have this theory, the theory of the circles, and if you're a certain kind of person, it's not even about economics. It's more about belief, and if you're a certain kind of person, the world becomes a certain circle, and it doesn't matter where you go. You could travel to Europe. You could travel to Australia, and you could go someplace, and because of you're a certain kind of person, the people that you're going to meet is a smaller concentric circle or whatever, and you'll never know. You could be in Bulgaria, or in the case of me, I was walking down the street in Barcelona, Spain, and I'll just randomly run into somebody I know. Like just randomly, like around the world. Like, what are you doing here? Oh, we're here because you're a certain kind of person that travels in certain kind of circles, and you do certain things. You're open to doing these things. Yeah. You will run into people that belong in those circles, or that you travel with.
You will.
Hence, you know, being a geek and having this. Let's go to Times Square. Let's go into this Russian bar. A lot of people might say, well, that looks a little rough. But we're like, no, it's New York. It's going to be awesome. Let's go in. If you're with somebody that's that way, and and you do go into those things, you will randomly run into crazy people that you know around the planet. Yeah. And I have to say, that has been, like, meeting the two of you is the same kind of thing. The fact that we're doing this show is that's what's great about. And what COVID did was it brought us all together online.
Yes, it did.
True.
And aren't we having fun?
Yeah.
Yes.
COVID caused us to communicate, to use the art of communication more.
Yeah.
And also to really understand how not to take it for granted, bro. Because the thing is, it's like people like right now, like YouTube, like I think, listen, COVID was a tragedy, but for YouTube, it was a come up, because basically it forced people to more invested in like these type of situations, like these type of shows where, it's strictly conversational, but have people tuning in to know your thoughts, your ideas,
right?
It kind of helps them. Like it really made it possible for things like this to happen. You know what I mean? For people to take those risks and say, you know what, I'm bored. I don't want to be in the house doing nothing. Let me try something like this. And look where we are now. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Well, it's like what Mmmm is doing on this channel.
Yeah.
With Lana Creole. I mean, we got to get the views up and all that. But what you guys are doing, it's amazing. She and I, we talked about Deep Space Nine. We never finished. But, all those people, she's great. Yeah. And the two of you doing a show, your show is great. And
thank you.
It is. And it's just people will find it. It's hard enough. I mean, YouTube is a predominantly male space. if you look at the demographics and analytics.
Yeah.
But there's more and more female creators coming in all the time. But to see the two of you, I mean, it's great. And that's why, like, Roberto and Alex doing Que Pasa PGS, I mean, you know, I'm trying to figure out how can I promote the fact that we have a Spanish-speaking show. But everybody, like Polly, like I said, from Latino Slant and meeting Mexican Iron Man and meeting Andre and meeting Tom and from Midnight's Edge and meeting Gary and all the people, it's very funny that there's a lot of people, like, we're all very different in our approaches to life and all that. It's fine. But we're all, first of all, fans, and anybody that goes out into a public forum in this day and age and puts their opinion out there, I respect.
Yeah.
I might not like everybody, but man, it's tough. It's tough out there because, judgment. I mean, you have to have a Teflon ego to get online and talk, like we do.
Yeah.
And the only reason I did it was because John Schnepp, to be honest, he was the first person that said, "Hey, you've got a very positive attitude. You should do your own show on YouTube." And I'm like, "Should I?" And then I would tell Elizabeth this, and Elizabeth, you know, one of the reasons I love her, she bought me this microphone.
There you go.
Back in 2018.
She believed.
That's the thing. That's exactly it.
She said, believes in you. Toya believes in me. And this is why she tells me to do these things. This is why she supports me. You know, why she moderates the show at times. You know what I mean? She does it because she believes and she sees, you know, the thing is, like, this platform has allowed me to really take it in ways that, you know, are places that I mean, hell, who would have thought that I'd be bouncing from here to London in April to Star Wars Celebration? You know what I mean? And
well, to be fair, if I look behind you, I would think, I bet you're going to go to Star Wars Celebration. Just saying. You know, maybe I'm crazy.
You know, well, yeah, I mean,
maybe Lael's going to go there.
There was definitely a bit of a push, but to really say that, okay, I want to really be in the now and be in those places to really feel, you know, what it's like to say, okay, I'm in the right place, to really communicate these things. Doing a live stream at, you know, Star Wars Celebration, you know, back in what was that, May, you know, was incredible. It was such an incredible experience. And, you know, just being able to be out there and say, you know what, I'm doing this and I'm in the right place. Like, I do deserve a space, you know, on this platform. Like, it's huge for me. Like, it's huge to basically feel that way, man. Like, and to be surrounded by you guys and to have this conversation, to be able to do this every Friday night or Saturday night.
But
like, hell, I don't give a okay, 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, cool. I can get some sleep. But
no. No more 3 o'clock in the morning, please. Thank you.
But it's fun, you know.
Well,
what I mean?
It's
like,
only 2.
Well, no, you know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, whatever. But I'm saying, it's like it's just a fun space to be in where we can, you know, talk about the things that we love, experience the things we love, hear things from, like, you know, everybody out there in the chat, see how they communicate with each other. You know, that's the thing. It's being social. It's the art of communication that I feel it's lost. It's not there in a world where it needs to be. And to have a platform when we can do it and hear from everybody, man, it's like I wouldn't trade that in for nothing, like, literally.
No, and by the way, can I just say, see Checkers the Inventor? You've been a member of the channel for 14 months. I want to thank you because your question inspired all of this conversation.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And but let me ask you just to end it off.
Yes.
Like, for you, you know, you've traveled the highways and byways of YouTube, and you've been on multiple channels and all this. How do you feel about, I mean, was this something you thought about 3 years ago?
Well, I've been on the YouTube, let's say, from the beginning. So, but what was different was that I did do that for work. And I ended up working for a music venue that did not like YouTube. Maybe about 7 or 8 years ago, I started working.
Wow. Why didn't they like YouTube?
The owner did not want to get involved with YouTube. And he kind of looked down at YouTube. This was, I mean, I don't think it was a singular feeling. I think that there were a lot of people who had that feeling about YouTube at that time,
Sure.
say 10 years ago. It was not the same, let's say, status as it is now. However, I saw that we could do wonderful things with it, especially as far as music is concerned. I said we could live stream every interview that I do with a musician, right? And people can respond to that.
Right.
I think it would be fantastic. But, it really was something that, he was against, and I just abided by it. But I really resent the fact that I was stopped from using YouTube for so long. So ironically, what happened was during the pandemic, there were no more live events, as you both are aware. And, the business kind of stopped. And, I stopped working for that company. And if that hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't even be doing this now, because I would still be working for them, still enjoying what I was doing, but just not on YouTube at all. So, I'm happy that this is how things are, at least for me, because I wanted to get back onto the platform for a long time. And it was the only thing. There wasn't anything else. I remember when a lot of the video that was on YouTube was very raw. I call it raw video. It was video from people's camcorders.
Yeah, no, it was. And now I have to tell you, even me, I'm like, I need to get colored lights. I bought them like a year ago and I haven't set them up. I mean, I need to step up the production game. But
yes, and I understand what you're saying, Robert. And I have also been doing video production for maybe for about 15 years. And I do remember the rendering, which was something that I've kind of had conversations with you about, how it really turned me off. The rendering, wasn't happy, because at that time when you uploaded video, it was in real time. So if it was 2 hours of video you had to upload, you had to wait 2 hours.
It was terrible. I mean, the technology we have is insane.
Yes.
By the way,
it is insane.
I have, this is a great question. We have so many more super chats I'd love to get to before I let you guys go, because I know it's 2 a.m. already.
Yes.
Jacob C says, I just watched Eyes Wide Shut again, aka Batman Court of Owls. At least it gives me that vibe. I hope we get the movie from Matt Reeves. Well, first of all, you're clearly somebody who watches Harley Quinn on HBO. And I get that, because it is. I mean, I don't know. I love the Court of Owls storyline, but it's become, like John Campy always says, a little overused. Again, I'm not convinced we're going to get another the Batman movie with Matt Reeves. I'm not convinced, because
I heard you talk about that the other day.
Now, I only say this, I know nothing, and we probably will get another Batman movie. But with the flux that DC is in, and how much money people are going to spend, and what they want to do, and all that stuff, the real question is, I mean, I'm sure Matt Reeves wants to make another Batman movie, but he just announced he's going to direct, or they announced he's going to do a whole miniseries about Buster Keaton.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing about, remember this about filmmakers. True filmmakers are not thinking about making franchise pictures. They're thinking about making a movie and doing a film. And if the whole point is you want to make you hope that movie leads to another movie.
Yeah.
Making a franchise means you have job security. Christopher Nolan was able to use his Batman movies to make, he makes Dark Knight and then he makes Inception. The people at Warner Brothers didn't know what the fuck that movie was. Warner Brothers marketing was running around Hollywood going, well, Inception's only a success because we knew how to market it. It's like, no, it's a success because Christopher Nolan made an amazing movie that you guys didn't know what the fuck it was. So, and by the way, nobody in Hollywood, nobody working at the studios knows very much at all. However, I did recently meet somebody. I said he was admiral level geek in a very high ranking position. By the way, no, not Tom Hanks. People are like, that guy, I'm not going to say who he was, but he is an amazing guy. And he's really fucking smart. And I'm happy to know him. And he knows his shit. And I will never ask him for anything. We'll just talk about being geeks and nerds and whatever we like. And that's why we'll be friends forever, because having a friendship with a guy like him who is smart is more important to me than anything else. So Binary Sunset Media, I only ask because, you said you were going to send me, I'm not going to say anything. Anyway, Binary Sunset Media says, I think Picard Season 3 will be Star Trek Andor. hang on. Let me dissuade people of this. Star Trek Picard season 3. I think Andor elevated the Star Wars franchise. I thought it was a brilliant depiction of the rebellion and the Empire, something we'd never seen before. It defined the Empire in ways we had never seen, and it defined the rebellion. We had only had the broad strokes, and I thought it drilled deep down, and I thought it was brilliant. Do you guys think that's true?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
definitely elevated
Yeah.
anything we've seen. Let's say modern Star Wars, since it's been around for so long.
Yeah.
I think that it needed to be elevated. We needed to see a more mature story, and there are actually so many stories to be told in
Oh my
Star
God.
Wars. We have
Yeah.
so there's
definitely,
a lot of material there, but this gave them the opportunity to show us a story where we saw realistic interactions between individuals who are kind of, I guess, behind the scenes, if you will. I mean, they're the rebels, but they're not out in the open. So, these behind the scene interactions, and also the Imperials who are also behind the scenes, who I think Luthen was an Imperial, and he realized, after he looked at, calculated things and said, I know where this is going. I've got to make a difference now. If I don't start, things are going to get out of control. And he was right. But I think that a lot of it was that inner groups of Imperial officers even who said, we have to make sure we stop this. And we do see evidence of that in the story. So these behind the scene things, it's like a spy thriller for Star Wars.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
You could hear the Mission Impossible music in the background. It's like, okay, our mission today, we have to go, rob a bank. Like when people but it of course is in the Star Wars time frame, so it's science fiction, but that's the level of quality that we're getting. And of course, the production value is the best we've ever seen. Maybe, I think that, they might also be nominated for a lot of that, but yes, it has elevated. It's what we've always, I'm sure Lael agrees with this. It's what we've always wanted to see. We knew it was possible. This is what we've been hoping for. When we imagined what Star Wars is like.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was what we think Star Wars was in our heads. Andor was that. That's how seriously we take it.
Yeah. That's the thing. What this show did was it allowed us to get more vested in the characters. Like the thing is, the war is there. We know that. We have shows that's going to give us the war, but what I want to see is something that gives us. I wanted to see that political banter. I wanted to see why basically we hate the Empire, or why the Empire was hated so much.
Because they never. It was very one-dimensional.
Yeah,
and this is not a criticism. It's just a reality. It was one-dimensional.
It's just the reality of what it was, and this basically pushes it past that, and it's beyond that. It allowed us to see why we should hate and fear the Empire. And even I think it's so comparable and comparable to what we even experience now, even in some third world countries, what they're going through. This is how it's looked at.
Well, look at what's going on in Ukraine.
Exactly.
You have a country that's being attacked for, I still don't know.
Yeah.
The Russians are attacking Ukraine just because they wanted Ukraine?
It's a cash grab.
A big and they've committed horrible human atrocities, and all they're doing is killing civilians. And if they didn't have nuclear weapons, we would have bombed them. We would have destroyed the entire country. And what Russia is doing right now is criminal behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at Andor and you're like, if Ukraine, I wish Ukraine, if they're going to Russia, it's so. I look at what's going on. They thought they were going to walk through Ukraine, and the fact that Germany is now, well, we might not give tanks to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I'm like, it might split NATO, or I'm like, you know what? Sure, Germany, don't stand up for Ukraine. It's. I don't want to get political, but it makes me really angry that a country that and you can talk about all the corruption and whatever that happened in Ukraine before, but this is Russia, by the way, is opening their prisons, allowing 40,000 prisoners to commit human rights violations. It it is a criminal act, a horrible criminal act, and they're trying to hold the West. They're now saber rattling with nuclear weapons. It's so horrific.
And Sundance also is featuring a film about what's happening in the Ukraine. Just so you know, and you probably already knew that, but I did want to mention that it's one of the films that they are premiering. I guess the 24th through the 29th might be when it is coming out. But the other thing that I did want to mention about Andor is I always say that when you see a great production, it inspires you to want to do work yourself.
Yeah, it does.
Makes the creative juices flow. And I thought to myself, we're seeing all these sort of, people kind of behind the scenes and everything, nobody can say out loud what they're doing, but we know what they're doing because we have the omniscient eye, right?
Yeah.
More or less, or the semi-omniscient eye. Luthen might have views of everything. The Emperor might have views of everything, but I don't think the Emperor knows everything that's going on. So maybe we do have it, right? And so what I was going to say is, and please do comment on that once I finish. I just wanted to add this part. I thought, why not be somebody who lives in Coruscant and talk about what's going on too? I have no stake in the game. I'm a social climber. What would it be like as a person who's a social climber who just wants to enjoy themselves and, kind of thinks everything is fine, is kind of wants to go with the flow, but doesn't necessarily want to get too political, but wants to go to Mon Mothma's parties. I want to go to those parties. I want to find out what's happening in Coruscant. It's never been a better time than now on Coruscant.
I want to do
character.
HBO's Euphoria set on Coruscant. Where Zendaya, the party, the youth of the hedonistic youth. You want the death sticks? Yes, I do. Yeah. Give me. I've got a whole pack of death sticks. I want to do Euphoria in the Star Wars. And by the way, you can, because all we've ever seen, we've only been told stories about the Jedi and the military. Yes. I want to know, and we got a glimpse of it. Like, what is Owen Lars is a moisture farmer. I cannot imagine a worse job than farming moisture out of a desert environment. That has to be one of the worst jobs in the world. Like, well, we got 6 drops of water today. Good for us.
Leave Tatooine and come to Coruscant. It is so much better over here. Or go to Namos for a while and have some fun.
How many evaporators are right here? And we're paying, why are we trying to... I mean, can't we just bring hyperspace ships over with lots of water? And Jabba the Hutt's like, that's what I do.
But also the element of the prison, where we saw incredible performances by Andy Serkis, and we're seeing these incredible performances. Forrest Whitaker, we already know he was spectacular, but then he's even leveling it up. We're seeing
I call
brilliant
it war.
Yes, who are coming in here, that are bringing this to a different level. Martha.
Yeah.
By the way, where's the Saul Guerrero hot toy? Come on, man.
We need that. We definitely need it. It has to.
Where's the Mon Mothma?
It's racist fucks.
I know.
I want my Asian hot toys and my black hot toys. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
You're a Chinese company.
An incredible moment in Star Wars, in the development of the rebellion, but also the development of the Empire. We're seeing both of them happen at the same time.
It's great.
People in the Empire who are learning to create and get their careers going. This woman, she wants to go as high as she can. We're seeing both sides. It's very interesting and somewhat, I'm not saying we're 100% sympathetic to the Empire side, but we have some investment in finding out what happens to this woman and Cyril. And it's interesting that they have made both sides as interesting as they have.
Maybe we'll have our first Star Wars erotic thriller.
Ooh, oh my goodness.
Maybe not, but Cyril, that guy is, you know what? He's a bad kisser. Cyril will kiss that girl and she'll be like, you have nothing to offer me. Let this be a lesson to you men out there. You get one moment, and that is that first kiss. Do not fuck it up. Do not fuck it up. Cyril is not a role model. He fucked it all up.
He should have kissed her when he went to her place of work.
But you know what? He doesn't know how to kiss. That guy, he's got too much tongue and he presses too hard. Too much tongue and presses too hard. Let this be a lesson. I mean, it's funny. Kissing is like the Matrix. You have to
Yeah.
experience it for yourself. You can be told all you want. You can read anything you want. You have to do it. And by the way, then you fuck up.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
No,
That is
man.
So
incredible.
it's not a 1/6 scale. I think it's 1/9, 1/9.
Right.
And this is all they had. I bought it over 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And the detail,
Nice.
this was not an inexpensive, like it was pricey, but the detail in Joel alone, and if you look at the TV show, he's wearing exactly the same outfit.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal did such a great job of the Joel character,
Mhm.
in the series. I think that he really captured. There's one moment where where Ellie turns to Joel and she says, I've never been in the danger zone, but we're gonna be okay, right? And he goes, yeah. And it's on.
Yeah.
Going forward, there's going to be action, there's going to be suspense, there's going to be close moments, there's going to be all those great moments coming up, guys. It's so exciting.
Okay, hang on. I wanted to get here. I wanted to get Last of Us, but we have so many super chats, and I want to rifle through them with you guys because those last super chats were long and they were great, great conversation. So I thank our friend here. Charles the Inventor, thank you so much, and Jacob C. But let me just rifle through these. I just want to say, Binary Sunset Media, for all of you people that want to understand why do I love Star Trek Picard Season 3 so much, it's Top Gun Maverick of the Star Trek universe. And it doesn't have F-14s and all this, but the spirit is the same. Moving ahead 36 years and all that. It's like that, and that's how I can explain it. And all I can say is, people are like, well, Rob, canonically, yes, Star Trek Picard Seasons 1 and 2 ruined canon, and Star Trek Picard Season 3 does have to deal with that, but in a very small way, because they have to deal with it, because unfortunately the bullshit, fraudulent creators gave us that fucking swill. And also, if to be fair, to get Patrick Stewart to come back, they had to. Here's the thing. Creators, there are great actors that know a lot about filmmaking and are very smart, and they can go on and become directors and all that. But for the most part, most actors don't understand the very franchises they're in because they're not fans. They don't get it. If an actor gets too much control over the storytelling of a franchise, it will always, it's a Burnett axiom, never let an actor get too much control over the franchise that made them famous, because they will fuck it up. This is a universal truism. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, so that's Binary Sunset Media says, he says, you and I are of a kind. In a different reality, I could have called you friend. That's what Mark Leonard, as the Romulan commander, said at the end of Balance of Terror before he died. You are correct. God damn it, Binary Sunset Media. By the way, where's my figure? Just saying, but you just made me cry, just so you know. Marcus Penner says, dude, I was trying to make my point on the John Campea show about it being dangerous to run two Batman franchises simultaneously, but unfortunately it didn't really get addressed. Can you imagine how limited those writers are going to be trying not to step on each other's heels? There's like no way in hell anybody would even want that job to write for the DC Universe Batman if so creatively limited. I think I'm also just biased against the Reeves-verse because I feel like it rode on the coattails of the Nolan-verse. It took everything Nolan did and tried to do it darker and removed everything fun about Batman. Well, Marcus, those are actually interesting points. What do you guys think? I mean, okay, what he's referring to is if the DC universe moves forward under James Gunn, they're going to create a shared universe, and there's going to be a Batman in that universe. And then there's also the Reeves Batman verse. And my contention is that no, there won't. I think that Matt Reeves is like, yes, I'm still writing the Batman script or whatever. there isn't going to be 2 Batman franchises. And they've talked about, well, they're going to do another Batman movie. Matt Reeves is like, I'm writing the script. There has been no announcement that The Batman 2 is getting made. Not one. There's been an announcement that Matt Reeves is doing a Buster Keaton series. I contend, and I have no knowledge, that there might be one day another Batman movie, but The Batman, that's all it is. And that Batman could be considered a prequel to Christopher Nolan's Batman, if you want to think that way. But we're all caught up in it. I don't think, honestly, I do not believe there's going to be another Batman movie from Matt Reeves.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
I think that the film that they made, The Batman, was a very special film. I think that it's an art film for me. It's exactly as dark and crazy and out there as I want a Batman film to be. It's got EDM in it, which is my favorite kind of music. You know, it's got, yes, and a lot of famous EDM artists' music, not just random takes. It's, you know, they chose very specific songs that I recognize. Oh, I know that song. Can you imagine the shock going into something like this and recognizing an EDM song? I knew this film was different than the darkness of it. As I said, it felt like any normal night that I would go out in New York. Boy, it felt so good to watch this. You know, it was really satisfying for me and what I like to see. Now, I don't think it was everybody's taste. I just can't believe that everybody sees Batman that way. However, I will take what I can get. Give me more Pattinson, give me more Circus. I thought that there was a lot to take from it. However, I don't know whether you could make another film like this. It was so unique. It was so special. It was, you know, it could just be a standalone film and no other film gets made, but it's so good that I would be fine if there was not another one like it. That's how I feel.
I think, I mean, Lael, I want to go to you after this, but look, here's the thing. It made money, but it didn't make a lot of money. You know, it made 700 and something. And people, here's the thing. I wish fans would stop thinking like fans and think more like business people. Because you have to ask yourself, okay, David Zaslav has come over from Discovery. Warner Brothers is a different company. The fact is, nothing Warner Brothers made, even Matt Reeves' The Batman, as much as I love the film, and I do love it, it's a great movie, it didn't make $1 billion. What David Zaslav is expecting Peter Safran and James Gunn to do, and remember, Peter Safran and James Gunn, they knew each other 20 years ago. They've been working together and have known each other for 2 decades. Peter Safran has produced a $1 billion Aquaman movie and has a potentially $1 billion Aquaman movie coming out at the end of the year. He produced Shazam. Between the two of them, and people are like, well, you know, the Suicide Squad only made... Look, the failure of the Suicide Squad was based on a ridiculous release pattern and whatever. What the two of them have together are creative and business savvy. I mean, these guys are they have not been given the mandate to make great superhero movies. They've been given the mandate to build a franchise for Warner Brothers that is designed based on the quality of their product to earn billions of dollars. Now, it just happens to be superhero movies. But make no mistake, these are guys, James Gunn has made 3 Marvel movies. He came up working in independent cinema. He knows how to make films. Peter Safran has been producing very successful movies for Warner Brothers. He worked with James Wan on the Conjuring franchise, which has made incredible amounts of money. The amount of money they spend on the movies to what they make, hugely successful. He's also worked, because James Wan made Aquaman. So you have arguably the most financially successful producer in Warner Brothers in their modern stable, which is Peter Safran, and you have James Gunn, who is their most visionary franchise producer together to make these films.
Mm-hmm.
This is an amazing thing, but make no mistake. There is no fealty. David Zaslav, who controls Warner Brothers, does not give a fuck about Matt Reeves' Batman movies. He does not care. We might care. All David Zaslav wants to do is make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And the Matt Reeves Batman movie didn't make $1 billion. Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises did. The Batman made $250 million less.
Mm-hmm.
We liked it. But the fact is that James Wan made $1 billion off a fantasy-drenched Aquaman, produced by Peter Safran, who is now co-running DC. And James Gunn made, you know what solidified his deal at Peacemaker? He made a wacky TV show. His movie, everyone looks at, Suicide Squad should have made a lot more money than it did.
Yeah.
But it was Peacemaker. That show is what solidified the numbers it did on HBO Max. So
yeah,
that's what we're getting. We're getting a DC universe that they're building from scratch. And that's why I say, look, maybe they'll make the Batman trilogy. I don't think so. There's no reason. What are you going to do? Retell a Joker story? The Batman is a beautiful standalone Batman movie. No one cares if there's 2 more made. Don't care, because they're going to be more of the same. The fact is, what James Gunn and Peter Safran are mandated to do is let's make great superhero movies that cost less than everything we've made in the past and make more profit. I think there will never be another Matt Reeves Batman movie. And by the way, the world will not miss it, because we have one great one, and all we would get, there is no way that Matt Reeves is going to give us anything more than we already had. What are you going to do? Give us another Joker story? Really? Maybe Clayface? Do we need it? And if you think about it, as a fan, think about, what would we get? Not a lot. There's not a lot to give us. And by the way, what we got was a great fucking Batman movie.
So good. It's so good.
Yeah,
it is so good.
We did. We definitely did get a great film. But the thing is like, because I thought about this, and it is an interesting question, because it is almost not a beat by beat, but the tone of it is almost the same tone that we got from Nolan's Batman. The tone of it is almost damn near the same. So I definitely agree. I think it's, a different interpretation on Bruce Wayne, on Batman himself. Of course, This is year 2, so we know that. But I think the tone is there. But I also think that, we're talking about James Gunn, we're talking about Safran here. They're looking at something that can be franchised, something that they can actually expand over 10 years.
Yep.
They're looking at something that's going to coexist in their world, the world that they're building.
They're going to create an entirely new universe.
Yeah. They're looking for, a character that they can build. And we saw the potential of that, again, with even Ben Affleck's Batman, but they're trying to step away from, of course, everything that happened with, the Snyder cut and, Zack Snyder. So they're looking for a different interpretation, a way that they can actually take it and make it expand so it can bleed off until, it's a 10-year process. So of course they wanted to intertwine it with, Superman. I don't know what they're going to do about Wonder Woman. I mean, I guess basically they haven't announced it yet. But I think it's almost safe to say that we won't see Gal Gadot.
No, we're not going to see. Everyone's gone.
We're going to completely scrap everything.
It's all gone.
It's going to start fresh.
And by the way,
how they're going to tell that story, I just want to basically wait and see how they're going to, what their interpretation is going to actually be. Could be good. I know a lot of people aren't on board with the decisions that they made, but the thing is like when you say like no Matt Reeves Batman, that's definitely interesting, because even though like we're fans of it, there are fans of it, but it isn't the most talked about film. You know, it's there, but it's not as highly celebrated as Nolan's,
No,
trilogy.
well, here's the thing. It was a good
Yeah,
movie,
it was
and
definitely a dope
I
movie.
really
It was
like
dope as
it,
hell.
but nobody cares about another one.
Yeah, I mean, and
They
it'd be
don't.
interesting to see. I mean, here's the thing: like, as much as I enjoyed the movie, I didn't like their take on the Riddler. That's the only thing that I
Yeah,
didn't like.
I mean,
But at the same time, again, maybe there was a plan. Maybe Matt Reeves had a plan on where he wanted this character to go next. But I think you might be right. It might be another Ryan Johnson situation where they're saying, I got a script. We're working on this script. We're doing this, whatever. It's still
of
in the
course,
works.
and of
Who
course he
knows?
is.
But I think that what more so right now is Safran and Gunn, they're looking at something that they can actually bring into their sandbox. They're looking at what they can actually do to create their universe. And that's all they're
100%.
focused on right now.
And they have to go. And here's what's frustrating. This isn't a bad thing, because you know what? I ask all of you as fans that love the Batman, are you really waiting for another one of those movies? The people that are, I mean, really deep down, like dig down deep inside.
Mhm.
Do you really need another one of those movies? Do you? And I think the answer to that question is, sure, it could be cool. But at the end of the day, Matt Reeves did not like reinvent the wheel. What they have never had over at DC is an entire universe that was cohesive, that was going to be created over multiple films, where the filmmakers are doing what the MCU did. They're not, and that's what people are looking for.
Man, look, I know there's Batman fans out there, but right now I want a good Superman film. I'm sorry.
I
That's
do
what I
too.
want.
Well,
I want a really good
how many?
Superman film, and give me
100%.
that. I definitely want that. And I do. I mean, I'm going to admit, I am one of those who are just a bit butthurt because they're taking away, Gal Gadot and Henry Cavill. I am, but I understand that
Sure.
they have to basically do certain things. I don't want to see Gal go, but I mean, hey, it just depends on their vision. It's not my vision; it's their vision where they want to actually take it. We just have to wait and see how that's going to play out. So,
Yes, and no, but the funny thing about it is, I mean, what people don't seem, here's the thing. What people have to start, again, fans have to think about the business of what we're talking about. And the business of what we're talking about is the Batman movie was good, but it didn't set the world on fire. And I think that I wish people understood that more. Can I say that? Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to say that, well, you people don't understand what's going on. But, you have to remember that money has to be made. And if money isn't being made, then another movie is not going to get made.
Mm-hmm.
And
it had an even higher hill to climb, because it was maybe the next biggest film right after No Way Home. So, everybody was expecting it to be somewhat near that level. And not only was the film not that level, but the box office didn't. There was always a possibility that even if the film didn't reach that height, that the box office could still perform, in case people really loved it, but it didn't do either of those things.
No, it didn't. Guys, can I ask you to give me 2 minutes?
Yes.
And
yes.
you opine, and I've got another question that I want to fire at you. Hoth's hometown hero says, what I hated is the behind the scenes stuff where Taika was laughing about what he was doing, like it was intentional to poo-poo on their love of the character. Is that true? And I leave that to you. I'll be right back.
You know what? and like I said, we can continue to have this conversation. It's like I'm not taking away from Taika Waititi's his creativity. We know he's a good director. We know that he's a good writer as well. I just think that knowing it's almost like, you know how passionate Marvel fans are. You know how passionate Marvel fans are about these characters. And I don't think that there was a thought pattern there. I don't think he thought about and weighed those options, really thinking about, again, you have the average, moviegoer, or, you have this occasional moviegoers who aren't really, there to watch the film and really judge it the way we do because we're so vested in it. So I just don't there's a way to cater to both audiences and still tell a good story and make it relevant instead of making it irrelevant. As bad as that film was, and for Taika Waititi, if it was more of a joke for him, if it was a joke for him, it's disappointing. Like it really, really is. I mean, it says a lot for me when Natalie Portman on your set. Natalie Portman is an actress on your set, and you don't even know her body of work. You ask her or say you want her to be a Star Wars film, and in a Star Wars film, not knowing that she had already been in one. Like, where was the research? Like, what the hell was that? You know what I mean? And it might have been more to it, but I mean, come on, man. Like, really? You know what I mean? So I just think for me, it wasn't like that movie shouldn't have been a laughing joke. It shouldn't have been a laughing matter. It should have been one of those things where it was amusing. There was some heavy things in there. It was weighted. It was heavy. I mean, Thor damn near lost his entire family. You know what I mean? Like it's again, there's nothing when you're dealing with a character who has cancer, and should know it. You know what I mean? Know certain things. When you're dealing with, yes, it had themes of loss in it, but I don't think it was weighted that much. I think it was outweighed by the bullshit ass goofy like the goofy jargon. I mean, the goofy jargon, making Thor a buffoon, making him look like an idiot. You know what I mean? I'm like, come on. And that split, I was like, man, get the fuck out of here. Everything that I actually saw about this film really pissed me off. Like it really, really, really did. Because I'm like, yo, come on, you're taking characters that are really, really important to some, characters that people love, and you're really destroying it. You know what I mean? It's like, the movie going experience is to draw people in and really have them vested in characters that they love. I think Taika Waititi making it a joke. It's like, you know what? You'd never know that even if they reboot the franchise, if some people are going to go back, giving it another chance. You don't know that right now. So it's crazy.
I thought that the film was awkward and cringy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Thor: Love and Thunder.
And then at the end, they wanted you to take it seriously, and you couldn't.
Yeah.
Because of what they had done before. It was, kind of like someone you're expecting something to be serious, they don't do it, and then they become the serious person. You can't just kind of jump back in and trust that now all of a sudden he has to be a father here and take care of this child. It just didn't flow correctly. No one on earth bought that.
Yeah.
It felt like a different movie at the end.
Really
And
different vibe,
I think it did, didn't it? Didn't it feel like it was a different director at the end when all of a sudden it became very serious? And you said to yourself, what just happened here? Why aren't the ghosts flying in here while she's, on her deathbed? Because that's how serious none of this was.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Even when the boat, like literally, when the boat or the vessel that they used with those stupid ass goats landed on the planet and crash landed, like it was like it didn't. Again, the whole I just it took me out of it, man. It was like for them to allow him to have such free range to do something like that, I was like, really? Wow, Marvel, wow, like okay, all right.
Ario Phoenix sends in a tip and says, did you see that Cap 4 and Thunderbolts are supposedly set around Tiamat Island? Cap 4 equals the USA and other countries fighting over the island because it contains adamantium. Thunderbolts will be the team being sent there on a mission to retrieve adamantium. Okay, first of all, I don't believe any of that.
Yeah.
The reason I don't believe any of that, because that's not a story. And the fact that Tiamat, a celestial that's now turned to stone, there's in international waters, who has claim over that? And so they're going to go get adamantium. Who cares? There's enough for everybody. No one knows what, and maybe, hey, you know what? If that's what it is, the Thunderbolts, here's the thing. There's a genre of movies, men or people on a mission movie. If you go back in the 60s and you watch The Guns of Navarone, you watch Where Eagles Dare, you watch The Dirty Dozen, you watch The Wild Bunch, even Seven Samurai. The idea of disparate people coming together to do some kind of a mission is a long time trope of movies.
Yeah.
The idea of adamantium is not part of that trope unless it's some treasure. Tiamat, who's going to control who goes there? Nobody. Nobody can say like, well, unless like we don't know what waters it's in. Is it owned by some country? And here's the thing: finding adamantium isn't a plot. Adamantium is a MacGuffin. Don't believe that. Don't believe that that's what they're going to do. The Thunderbolts are a team that are coming together to take somebody out.
Yeah.
That's whenever men are on a mission or people are on a mission. I mean, girls haven't been on those missions because they weren't soldiers. But in the modern day, they can be, and I'm there for it. But here's the thing. Don't believe that. The whole Tiamat adamantium bullshit, I don't believe that for a minute. That's not a plot. That's not a story. The question is, if somebody was able to get the only remaining adamantium and took it somewhere, then I'll believe that's part of it. But I just don't. Yeah. I don't believe it. I
think there's always like that sense of urgency for people to actually link these stories to something that they like, you know.
Yeah, the fan. It's
they want the most. Like they want it. They want to see something like that. So then stories like this are created. I mean, to have adamantium is more important than just this aspect. You know what I mean? Like it is. And I think that what I want is for them to really be patient and tell a very, very good X-Men story. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Be patient.
And by the way, they're not going to give us some adamantium story about the metal that Wolverine has on his bones. They're not going to do that and turn it in. I guarantee it. They're not going to do that. Francisco Montez said, first of all, Ron H became a member. Thank you, Ron H. Francisco Montez says, all I'm asking for in the DC slate is Animal Man going to be in it. Is there going to be an Animal Man film? Are you guys fans of Grant Morrison's run? I have to tell you. So I wrote a document after I produced a low-budget direct-to-video movie for Warner Brothers called The Hills Run Red. And afterwards, I'd made a document, and I said, you know what? What if we did, using the same model, a bunch of DC movies at a low budget? Joel Silver could produce, and the movie I put forward first was Animal Man, because it's about a family, you know, and what I really wanted to do is do a story called The Coyote Gospel, which is about Wile E. Coyote from Warner Brothers Animation, and it's part of, I think it's issue 6 of Animal Man. It might be issue 7 or 8. I don't remember, but I wanted to do that, and yes. So the answer to that question is yes. I'm a huge Animal Man fan. I thought it could be a very interesting take. It could be cool. Michael Preston says, 23 years later, the answer was 4 weddings and a funeral. And yes, she says, I did bring my A game. Still always watching movies together. I would imagine that would be the relationship you have, Michael, with your wife. Congratulations. That's a good thing. And that would be Four Weddings and a Funeral was the movie you took her to first. I'm gleaning from that. Congratulations, because what a great first movie to see together. Congratulations. That's amazing. AK Film says, this year, January movies are actually really good to watch, unlike previous years, which is great. I thoroughly enjoyed Megan and Plane. And I think AK Films is coming to us from India, maybe?
Nice.
Good. You're right. Good movies. Wraith X7 says, have you seen the first episode of My Dad, the Bounty Hunter by the creator of the Academy Award-winning animated short Hair Love? It's on YouTube. I have not seen that. Have you guys seen it?
No.
I haven't either, but I loved Hair Love. I thought it was great. Ron H says, one of two. Hey, crew, I'm up late my time, and by chance saw you guys were live streaming. Ever think of having your own One Piece journey? Oh my God. You want us to watch One Piece that has how many, 1,000 episodes? Give episode 1 an honest watch if you like it. You'll have tons of episodes. If not, well, just keep going anyway. Laugh out loud. Some have said it only takes 1,000 episodes to get good. Me on Dank Nugs can certainly attest to that. Well, yes, I've heard One Piece. It's too much. I know what I like and everything I know about One Piece, and this is terrible for me to say. I should not say this without seeing it, but One Piece seems a little too wackadoo for my taste. What do you guys think? Do you know One Piece? Is that something?
No,
Popular anime. I haven't watched it, but I'm watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so maybe it would be right up my alley. I don't know.
Check it out. One Piece has like 1,000 episodes, literally 1,000 episodes. So you'll never run out before you die. You'll never run out. But it's a pirate show. That's all you know. Dr. J says, Bobster, Lael. My fondest cinematic memory was when my older cousins snuck 11-year-old me into a late-night screening of George A. Romero's Creepshow. That night shaped my love of movies for the rest of my life. Cheers to your cousins.
Lucky. You're so lucky. They really must care about you to bring you into something so cool.
God damn. I love that. I love Creepshow. Creepshow is so much fun.
Yeah.
Sean Passmore sent in a super chat, but he retracted his message. But thank you for the support, Sean. Oh, wait. It might have come again. Oh. What? Okay, here's a good one. Sean, he might have retracted his first message, but his second message is, what is your favorite Brendan Fraser movie? Also, why isn't it Monkey Bone?
He made a really great film about a guy. I think he was in college or something like that. And I don't remember the name, but
I know
Moira something. What was her name? Moira something was in it with them. You know the one, Robert. They're in college and he meets that older man who says whenever something special happens, you pick up a rock and you have to hold on to the rock. And do you know that film?
Yes, and I was thinking my favorite Brendan Fraser movie is School Ties.
School Ties.
With everyone's in that movie. Ben Affleck, Matt Damon's in it. I love that film. It's so good. Maurice Jarre does the score. I just saw it recently, and it holds up. And I don't know what you're talking about, but I know
Honors.
Wow, With Honors. I love that movie.
Yes. Yes.
That is a good movie.
It's Joe Pesci. I'm sorry for the rudeness. Brendan Fraser, Joe Pesci, Alec Kishishian, and Morla Kelly from the 90s. About the time I think when we were all in college, honestly.
For sure.
But I really enjoyed that film. It was called With Honors, and it's so old now. But the thing is that in order for him to have made to graduate with honors, he needed to submit this final thesis, and opposed to submitting it, he decided to spend time with this gentleman who was dying. And so at the end of the film, there's this famous scene where they're reading everybody's name, so and so with honors, and then they just read his name, but he didn't get the with honors, because he forfeited it because, to be with that person. So it was very interesting part. I thought he was great in that. So
Yeah, totally. Hang on a second. I'm looking. Hey crew. Okay. Got that. And Dr. J, thank you for the $20 super chat. That was very nice. Here's an interesting question. Black and Gold Throg, the man who kept my ass clean during the pandemic, says, Rob, did your circle ever run you into a dangerous situation? That's a very interesting question. And then he goes on to say, also, I wanted a Quinlan Vos movie or trilogy. I still haven't gotten over the Clone Wars cancellation and the loss of his promised story. Well, okay, I'll leave that up to you. But in terms of getting into a dangerous situation, I've been in a few dangerous situations. I would say that I've been able to diffuse those dangerous situations because I've actually genuinely liked the people who made the situations dangerous. And I would say that my I don't want to get into it, but there's been two that I can think of in my life that they could have gone very south very quickly. And here's the thing that I've found. Here's the thing that I found about dangerous situations with people that are dangerous. Respect. You must respect those people because that's what many of them don't have in the rest of their lives. And when you find yourself in a dangerous situation with them, that's what they're really looking for. And if you respect those people, they'll respect you. And that's I mean, all I can say is I can't say more than that, other than people know if you respect them. And if things are in a bad situation, all you can do is give the power over to the people that have the power anyway and show them that you respect them. Because and the two situations I was in, I had no weapons at all. I was purely at the whim of what was going on, and all I could do was shut up and wait until I could speak my turn. And if I was offered an opportunity to speak, to show great respect to the people that deserved it, and they were the people that had more weapons than we did. And that's all I can say. But for the rest of the question, a Quinlan Vos movie or trilogy. And I haven't gotten over the Clone Wars cancellation and the loss of his promised story. I leave that to you, Lael. What about Quinlan Vos?
I'm going to really be careful with this, but I think that we're not done with Quinlan Vos. We're not done with that story, and I think there's an opportunity to tell it. His name was mentioned for a reason,
right?
In the Obi-Wan show, it was. So I think that again, we're going to get hints. We're going to see more of it. I believe we're honestly going to see more of it. It's just about being patient more so than anything. But I think we'll definitely see more of it because it's definitely an interesting character. And I even heard, don't quote me on this, but we're going to start seeing merchandise that might hint to that. So, especially at Disney, we're going to start seeing some things. So I am definitely, I have a firm belief that we're going to see it. We just got to kind of wait.
All right, we have two more questions. One, Al Renshaw says, waiting on my Ahsoka Tano premium format figure.
Ooh,
That's all he
Jesus.
says. That's probably going to be dope, dude. I don't know what studio.
God.
Is that Sideshow? Is that someone
If
else?
it's the one from Sideshow, oh my God, it is the most beautiful piece. If it's the Rosaria Dawson option or one,
Dude,
oh my God. Yeah, I can't
Well,
wait.
you're ending this like we started it with erotic power. Look at you getting all like wet over that figure.
Oh my God, I love
Fantastic.
that figure. It's amazing. It's the same. It's the same figure we saw at Star Wars Celebration.
Yes.
And that piece was mesmerizing. I could not take my eyes off it. It's that beautiful, bro.
It is incredible.
Yeah.
It's very lucky to get that figure.
And tonight, before I leave my esteemed colleagues to go to sleep, because it is, we're going to start before 3 a.m. or stop before 3 a.m. Alex Detman, who's a moderator on this channel, who's been gone for family reasons, but he's a great man. As always, Rob, Lael, and the great you guys always make my day better. Rob, you've got a badass Deadpool coming to you from Marcel. Marcel's a 9-year-old, 3 3/4 inch action figure mod. He mods action figures. He wanted me to give you a hint that one of the characters or one of the figures is a Last of Us character. Well, you know what? If I was 9 years old and I had The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2 and the TV series, I'd be living in heaven.
Hell yeah.
So you tell Marcel, Alex, I look very forward to showing his new work on this channel.
Yes.
And thank you for the amazing support. And you know what? You know what's really cool? Jack Wallace and his son, he sent me pictures of his action figure collection. I love when the youth of America or the world sends us their creativity. It's amazing. Yeah. So you tell Marcel that we can't wait to see his stuff. It's funny because I look around now. I've kept some of his work, and so here's something that Marcel, 9-year-old Marcel, I love this. This is the Predator from Prey. And yes, he modified a 3 3/4 figure. I mean, come on, 9 years old. Look at this. This is dope as fuck.
Nice.
You go back, look at the detail.
Nice.
And I mean, it's very cool. And I love the helmet because this is the Prey figure from the TV series. It's so good. Nice. I love it. And Marcel, my friend, if you're up at 12 o'clock at night or 3 in the morning, as far as Lael and are concerned, why are you up? You should go to bed. But if you're up painting a new custom figure for me, well, who am I to say no? God bless you, sir. God bless you, Marcel. And I can't wait to see what new joys you can make, because you're an amazingly talented kid, man.
Yes, indeed.
And on that note, Lael, it's time for you to go. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, it is.
Good night, sleep tight, and pleasant dreams to you. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, or actually a Lawrence Welk fan, and I mean, we got The Last of Us episode 2.
Yes.
Now I know it's going to take a while, but you're on this channel. Where can people find you online?
Guys, everybody, first of all, thank you to the moderators in chat, especially Tom Jr. Jackson. We are all goof people, and everybody out there, thank you for all your support. Guys, you can find me on my YouTube channel, Positive Fandom. I do my Sunday brunch show at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays, where you can find all the parlay and the fandom, as well as a live watch party, guys, on Sunday night on my channel of The Last of Us. That's right. Robert's face.
It's going to be exciting.
It's wonderful. We had a great watch party for the first part. We're doing part 2 tomorrow night. Guys, please do join. It's just so great to see everybody in the community enjoying The Last of Us. If you have not seen the video, if you've not played the video game, don't worry. You don't have to have played the game in order to enjoy the show. Just watch it and enjoy it for what it is. You're going to love it.
So good.
As I am loving it. It's a wonderful show so far. So I'm very happy with that. And these are my 1/9 scale figures. of Joel and Ellie from the video game. I know I'm not supposed to show this, so I'm sorry about that. But it's an amazing show, so watch it. Monday nights, you can find me right here on the Burnettwork for my Ladies of the PGS show at 6 p.m. with Lorraine Creole. We will be reviewing and talking about The Last of Us, of course. But also, guys, there's a lot more going on. Yes, there's a lot more going on. So check out everything and the announcement for Monday night show. Of course, you can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network, either on Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels.
Yes,
And
yes.
you can also find me on Lorraine Creole's channel as well for our Toxic Male Appreciation show. Please keep coming
Thank
back to the
God.
Burnettwork. Yes, please subscribe to Positive Fandom, guys. If you enjoy what we're doing, we've had Cameron Pasha on the show. We're doing historical fiction and nonfiction shows. And we're also going to be continuing more when Picard starts. We're going to be doing live watch parties on here, I hope. There's so much coming up.
Oh, no, you will be.
Oh, good. This is such
And
an
you must
exciting
toe
time.
the company line. No, I'm just
Yes,
kidding.
I will. There's such an exciting time to be part of this fandom. This is a very special time, guys. Let's hold on to it. Let's keep it in our arms and hold it dear. And subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to the 1/6 Scale Man channel. Subscribe to the Burnettwork, guys. We love you. And thank you for everything, guys. Please be kind.
Yes, yes.
Lael, Rockwell.
Yep.
I mean, people, like, they think they have to go to a high-end store to find somebody as smooth as you
No,
to emulate. I mean, where can people find you, Lael?
they can definitely find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. That's the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Great content over there. Tomorrow we'll be on at 12 o'clock p.m. at 12 o'clock afternoon for the Collectors Lounge International. We talk what's going on in the collecting universe. Monday is comic book talk with actually tomorrow evening as well is Take Your Position, where we actually show you how to pose up certain figures, me, myself, and Dan. So yeah, tune in for that. We have comic book talk with friends on Monday. We have Say What Wednesday, Uncivilized Scoundrels on Thursday, and then we have Figure Flex Friday.
Sweet.
Repeated process also back here. But again, if you haven't already, remember it's the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. We are on our way to 4,000 subscribers. We're trying to actually get there, so definitely take some time out if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. We're doing a giveaway right now for the channel that we're giving away a Iron Man Origins collection figure, which is the original suit. It's the deluxe version. All you have to do is become a member of the 1/6. Actually, no, the Figure Flex Friday Facebook group. So Figure Flex Friday Facebook group, become a member there. Also, you want to become a member of the Collector Zone Cantina Facebook group. Both groups actually have the video up for the Iron Man figure. All you have to do is basically say why you love Iron Man, why is that it's your favorite character, and you have your chance to be entered in to win the figure itself. It's the deluxe version. So definitely we're doing a giveaway for that. But yeah, thank you for if you haven't already, if you have subscribed to the channel, thank you very much. Also, I'm back here every Friday or Saturday for Midnight Music, so you already know how that goes down. And yeah, love you guys, and that's where you can find me.
All right. And Lael, Rockwell, my God, do I love the two of you. Thank you so much for doing these shows. It's such a privilege to do it with you. I will let you both go, and I will see you later, and watch your channels.
Yes, we will see you later on. Goodbye, people.
Bye.
Go to sleep, you kids.
We will. All right.
All right. Peace out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, my God. The parents have left. We can do whatever we want. No, I'm older than both. Like, I'm supposed to be the parent, which is, well, I don't know if that's the world we live in. I guess I'm what can I say? But anyway, I want to thank you both for being there, Lael and Alex Detman. Thank you so much for being supportive of the channel. Now you know what happens now if you're watching. The question is do I open this up for you ne'er-do-wells? Do I? I mean, ultimately, do I want to let people come in this show and I think I do. Don't I? Don't you guys want to come on this show? Don't you want to be a part of this late night? God damn it. Who's awake? Who wants to be on this show? There are 313 people watching now. Don't you want to go live? Now, look, I can't offer you Lael, Rockwell, or much as I can only offer you moi. So here's how it's going to go. I am going to put the link down below. And look, people, I don't want you to fix your technical problems live. I need you to have a great camera, a great microphone. You got to be ready to go. If you're going to link, if you're going to hit the button and say yes, all I need is a few seconds, or actually probably as I fumble around as an old man. It takes me a while to get you on screen. I need you to be ready to go. So I'm going to drop a link. Yes. In the live chat. Look at the live chat. You want to come on the show? You can say whatever you want to me, but I would ask you to be polite. We have a family audience. Not really. We were talking about fucking with menstrual blood earlier. How family can it be? Goddamn demonetized. Anyway, if you want to come on the show, I'd love to have you on. Please have something to say, and please have something of note. If not, have something revolutionary and I don't know. Anyway, so here it is, kids. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop the link. Are you ready? Are you ready? By the way, please bring something interesting, because, whoa, there it is. Do, do, do. Brian Hepburn says, I can't because people are setting off fireworks like crazy for Lunar New Year. Well, for my Chinese brethren, I hope Lunar New Year is great. Oh, we've got some people are already here. Joe is here. Oh my God, I love Joe. And hang on, Israel is here. I got two friends. I got two people I know that are going to provide good show. Now I have to put them in the show. Allow me. Give me a minute. These are two men that are going to give us, I promise you, they're going to give good show. I do, because they're smart gentlemen, and I like them both immensely because they're smart. Unlike, well, not that some people aren't, but hey, what can I say? Israel, hang on. I'm going to put you in. Wow, look, you look so studious wearing glasses. Wait, I can't hear you, by the way. I cannot, but that's okay. You'll figure it out as I put Joe in, because Joe's nervous. He's got the entire city of Buffalo, New York behind him. It's going to be great. Oh, wait, I think I've got you now. Yep, you're there. You're good. Don't know what happened. Israel is here. I say Israel because it's like the Hebrew way. Joe, can I hear you? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, man. Let me just introduce. We have Israel. Should I say that? Or what should I say?
I mean,
Wait, you're frozen. You're frozen. You froze.
I'm frozen.
Your pictures. You look good. It's not like your tongue's out.
Good.
Dear God, Rendezvous, what is happening today?
I don't know. Hang on. Let me just make sure that. Wait, maybe.
I think I know what it is.
Anyway, you look good though. And then we got Joe.
Rob.
Okay, we saw each other earlier today.
Smolder.
Yes.
Hang on, Joe. Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can't. What the hell?
I know what the problem is. I'm trying to address it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you look good. It's not a bad picture. I'm just gonna. I'll let you stay there. So here's since Joe is here. Oh, hang on. What? Wait.
Oh,
there we go. You're good. You're
Okay.
good. We got both of you live. Now, Joe is in a very precarious position. How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
I've got the whole weight of Buffalo resting on my shoulders.
I know. Now,
I've got a playoff game.
Now, I thought what you talked about today in our member call, if you want to become a member of the channel, you can. It was very astute, very interesting. please tell the folks at home who are here right now, what is it about Buffalo, the Bills, and sports?
Right. So, I mean, a lot of you guys probably don't even know what Buffalo is. Like of the city, but it's a smaller city.
Upstate New York, right?
Yeah. So this is sort of a debate. Upstate New York is technically like more of the eastern side of New York.
Okay.
We're technically Western New York. There's a big joke on that. But yeah, it's a smaller city. In fact, if the NFL, the National Football League, if they could pick what cities have NFL teams, Buffalo would not be close to their choice in today's world. It used to be a much bigger city, but demographics have changed. People live in different cities now. So there's a lot of pride in Buffalo of the football team. It's sort of what puts us on the national map. Obviously, we're near Niagara Falls, so there's a little bit of that. But other than that, we're a football town, and we've never won a Super Bowl. So it's especially a big deal whenever we had an 18-year playoff drought. So my entire youth of watching football was just disappointment. Every single year it was a joke that we couldn't even make the playoffs. And now, we have one of the top teams. So it's a really big deal. It's like a high school or college situation where everybody's talking about it. It's a buzz.
It's like an 80s movie that Brendan Fraser might have starred in.
Absolutely. So, that's what it's like. And it's exciting, but there's a lot of nerves here. It's not like Miami where they lose and you're like, yeah, let's go to the beach. We're in a barren, cold wasteland. The second we lose.
It's true. Well, you said it, I didn't. So now let me ask the two of you. I mean, first of all, Israel, you're here too. I'd like to give you a chance to speak. What's up? What's going on with you?
Oh man, not much. Just editing videos mainly. But it's interesting that you're a Bills fan. There's not many down here in Texas, but I mean,
there's not
Dallas
many in
tomorrow,
any state
baby.
in the union.
Dallas tomorrow. Tomorrow, Dallas. Let's go.
Dude, are you kidding me? They're going to take it apart.
No. Yeah, you're right. We are going to take the 49ers apart.
No, you're not. The 49ers are going to destroy you.
Yeah.
Look, maybe, but I don't want to think about that. Give me hope.
Look, you said earlier, you said in the member chat you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Pray to your God. Because they're going to need it. They're going to be sacrificed on the pagan, heathen pyre of flame. That I don't mean. I'm just saying anybody that defeats the Cowboys are friends of mine.
Look,
and I hate the 49ers.
I think if we somehow pull it together tomorrow, I think that automatically puts us at a good chance of people being like, oh, maybe if they don't screw it up.
Does it though?
Look, here's the thing.
Every year people talk about Dallas like they're going to go all the way. It's become like a running joke.
Dog, you were just 10 seconds ago, you were talking about your tragic backstory of being a Bills fan.
You're wearing a Los Angeles hat. Los Angeles original.
Bro, this is a souvenir from when I went to LA.
Which Los Angeles team are you talking about? I'm just kidding. Why do we have two teams? I don't know.
Why did y'all team up against me? I just got here.
You know what? First of all, now let me stop. Let's talk about let's table football. I would say the two of you, to be honest, are two of my favorite fans of the channel. Love seeing you both. Why do I? Because to me, you represent people way younger than me that are smart, articulate, and have a lot going on. At least I would, in my mind, you do. You're the future. The two of you are the future. One from upstate or Western New York. I mean, I don't call it what you want, but and you from Texas. So here's the thing. I would ask you both this. Should we be optimistic about the American future that you two represent? This is not good, man. You should be. I mean, you're sighing. Both of you are sighing.
Well, I told you I'm locked in on the playoff game tomorrow.
Okay.
So
he can't even think past tomorrow.
It is tomorrow, and it's 3:17 in the morning.
Oh man.
You're supposed to. I'm asking you because I want you to fill my heart with optimism.
Okay.
You first.
You're not doing well, you guys.
All right.
Here, I gave you an opening.
Okay.
My God.
I'll go first.
All right.
Okay, wait. Can you rephrase the question to be a little more like what exactly you want me to say?
Okay. Here's the thing. The two of you, both of you have been on this channel quite a few times. And every time you've been on this channel, I've been impressed with both of you. You're articulate. You're smart. You have it going on. I'm thinking, my God, if these two guys represent our future, we're going to be okay. And now you're buckling under the pressure. You're telling me that you want me to rephrase my question?
You're right. Okay, that was a very politician answer. I'm sorry.
What?
Let me.
My answer or yours?
My answer.
All right. Okay.
All right. Okay. Okay. I'll try to answer what you said. Okay.
Try to answer? God damn it! You better answer what I said.
Do or do not. There is no try.
There is no try. That's right.
So,
in a world where these guys are fucking me up. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe I should. Should I send this back? Should I send my imagination connoisseur?
No, you should not. Did you read the imagination connoisseur rap that I got from Chat GPT that I put on my Facebook page?
Dude, I'm waiting for someone to make a beat and then you to drop a sick music video.
Bro,
you and John.
If somebody drops a beat, I can't believe I have 4 different verses. That was some. So for those of you who don't know, one of the great things about 2023 is we're going to define what an imagination connoisseur is. And today I asked Chat GPT to give me that definition. And then on my live stream later after my member call, I was talking about AI and I had Chat GPT write me an imagination connoisseur rap and I asked them to refine it. And I got like 4 different versions and posted them all on my Facebook page. It made me want to cut my nose off and poke out both of my eyeballs in terror.
Why?
Because I could never, no matter, I don't care if Eric B. himself dropped those beats, I could never be that good of a rapper to do the imagination connoisseur rap. I wish I could.
Yeah, I have to say so to answer your question, I tend to be of the mind like everything's going to be fine. You know,
Me too.
I don't, even when people talk about like what the world's going to be in X years, I don't, just the way my head works. I know.
Yeah, you're stressed about the Bills.
I'm very stressed about the Bills.
Okay, I'm just saying you're a handsome kid, man. You could go out and go into any bar and be like, walk up to the hottest girl there and be like, hi.
Rob, your team's won a Super Bowl, so you can't relate. I was telling my roommate from college this, like he was a Giants fan, and he told me that losing was worse after you won, and I was saying like, no, it's not, and he's like, yeah, it's not. I was just reminiscing about our Super Bowls when we beat Brady, and that was kind of that question. So I asked you that question earlier about like when you reminisce about a year.
Oh, is that your question?
Yeah. It's my account. It's not my name. So but
okay. Well, I feel. By the way, that did that not spur on a great conversation?
I figured it would.
That was. I have to say that was an incredibly great question.
Well, thank you. I mean, it wasn't my idea completely. So I have another YouTube channel that I watched, and he had brought up a year in his youth. I think he was 18, 19 years old. And he was talking about how big of a deal this year was to him. And I don't know this guy. I mean, I've talked to him once, but he's a channel that I admire. You'd consider him an imagination connoisseur, and he's reviewed content, and he's a great writer. So to hear him talk about this and just talk about how he had a really terrible thing happened at the beginning of the year, a really rough situation, but it was also the year he met his wife, and he's talking about the movies. It was 2003, so he's talking about the movies that came out that year and how they influenced him. So he tied it together with pop culture. So it got me thinking, like, what year would that be for me, and how would that be different for somebody my age than somebody your age? So I've actually been asking this to people pretty much all throughout the day.
I have to say it's a great question.
Well, it's interesting because people have different reasons. Some people are very sentimental and nostalgic, and people like you, where you are, but also you said that it's not like we don't like to think back too much. You're always thinking forward. But some people, it's like their childhood, and then other people, I've talked to say it was the year I graduated high school,
right?
Where I felt like I could drive around, I felt free, but I didn't have a ton of responsibilities. So it's just been an interesting thing to hear, what people's reasoning is, and
no, absolutely.
For people in Buffalo, like this is kind of what I was joking about earlier, but our hockey team was really good in like 2006, and that was a big deal for people. So people talk about that because I said the whole city was buzzing, and your friends were all talking about it in school, and it was just like a few years where we had a really good team, and it was just hockey was really big for a few years in Buffalo. And my brother and I used to play hockey like every day for 2 years, and we didn't play hockey before or after that. It was just like this period of time that you can kind of isolate. And then again, I like you, I tie together like what movies did I see in X year, and I think about that as part of that era. So it kind of helps to space out, like 2005, 2008, 2012, 2015. I'm sure the MCU is going to be like that for a lot of people when they're older. So it's an interesting thing.
Well, I mean, here's the thing that I like about the two of you guys. I mean, you're younger than I am by a substantial margin, but both of you seem to be pretty positive. I mean, knowing you when you come on these streams or when I talk to you, both of you are incredibly smart. You're incredibly articulate, and you both seem to be happy. If I can, I can be wrong because I know you on the internet on this channel, so I don't know you in real life. But I'm curious. I mean, to ask both of you, are you guys? I mean, on one hand, you've got Ukraine saber rattling. I mean, the Russian saber rattling against Ukraine. A country invades Ukraine and they're losing, and they want to blame everyone else. And our future. Are you guys optimistic? How do you guys feel about the present, 2023, right now?
So I guess a little bit of context. Since I'm 20, I graduated in 2020.
Yeah.
And so when I graduated, I knew I was going to have to start becoming an adult, having to start like separating myself from
no, you
needing
don't.
Well,
Come
you know
on.
what I mean? Like living by myself, paying for a car, things like that. Getting a job. And so I started that year. I started like looking into the news, into politics. And that was my intro. And as anyone knows, 2020 was that carnival of an election.
Wow.
And so
and COVID.
Yeah, great first introduction. And so that was my introduction to like the outside world, outside of my circle of film and my high school friends of theater and choir and the arts, and everybody being loving and accepting of each other despite our differences. And then you get into that world where everybody's so mad about something. I'm like, guys, some of it is warranted. Like some of it I'm like, okay, yeah,
sure,
100%. Like I'm not trying to like downplay like the Russia and Ukraine crisis. That's awful.
No, of course, but I know what you mean.
And so I took a break. I didn't follow any news until late 2022. I got back into it for the midterms because I was gonna have to vote.
All right.
So I've been following it for the past few months, and I don't trust any of the news media outlets we have. So I have to listen to news on both sides because I don't trust that one's going to.
I do too. A lot of people get pissed at me because they're like, Rob, how can you? I listen to people from all. You have to, and there's never been a better time to listen to many voices because they're all available. They're not being suppressed. You can hear anyone you want, and it's. I and people always criticize me. They're always accusing me of thinking some way because I'm talking to people that they don't agree with. And I would say that There has never been a better time in human history to hear more different voices from different sides of whatever aisle you think you're on the side of. We have a better opportunity to experience all forms of or any belief than ever before in the entirety of human history. Right now, we can hear it all. And the best way to be is to try and listen to it all and make up your own mind.
And absolutely true. And I, growing up in Texas, as you guys know, this is no surprise, this is a red state.
No.
And so, oh, I mean, it's kind of purple,
Is
but
it?
it leans towards the red.
I don't know if it's completely red.
Well, yeah, it's purple, but when it comes down to it, it's usually the red people that get voted in. And so I just assumed my entire life that I guess I was a Republican or a conservative, you know, without knowing anything about it. And then as I started to get into things, I only listened to like conservative or Republican outlets because that's all anyone around me listened to.
Sure.
And then I started listening to people on the other side. I started to listen to news things. I started to take political tests, and I started to see where my positions actually were on things. And I found personally that I'm more on the left side of things. And so that kind of immediately put me in a...
kudos for you for testing yourself and looking out. I mean, that to me, that tells me everything I need to know. I mean, the idea that you are exploring and looking, you know, no one should tell you what you should be. Mm-hmm. You need to find it on your own. You need to explore. You need to look. You need to journey into. And by the way, if you've done that, I have no problem with your point of view, but you've actually done the work. You've explored.
And I tell that to people all the time. Like I was talking to. At work the other day, I had to drive my friend around. He also works at the same place I do, but he was having car trouble, so I had to drive him around that day. And I was just playing what I listened to, you know, the John Campea show or whatever. And then it got to that time of the day where one of my news podcasts came out, and I put it on, and I was like, I hope you don't mind if I listen to politics. He was like, it's fine. I don't even know what's going on. I don't follow that. And he was like, should I? And I was like, not if you're not going to do the work, because you can't just listen to one side or do this as like a
good for you, man,
thing, because it's either stay out of it or you're all in it, man, because it's so easy to get one-sided at best information, but
just inaccurate information.
Exactly.
It's so easy to get fooled nowadays.
Yeah,
and you have to put in a lot of work to not be getting fooled nowadays.
Not even in like politics anymore, in like the movie sphere. Like I listen to things
every
sphere.
Even in it's interesting because it's not as important, but even in sports, like people will take a quote somebody made out of context, like a head coach, they'll try to make him look stupid. And I get it's just football and it's just basketball, but it's the same concept that they apply to everything. So you have to like, did he really say that? And then you look into it and you're like, oh no, he didn't say that. They just phrased it like that on purpose to make him look bad. And it just makes you think, like, if I hadn't taken 30 seconds to look into this, I would have just assumed that this was true. And I find that happening all the time now.
But Joe, I think that's an incredibly important idea to convey. I mean, you take a cursory glance at the reality of an opinion. Most people, the powers that be want to believe that you're not going to do that. And that cursory glance, 30 seconds of time to look into something and read. I mean, I am a big proponent of doing that. And I don't care what you believe, what side of the aisle that you're on. All I ask is that you're informed. And through that, if you believe something, great. But own it, know it, understand it, and be able to debate it. Because if you're questioned about your beliefs, you better know how to refute or debate or whatever what you believe. And I think my problem is many people don't.
Mm-hmm. And I do that with every aspect of anything. So like I said, I do that with news. I listen to, when it comes to movie things, I listen to multiple people's opinions who can vastly disagree on things. And I even did it earlier in 2022 when I was not to get, oh, I mean, we got political. That's like the worst it can get. We can keep going.
Jeez,
But
it's 2023. I
yeah,
just realized that.
Oh my
I'm
God.
still struggling.
I'm
Rob-
that much older. Ah.
I swear every year Rob sees the new year and he's like, no, wait. He's like upset about the new year. Stop.
No, well, look, what here's the thing. Here's my life is that everything I love I've only been getting more and more and more of it every year. Like everything I wanted as a kid, it's all come to pass. The post-geek singularity, my idea of that came out of what Ray Kurzweil was writing about the coming artificial intelligence singularity. And the idea that once AI is sentient or whatever, that's what the singularity is. But for me, as a geek, as somebody who loves sci-fi, fantasy, and horror, and Star Trek and Star Wars, I wished that I lived in a world where everyone loved it. Because when I was growing up as a kid in the 80s, no one liked it. I felt there was nobody I could share my love of all of this with. And it was tough. Because I felt that a love of science fiction, fantasy, horror, flights of fancy, call it what you want. I felt a love of that was a love of the future, a love of what will come next. You know, you all these people talked about, wow, oh my God, the world's going to blow up. And I'm like, okay, no, it's not. And if it did, that's kind of interesting too, because we could live in a post-apocalyptic future, you know. But I mean, there was always some upside for me, and I now we live in a world where science fiction, fantasy, and horror are de rigueur. Everyone loves them. Mm-hmm. And yet, at the same time, we live in this weird navel-gazing, look at me on Instagram, follow me on OnlyFans. I mean, all this crazy stuff that isn't leading us forward. It's a dead end. And it's like, look, I don't regret anybody making money the way they want to. But here's the thing. I would ask everybody, what are you doing to forward the human experience?
Yeah.
In whatever format. Like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? And I used to get criticized for this because I thought I used to tell Mark Altman, who we made Free Enterprise together, I would say to Mark, I told him from the first time we met, I said, as a fan of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, in its myriad forms, I think it's our responsibility to contribute something, whatever it is, back to that community. Like, our love, you can't just be a fan. If you just love Marvel movies or DC movies or Star Trek or Star Wars or Doctor Who or Lord of the Rings, whatever, if you're just a fan, you've failed to fulfill what those original creators wanted you to do, which was they hoped through their flights of fancy that you would take what you gleaned from their, whether it was Lord of the Rings or Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever you gleaned from their work, you would go out and do something. You would do great works, whether it was make a movie or a TV show, whether it was help people in a hospice, something. That the idea of imagination and furthering the human experience, that you would contribute to that. That's what being a fan was. And I found out that sometimes it was, but sometimes it wasn't. And my expectation was my own. I was imposing my own views on everybody else, and that wasn't fair. But I did think that being a fan of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, and all of its myriad forms, fantasy would lead people to want to be citizens or be altruistic or whatever. And I don't know if that's true, or maybe I was wrong.
I think social media has been such a strange advancement of technology. It in one way is vastly improved certain things like communication, the ability to communicate at least, and at the same time there's so much nastiness, and people treat each other terribly nowadays, and it's tough to know how much of that is real life and how much of that is at least the perception that it's not real life. People don't seem to take it seriously, but yet they will participate in destroying somebody's life and take glee in it, but they somehow won't feel like it's real. And that to me has been one of the things that I've had a hard time when you talk about like optimistic and thinking about the future. I tend to be introspective of myself and like, am I doing the right thing? Am I thinking the right thing? But I don't. I say like everything's going to be fine generally in terms of the long term, but I just don't know, what the outlook is with that. But what I always say is, I told you this, that I think that people need to be more educated. Like I said, when I see something that looks a little bit weird, instead of sharing it on Facebook and writing like, unbelievable, this is happening, I look into it and see. It usually takes like 15 seconds to know if it's completely made up or not. And then you could flag it or just ignore it or whatever, instead of sharing it and posting and spreading it, which is what they're trying to get you to do. So I talked about like when you look back on a certain year, that might be nostalgic or you might reminisce about it. And interestingly, so I started a company in 2020 in the pandemic. All the library I'd worked in libraries in the past, and they'd all been shut down. I had editing and some experience creating stuff, so I just started completely, in my basement. I started a company where we created video content for libraries. We created like story time video series and like children's shows, and we had a system where libraries could subscribe to us, and then they could take those videos and post them on their own websites and have something to present to their patrons. And then we made like crafts that they could pick up in the library. And
what a great idea that is.
That's awesome.
Thanks. Yeah. So we just started this, and then I went to an event in Portland last year, and we gained the attention of the largest distributor of libraries in the country. So like when you go into a library, most of the books and most of the resources are distributed through this big company. So anyway, we ended up partnering with them, and the owner of this company is an immigrant, and it's a very large company, but he ended up buying them outright. So he's the sole owner. And when I met him before he'd ever agreed to work with me, he told me that he wants to triple literacy. Like what a huge goal, and what a like this amazing guy who's got this amazing story. He's an immigrant. He came to this country, he wanted to make a difference. He ended up working his way through the system, and now he's got this bold ambition to triple literacy. So for me, it's like I feel like in a way I can make a big difference, by working with this company, and I can participate by using my knowledge of film and television and books to create stuff for children, but then potentially work towards this company's crazy goal of tripling literacy. And ultimately, I think that is one of the big solutions to this, is if people are smarter, if they can read, if they're more educated and they grow up more educated, then these attacks, whether you think it's Russia or whatever, all this nonsense where there's so much misinformation, people can combat that with knowledge and with education. So that's something that gets me up in the morning with excitement, and something that has me more optimistic, is that there's something that I can do, but there's also something that we all can do to move this forward.
That's really inspirational. That's awesome.
No, it really is. And I look, here's the thing. I mean, I think in my experience in life, people are inspirational. And all you have to do is give people an opportunity to do something. And I think most people think they have no, and especially now, we've been browbeaten to believe that whether it's at the local level, the state level, the national level, oh, there's nothing you can do. Big tech is going to destroy you, or all the top 1%. And at the end of the day, the top 1% are the only top 1% because you are making them that way. So if you want to start a revolution, if that's what you want to do, great, do it. But make sure it's smart and it's done well. The problem that I have with the modern age is that the work that needs to be done right now is more three-dimensional and more detail-oriented than it's ever been before. And it requires work. It requires people to examine the problem or examine your beef or whatever it is and do the hard work that you need to do to make your point to the powers that be. And it's tough, man. It's rough. It's hard, and it's hard work. And I feel that, you know, I've always wanted to work in movies and entertainment. It's fucking hard. And even if someone gives you $1 million to make a movie, all the people you have to hire and all the things you have to do, it's only $1 million. It's really hard.
Yeah.
And it requires people that really know what they're doing, and they're undervalued, and you're paying them half of what you know they're worth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a tough, but the thing is, if they believe in the movie and they believe in the talent, well, then you can get it made. And even though you had to scrape, borrow, steal, whatever, to get what you know is going to be good made, if you get it made, well, then you have something. You know, and I'm not saying that you should make things at the expense of everyone's labor. But what I am saying is that perseverance and making something and getting it done, you never know where it's going to go. You have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always better to have something that you finished. Some work that you said, I've done this. It doesn't matter what it could be a report. It doesn't have to be a movie. It could be, you know, a spreadsheet. Whatever it is you have to present, whatever you were required to make, whatever that is, you get that done, you get it made, you have a leg up, man. You have done something that you showed somebody something that you've created, whether they agree with you or not. You did make it. And really smart people recognize that. And now I feel that we live in a world where people think that nobody recognizes anything. Nothing I do is worth anything. I'm like, that's never been true in human history, and it's certainly not true now. Everyone wants to exploit you to make money. And if you can do it, they will.
Yeah.
Look, let me ask you this, Israel. You've always seemed pretty optimistic.
Yeah.
I think we should always be optimistic because we live in a world where we've learned more lessons than we knew 100 years ago and 100 years before that. And even though stupid shit is going on, like the war in Ukraine, that doesn't mean we still can't look forward to things that aren't going to go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could go right.
That's
Maybe.
very true. If we play our cards right.
Yes. Well, there is that. And I actually have a container of cashews. And you know what? I know.
Go for it, man.
Right? Thank God.
Go for it.
What brand is that?
Oh, it's Signature. It's part of the Vaughn's brand, Whole Foods, whatever. I mean, I know it's not a great brand, maybe, but I love cashews. My father instilled a love of cashews into me.
Oh, another thing we have in Western New York, we have very good supermarkets.
So, all right.
Wegmans. It's pretty well known.
All right.
There's been...
I bought
you don't have it here?
No, you won't have it there.
But here's the thing. Supermarkets are another thing we should all be thankful for. How
great.
great are supermarkets?
Yeah.
There's always one close to. Like I can drive 2 minutes, go to the neighborhood Walmart, get whatever I need, and drive back. That's
Right?
great.
Yep.
So convenient.
A lot of people don't have that.
Right. I mean, what you guys were talking about with how we can make great things. We can all be inspirational and add to the human experience as long as we are willing to put in the work and put in the effort to do so.
Yep.
And that's one of the biggest problems I see with our generation is that it's so, but I don't feel like doing that. You know, it's like it's so instant. I want the rewards of doing something meaningful, but without actually putting in the effort of doing something meaningful.
Why do you think that is? Where did that come from?
I think with as much advancement in technology as there's been, and how in this day and age, well, in every day and age ever has always been the most easiest age to live in, but this for sure has had the biggest leap in that. I think that so many people are finding it's just easy to procrastinate. It's easy to sit and do nothing because you got this, you know. People get, I don't know if you can see that in the cropped thing on the YouTube, but you know, there's like studies that show like there's a dopamine rush when you open up your Instagram or your
No,
Twitter,
of course.
and you see people respond to what you say, and you didn't put much effort into that when you're just uploading a picture of you or putting out a random thought that gets some likes. But then when it comes to, you know, writing a book or, you know, running for governor or for mayor or for making a movie, whatever it is, you know, like what Joe was saying is, you know, helping with literacy, you know, help create things for children, things like that. People don't want to put in the effort to do those things. They just want the fame and the rewards of what that can be without having to do it.
Well, yeah. And so just to jump in, people's idols are different. Like the things, I'm having a real hard time because I create content for children, and I'm trying really hard to not lose touch with children nowadays. So like I'm in my mid to late 20s now. My I had a sister who was 9 years younger than me. So I almost had like two childhoods where like I grew up with my other siblings, and then when I was the closest to her, so I was like her pal when she was born. So I was around, you know, still watching these little young children shows and helping to play my part to help raise her even. So it kept me in tune with children younger, and I think that's a big reason that I ended up in the field that I did, and I ended up having that connection to, you know, to creating children programming. But nowadays, you know, children are on iPads when they're 2. They're watching YouTube channels. The attention spans are getting smaller and smaller. The way that videos are made to appeal to children now is so different, and it's becoming hard to track and hard to keep up with, because my sister now, she's 17. She's an entirely different. If you look on her phone, I don't know what half of her apps are. I don't know what they are. You know, there's different social media that I don't even know. I feel like I'm 40 when I see the things that appeal to her. It's very strange. So I think that when you look back to like the 50s, right, pretty much children would become, before the 50s, children would become a older version of their parents. They all watched shows together. Bozo the Clown, you know, like everybody would watch Bozo as a family, and people don't even know who Bozo is anymore. But there was TV shows. The Batman 66 was made for the whole family. And now, since around the time of like Eisenhower and Post, it's slowly been working towards totally different cultures. There's adult programs, there's children's programs that parents don't watch with their kids. They just play it. They just play it and walk away. So everyone has like their own little culture, and everything's so niche. And I think that when we talk about like pop culture, that has affected people in a way. Like it's not just what they're watching, it's what they're consuming, it's what apps they're on. I think children are getting into social media when they're younger and younger, and we talked about like that dopamine rush and just the way their mind is affected by this. It's really weird. It's really troubling, you know, how that's going to affect their personality and what they seek value, how they seek value, and what they find value in. It's getting likes on Instagram. I don't even use these apps really, so it's again, I'm saying it's hard for me to even relate because I don't fully understand them.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
mean, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the real question is, the problem that I see with our modern age is that I keep going back to this Israeli historian, Yuval Harari, who wrote 2 books. He wrote Sapiens, and he wrote Homo Deus. And Sapiens is basically a book, a very entertaining book about the last 100,000 years of humanity, our entire history up to now. And at the end of the book, his conclusion is he asks, humanity needs to ask itself and define what it wants. What do we want? What do we want as humans? What do we want for the planet? What do we want for us? Because we don't know. And I thought that was a really fascinating question because it makes me ask myself, well, what do I want, for my future? And what's really interesting is I see, as a human being, I live in a continuum of I like my life. I like the world I live in. I like all the creature comforts I have and all that. But I also know that I am here for a blink of an eye in biological or natural time. And the pyramids, the Great Pyramids, were ancient. They were 2,000 years old when Rome was at its height. Now they're 4,000 years old. Mm-hmm. And the question is, like, I have no problem knowing that my life will expire, that I will die in a few decades if I'm lucky. If I'm not, sooner than that. And what I don't understand is why do people settle for a mediocre, horrible existence? It's not hard. It really isn't. There's a lot of great stuff to do that you can elevate your position anywhere. But it takes a little effort. And most people don't want to take that effort. And I don't get that. Why not?
I think that there's been sort of a societal system that people just sort of rotate through, and people don't question things. They sort of feel like their life is sort of, has a ceiling and it's going to just be what it is. And that's just something you have to accept. I had very, very good parents who were very, I've had, like, my mom and my father were both very practical about, what my life's going to be like. And when I was 18, I was probably more prepared than most people are of like what I was going to do for college. And my brother, my brother he's a pediatrician. He's a doctor right now. My sister's a lawyer. They're both older than me. And my dad basically said, doctor, lawyer, or, those are what your high paying jobs are going to be. That's where, if you want to be successful, that's the best thing for you to do.
Sure.
I was more of like a rebel on that. It just wasn't my thing. So he told me that if you're going to be an entrepreneur and start your own business, you need to be working as hard as your brother's working right now, who he's studying day in and day out to be a doctor. It's a very, very rigorous curriculum. It's a whole treacherous path if you want to go through it. It's many years of education. It's long nights. And that's the same thing for entrepreneurship. And, there's a mindset that you need to be in. And
yeah, but that's an amazing place to be.
Yeah. And
did you feel tremendous pressure when he would say that to you?
No, I don't know. I mean, I've always had sort of, my mom's is a little more of a romantic, and I'm kind of like that too, where I feel like things are going to work out for me if I apply myself. But I always had kind of a good feeling about how things would work out if I followed the right paths on it.
But you probably always worked hard. You don't strike me as someone who like slacks off and plays video games. Like, whatever.
No, but my brother was better at that. He was better at applying himself and following my father's directions. I was a little bit more head in the clouds, on a certain
Nothing wrong
scale.
with that, though. You're just different.
No, not necessarily. But I knew that I think I knew at a young age what one of the things that probably my favorite thing is when I would create something, especially when I was creating like a video, and I'd finish it and I would just watch it, and I'd watch it over and over again. I was so happy that I created it, and it was something new that was made, even if it was really stupid. Like one of the first things I ever wanted to do, there was this song that I liked, and I felt every time I listened to the song, it made me think of Power Rangers, which I grew up watching. So I decided that I wanted to make a music video of Power Rangers to that song. It was really stupid, but I made it, and I got to watch it. So now this bizarre concoction exists, and I could create it. I made it, and I watched it, and it gave me that like satisfaction of like, you went and did that. And I always wanted to create stuff like that because I love that feeling. I didn't have to show it to anybody. Some videos I've made and stuff is just for me, my own satisfaction, and it's even better.
Don't take that clip out of context, YouTube.
No, but here's what I love about you saying that is that sometimes creation isn't for accolades from other people. It's for accolades from yourself. Like you said, you made a video. You needed to prove to yourself that you could do it. And yeah. I think that anybody who's creating, I mean, I've made a lot of things that I've never posted or done or whatever, and I've posted things I shouldn't have posted. But what's amazing about where we're at right now is that at our fingertips, we have technology that we can utilize, and we can explore our own creativity if you want to. And the fact is that you were able to make something and watch it, and you didn't have to be like, well, I need to put it up and get views. I need to have that affirmation. And I've tried to tell people, because people don't get, like YouTube, for instance. I wasn't planning on going on YouTube. I'm an independent filmmaker. If I had more synergy between the films I'm working on and YouTube, it might be great. But, YouTube is something that I was invited on by John Schnepp in 2015. I'd even ask him, well, what are you guys doing on YouTube? Like, what? I didn't know. I didn't watch YouTube in 2015. Mm-hmm. And as a matter of fact, it took me over a year. There were times, the first time I got stopped was at a Coldplay concert in Pasadena in the Rose Bowl. These people stopped me, like a group of people. Like, you're Rob Burnett? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, we watch you on YouTube. I had to stop and think, like, am I on YouTube? It never occurred to me, because when I did Collider AMC Heroes before it became Collider Heroes, for me, my experience of it was showing up in the studio. I'd roll in, I'd sit down at the table, they'd focus, they'd turn on the cameras, we'd do the show, and I would leave. And I didn't watch it. I didn't have any experience of it. I go back to my studio and work on the work I was doing. And then 6 months later, somebody would recognize me at the Coldplay concert. And what I didn't know, what I had no experience of it made me realize what like Brent Spiner once told me. He says, I never watched Next Generation. Michael Dorn does. I've never watched an episode of Star Trek. I'm like, and I said, really? You're in 178 episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation and 4 feature films. You've never watched them? And he said to me, he goes, why would I? I acted in them. Why would I did the job. Why would I watch them? And for me, what was so amazing about that was I didn't have to make those episodes. I just watched them. And Brent Spiner was telling me that, well, he made them. That was his job. 8 days a week, grind out 26 episodes a year. Mm-hmm. And it never occurred. I was like, oh my God, I get it now. You know, this
Yeah.
guy, I'm a huge Star Trek fan. He's an actor. He's a dude. He doesn't watch it. He doesn't talk about like Noonien Sung's androids and the evolution of the. He doesn't even give a fuck. He reads his lines. And what's funny is I'm like, aren't you the biggest Star Trek fan of all? He's like, no. He never watched an episode, according to him. And I was like, that's fascinating. I mean,
Well, and just to circle back to what I was saying with I the thing that I was trying to say was that my father and my mother were able to recognize something that I liked, that gave me joy, but also something that I had some talent for, and they
right.
supported me in that, and that's really important. And
Mhm.
I was actually so we were talking about Elvis a little while ago. I was talking to you about Elvis, Rob, and so
Yep.
my dad's a huge Elvis fan. We were listening to Elvis, and we were joking about like if my dad said he thinks he'd be a better singer if he had worked on it more. And my mom, who's like she's a legitimate singer, she always rolls her eyes at him, says he doesn't have a good voice, but he said that he wishes that he had us singing as children because he thinks it would give us confidence, and it's just something. It's a good skill set to learn how to
It
sing.
is. Yes. I love that.
And it got me thinking about that. Like, I think parents need to expose children to more things in their youth. Even if you don't become a singer, learning how music works. I've had a little bit of understanding of that has helped me a lot with creating content, of just knowing kind of the language of music. I think that helps children a lot, and there's a lot of, if you just expose children to more things, they'll find something they're really good at that they want to explore, and that will help prepare them a lot more when they get older, so that they're not just kind of loose cannons who feel like they're lost when they become teenagers.
I am 100% behind that. Your parents are wise, but now how do you get people in the modern age to buy into that? Or even can you get people to buy into that?
Well, we certainly have the tools. We have all the things we need. It's just a matter of people kind of pushing them towards that, and some of that does require governmental change, and the school system is sort of a mess. Uh, but a lot of it is on individuals. So it's a matter of kind of inspiring parents and inspiring children, to take part in these things. But it can be done. It's something that would take time and certain strategic way of making that available. But yeah, 100%.
I mean, there's no like mass bill we can like launch to enforce this or anything like that. It would take parents and people who can instill those ideas into kids. It would take them being voluntary to do that. And I mean, that's not something we can guarantee what happened, but it's something that we can try to show the benefits of, and try to show that this is how the best people come into being and what they can do.
Yeah.
And then hopefully people will try to replicate that. But I mean, there's no necessary guarantee for that.
There is not. Gentlemen, I'm going to leave this to you for a second. I must once again drain the main vein.
All right.
So yeah.
What do we talk? The Batman?
Keep going.
I disagree with
Go
you
on.
on the Batman, by the way.
Okay, well, let's hear it. Tell us why.
Okay. Well, I disagree with the premise that there's not going to be a sequel. I don't know what you think is real, but I guess Rob was talking about like $1 billion expectations,
Mhm.
and if you look at, first of all, the Marvel movies this year, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think any of them grossed $1 billion. Even Thor, Black Panther, I think they were all short of $1 billion. But
It just this year, and
just this year, yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, I wrote that into the John Campea show. I was like, this year is the first year that like since 2017 that no comic book anything made $1 billion.
Yeah. So like on that scale, it's not like the Batman was short of all these movies. And
Mhm.
I think they brought up No Way Home, which there was, I do remember the people saying like, "Oh, No Way Home made almost 2 billion. So what is the Batman going to make?" But that was sort of its own animal because that you have 3 generations of Spider-Man. That's more of like
Yeah.
a novelty thing. Even if
Mhm.
that movie wasn't good, I think it would have made a lot of money.
Mhm.
So I think the Batman, if you look at Batman Begins, that only made like 330 million maybe.
Mhm.
And then The Dark Knight goes to 1 billion. So I think
Right.
that having kind of, you lay the groundwork with the first film, you get people interested in the new character and the new world, and then you kind of build off that. But I also, do you think that it kind of cheapens the character if they keep rebooting it every couple years?
Uh, at the rate they're going, yeah. I think eventually you get to the point where you get tired of seeing the the unless it's gonna keep getting reinvented. Like, so Matt
Which you
Reeves' take
can.
was very, very different. I don't know how many times you can reinvent it drastically enough to the point that it doesn't become similar to something that previously happened.
I think if there's one superhero character, it would be Batman, though, that you could do that with, because you can make Batman silly, you can make it super serious. So there's different versions.
That's true. I mean, I think besides this and the DCU Batman that they're obviously gonna do, I think that after whatever this next decade run is, assuming James Gunn plan is successful, that after that, no more Batman for like minimum like 6 years. Like,
Yeah,
I think the audience, just give them a second, let them miss the Cape Crusader,
they
and
meant,
then
yeah. I mean,
throw 'em back
we
in.
went like 10 years at a time. I mean, after Batman and Robin, it was like 8 years until they made another one. Now it has to be like, there has to be one coming out every couple
Exactly,
years.
exactly. And even if like you don't even have to reboot Batman, just take a break from your franchise, come back like 20 years later and do a Batman Beyond trilogy.
Which they should be doing now
God, I
because
wish.
With
Rob,
who? With which Batman?
Michael Keaton,
Yes.
obviously.
I mean,
Of course, it's the perfect time. He's the perfect age. That I heard that they like. I don't know if it was true, but I heard a rumor that that was a
That
movie
was
they were
canned?
discussing.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah.
oh man,
Here's the thing. I mean, here's what people have to
no,
understand about Hollywood.
okay.
The people in Hollywood, they don't know what Batman Beyond is. You think they would, they don't. They don't know. They don't know shit.
Even John
And
Campia though, I disagree with his.
John's never watched it. He
Well,
doesn't know. John doesn't know what Batman Beyond is. And
it's more of a well, it's more of a concept than a character. That's
yeah,
sort of what,
but he still doesn't. He doesn't. I mean, here's the thing. I love John, but when he talks about Batman Beyond, he's making it funny, but he's never watched it. He doesn't know what it is, because if he did know what it was, he'd say that, okay, there's merit in this idea. And the idea of Batman Beyond is that Bruce Wayne, as he gets older, can't be Batman forever. So, as an older man, like, what is he, 80 in the show?
yeah.
You know,
he's
in the new Blade Runner future, Terry McGinnis, you know, whatever, is somebody he'll train and make the new Batman. And if you know anything about the series, the concept is sound. Like, what happens when Batman's 80, which he will be at some point.
But one of the
And
key things in that show is that the Batman who was 80 is the Batman from the animated series. It's the same continuity.
yes,
So
yes,
part of the appeal of that show is you're seeing a character that you already know and like age, and then what's his next journey as an old man. Which again is, if you have Michael Keaton, it's you have the nostalgia play of like, oh, I get to see this character come back. But instead of it just being like, oh, but he's old and it's sad, it's like, oh no, this is actually
no,
made for him being this age.
here's the thing. Getting old is not sad.
I meant by sad, I meant is
no,
like,
I agree. I don't mean to, this is
I
not
mean,
a,
like when you're like Indiana Jones, like he's in his
Yeah.
60s, but they're acting like he's 40.
yeah, well, no, and here's the thing. I mean, what I find so strange about, and this is such an American thing. You know, we don't do well with aging, and we don't have a great relationship with aging. And one of the great things I think about Batman Beyond as a concept is that Bruce Wayne is, of course, going to get old. And one of the great things about Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns is it was the first time, the reason people loved it, people thought, oh yeah, Batman's going to be 60 one day because he's been 40 or 35 for 40 fucking years. And then when you finally make that character older, and one of the reasons it resonated so much is that, people get older. And one of the reasons that I love what Star Trek did, and I think, to be honest, as far as pop culture storytelling is concerned, I honestly believe that one of the most significant things that ever happened was when Paramount greenlit one of the most expensive films ever made, and they gave this crazy TV cast, William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, DeForest Kelley, James Doohan. They gave the original Star Trek TV cast, they allowed them to be leads in a $45 million movie. Mm-hmm. That's insane. Yeah. This would never, ever, 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 ever happen again. Ever. They would never spend this much money on a show that, by the way, failed. The third season only existed because there was a write-in campaign by fans. And 10 years later, it's insanity that Star Trek the Motion Picture exists.
Well, in fairness, though, in that era, shows didn't have 8-season runs, really.
Well, no, they didn't. But
like
no,
Batman was huge, and then it was like.
But I mean, you had MASH, but yeah, it was a very different world. But there was no conventions. Star Trek in '72 had the first convention. Like, people didn't know what it was. It was an insane thing. Now, the frustrating thing that I have when dealing with John is when he poo-poos things like, and admittedly, we've made that a bit on the show.
And part of the show is entertainment. People get it.
Yes. But, Batman Beyond lasted, I think Batman the Animated Series lasted 4 years. Batman Beyond lasted 3 years.
99 to 2001.
Yeah.
I believe.
99 to 90 to 2000, maybe 2 years, but I thought it was 3 years. It might be 2 years.
99, 2000, 2001, so that would have been 3 years.
Okay, well, there you go. And it's a good show. And like the current running iteration of Batman Beyond's really good. And you look at it, and at the end of the day, Batman, the great thing about Batman Beyond is it just asks the question, what happens when Batman is too old to crime fight and yet Gotham still needs a hero? What would Batman do?
Right.
That's a great premise for a show. And
of all heroes, he's mortal. He's obsessed. He had a goal. He made a promise to his parents. So it's sort of like the perfect character to see. Let's see what happens when this guy gets old.
But I mean,
100%.
I think there are like three schools of thought with this. It's like when Batman gets old, you have option A, which is Batman Beyond. He raises someone to become the next Batman. You have option B, is he does the Dark Knight Rises, or the Dark Knight Returns, where he does what he can. He stops this big wave, and then he starts raising up, like the what were they called? At the end of the that run, the Batman accolades, but yeah. Or you have the third one, which I mean, it's not helping that the game isn't turning out that great, but Gotham Knights, right? Where his like proteges, Batgirl, the Robins, Nightwing, where they can come up and take that mantle as well. So I think honestly
that would be more if he died young, though, because this is like they'd even be older by then.
Well, I mean, they'd be like 30, 40, but they'd be adults as well at that point. I think that there's almost like a distinguishing thing that's dividing only like the film fans. And once again, this is like 5% of the audience that even knows about any of this stuff. So it's whatever gets introduced in live action in the big screen first to the audience that'll prevail. And if they play their cards right, Batman Beyond could be outstanding. I mean, look at Spider-Verse. I think that's a top 2 comic book movie.
Yeah, no, it absolutely could be. And also very
I don't think
comic
you
book.
lose. I don't think you'd lose anybody who wouldn't be interested in a Batman movie to be like, I don't want to see this, because one of John's arguments is nobody cares about Terry McGinnis. But again, Bruce Wayne is like the second lead of the movie, and you fully understand where this fits into Batman. It's not like um, Batman, but it's not Batman, and it's this whole weird different thing. Like it very much fits into the Batman that you would already know.
I mean,
Look, John just hasn't watched it, and if he had watched it, he'd be like, okay. And by the way, it's a bit. I understand.
Yeah, we're not taking it too seriously.
But it is frustrating because on the show, Chris Carr works in animation. Her knowledge of animation is vast and deep.
Right.
And to like Batman the Animated Series and Justice League International or Justice League Unlimited, if you're a fan of DC animation, there is a rich legacy of great stuff they did. Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, Justice League Unlimited, and Batman Beyond. Those are 4 shows that encompass a great many episodes, which are great, and they're all created by the same people.
Yep.
And it's like you look into that. That's a pantheon of shows that demand your respect and attention. And I think that the great thing about Batman Beyond is, if anyone watched it, despite our better judgment, I think everyone who ever tuned in to watch that show when it was live are like, what the hell is this? I mean, fuck this bullshit. They're won over. They're won over. Anyone who is a poo-pooer of Batman Beyond, this is why it's like, to watch Batman Beyond is to like Batman Beyond. The proof is in the pudding, and I feel the same way about Star Trek Picard Season 3. You can get all butthurt and mad about about it, but just watch it. The show wins you over. I mean, it's funny to me. To me, bad shows and good shows are self-evident. There is no, when you talk about television and entertainment, there's not a lot of discrepancy between what people think are good and what people think are bad.
Mm-hmm.
And like, for me to say that I love Star Trek Picard Season 3, people are like, you're just a paid shill. I'm like, okay, you couldn't pay me enough to shill for that bullshit. I liked Picard Season 3 because the people that wrote it and the showrunner, being Terry Matalas, and everyone who created it, did something new that appealed to what Star Trek's, what was its base appeal? The characters and their interactions. With Batman Beyond, you have to ask yourself, okay, I want an animated superhero show. What does Batman Beyond give me? Well, a future milieu, new kinds of action I haven't seen before, and stuff that's geometrically and from a production standpoint really cool. What's not to love?
Okay. I had this idea as we were talking about this live action Batman Beyond. So, in your first, let's say we do a trilogy. In your first Batman Beyond movie, you just, there's a new crime wave in Gotham. Bruce Wayne's too old to deal with it. You introduce Terry McGinnis, bada bop boom pow. What you think is going to happen is going to happen. Great. In the sequel, if your audience isn't fully behind Terry McGinnis just yet, which they will be, but if they're not, just in case, on that 2.02% chance that they're not.
Sure.
What you do, for lack of a better term, you Godfather Part 2 it. In the sequel, you do a non-linear story where
I always believe in Godfather. Just so you know, I use that all the time. I say, let's Godfather Part 2 it. So I agree with you 100%.
So you would non-linear, like a story where it takes place both in the past and in the future.
Yep.
Where it's one long mystery that Bruce Wayne thought he had completed as Batman, but resurged that now Terry McGinnis has to deal with. And it's one mystery that unravels as you jump from the future to the past.
They really
give me the Oscar now.
Look, let me tell you, Israel, here's a frustrating part about Hollywood. The only reason why half of this shit doesn't get done is because the people, everybody that gets hired at the major motion picture studios are Ivy League educated business people. They're all children of privilege that grew up and they get and And they get these jobs at the studios. They applied for them or whatever. They get them. And from a corporate standpoint, those hires make a lot of sense. Oh my God, this person went to Stanford or went to Princeton or Yale or Boston University or whatever. And they got, they graduated and now they've got a master's in business. Mm-hmm. Any corporation, doesn't matter what it is, will be happy to hire them. They're scions of rich families and these, whatever. They're great people. They got the degrees. Problem is, when they go to Hollywood, they don't know fuck all about movies or storytelling or TV or whatever. But they get hired because now the corporations are all owned. Studios are all owned by corporations, and they have their hiring schedule. Their hiring schedule is generic, based to, no one stops and thinks, well, you're going to work in the Hollywood division of our company, man. They don't think that way. So you get Ivy League educated people that are hired, and some of them are very smart and some of them are not. And what happens is you have these people that, by the way, the fear of God is instilled upon them because every mistake they make, they can get fired. So they're not incentivized to take risks at all. What they're inspired to do is to do what the studio wants them to do, what the studio tells them to do. So none of them will be like, this sucks. Let's go make this. No one will ever put themselves out on a line at the studio level, ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
but
they won't do it.
They've been so into this whole years later sequel thing, and I think and they were already going to bring back Michael Keaton. They literally tried. They shot a movie, and they apparently shot another one, if that ever comes out. So I always thought, if you're going to bring back that actor, why wouldn't you follow this concept? Because that's like the best way to do it. It would actually make sense.
Because you're thinking about it from a comic book fan standpoint.
Well, not really. I'm thinking of it from, you get the nostalgia of that character coming back, and then
but you have to understand, they have to know who that character is. They don't know Michael Keaton. They don't know Batman 1989. They know none of that.
Somebody did, because they brought him to the Flash.
Yeah, I know. That was the writer and Andy Muschietti. The people at the studios don't know any of that.
Right. There's messiness.
Nothing.
Sure.
They don't know. So they're like, oh, that sounds great. Andy Muschietti made It Part 1 made $500 million. We'll hire him. So they will never go wrong. It doesn't matter what he makes. Nobody cares. All they know is they hired Andy Muschietti to make Batman, Flash. And they're like, he makes good movies, we'll trust him. That's all they care about. They don't even care whether or not, the people at the studio, well, you're not respecting the lore, Andy. I think Andy's great. I think It 2 is going to be great, too. I'm not saying that he doesn't. But the fact is, they don't know that there's even any lore to be fulfilled. The people at the studios know none of that. They hire people like, we'll take a meeting, and they don't know. They've never watched, people talk about modern Star Trek. A lot of the executives, they haven't seen shit. They don't know what you're talking about.
And they didn't have a Kevin Feige who could
He's
kind of
such an anomaly.
That.
Yeah,
And you can see the direct difference of Marvel versus DC, where they're just, we're doing this, and now we're canceling this, and
they don't. The thing is, and it's weird to say, but in Hollywood, Marvel and DC have been pitched against one another because of fanboys and all that. And what's interesting is Marvel and DC honestly have nothing to do with each other at all. And the idea that one is looking at another is ridiculous to me, because at the end of the day, you have a lonely girl sitting on the bow of a ship as waves are crashing over, who has a mysterious background, and somebody comes down from steerage and rescues her. It could be Ant-Man and the Wasp. You don't know. But the fact is, that's what we write. But what they've done is they just don't care who does what to whom or whatever. It seems silly, but that's the truth. And no one working on these franchises is a fan of them, because it's a job that they're all making shit tons of money from. And I have to go back in and re-record something. No, No, we're not going to pay you to do that. And that's I think that's the big problem that we all face, is that these franchises that we love are in the thrall and in the control of people that don't give a fuck about them. They just want to get paid. Oh, great, we have another season. We get another $500 million to make it. Let's pocket $200 million and make it for 3, Pilgrim. I mean, that's what they're doing, and it's they're doing whatever they can to make shows that don't cost money.
Rings of Power still baffles me how that show turned out. And I don't mind the show. I didn't think it was a terribly written show, but in terms of what it does to the novels, I'm like, how did we get this far with this budget?
Star Wars is, I think Star Wars, I didn't see Rings of Power, so I can't fully say this, but Star Wars in 2022 had some very, very bizarre choices, we'll just say.
Well, wait. You have to elaborate on that.
In the early 2022.
I think
mid 2022.
As much as I love Andor, I think Andor was a bizarre choice for Lucasfilm. I think it worked
It was
out.
a bizarre choice. I'm talking about like bad choices.
Oh, like making Boba softy.
Oh yeah, and whatever they did with Obi-Wan, like, I feel like I should be more mad about that, because that was like my favorite. I grew up liking the prequels, and I was waiting for them to bring those actors back and do them justice. And man, I mean,
well,
what?
Why? Let me ask you this: why do you think they did that?
Why do I think they did what?
Obi-Wan. Why make that?
So clearly, what the reason they did it is because they thought that they had a character that was popular. The actor was the right age. There was some space in the continuity where they felt like they could plop a story. Somebody had an idea for a movie, and then they decided they'd rather get some more interest in their streaming platform. But all that being said, I still have no idea how it turned out the way it did, because it literally, when you go back to it, and I don't have any glee in this, because I was rooting for this to be a breakout hit.
To be fair, me too.
And I was very optimistic the whole way through. People were mocking the trailer, and I was like, I thought they were way overdoing everything. There was all this rage leading up to it, but it literally plays a lot like a fan film that somehow got Ewan McGregor to be in it. That's like a lot of it, the way it's written, the way it's shot, the way it's partially the way it's acted by some people, the way it is overall put together, the story, the sloppiness of it, the fanboy way that they had Darth Vader come into it, but even like the fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, it feels like a fan film, like the way the where they're fighting, the fact that they're in this environment that's not moving, and they're just like in this it literally looks like somebody went in their backyard and put up a few things and had
I know
Ewan McGregor for a day, and then the scene, and then there's been stuff in these Disney shows that not from like a Star Wars perspective, but just like a filmmaking perspective, that I can't fathom how they got through editors and people watched it. Like the scene where Leia's getting chased literally looks like her uncles are in their backyard pretending to chase her, but I'm watching, it's like a serious scene where it's supposed to be a chase scene, and I can't believe it. The scene in Boba Fett, the chase scene through the city when they're going like 2 miles per hour, and I'm watching like, can they not see how embarrassing this is? And I'm embarrassed because it's like, this is supposed to be Star Wars, right? And this is counts, like this is part of the continuity, and I have to sit there and I have to accept this is what Star Wars is now. It's not only are they pumping out shows, but they're this
fraudulent creators. I'm with you 100%. And here's what's amazing. How is it? This is what I don't understand. Disney made Obi-Wan and made Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
And that tells me the executives at Disney that were supposed to do their jobs failed. And both of those shows, and by the way, I don't begrudge anyone that likes them, but both of those shows seriously damaged a franchise that was worth billions of dollars.
And the thing about Obi-Wan is, if I just told you some of the things that happened in that show, and I said it's a movie, you'd be like, oh, that's going to be $1 billion, probably $2 billion. Like, oh my God, you're going to have Darth Vader and Obi-Wan face off again. Like, even though I don't like the idea of that happening, because it clearly was implied in the fourth movie that they hadn't met, but they're going to do it. If I found out they're doing it, I'd be like, wait, you have Ewan McGregor, you have James Earl Jones's voice, even though it's AI, whatever. You have Hayden Christensen, you have all these actors coming back, Joel Edgerton. I would be like, oh, that's going to be a huge movie. And it felt like it was just like another show that came out.
Of course.
I mean, just one of the shows. It was no bigger than Moon Knight. It just felt like it was just some show that they stuck on their service. And it was surreal, because you're seeing these A-list actors playing these iconic characters, but it's like, this is so lame.
The people, I'm telling you, the people that make these things, they don't know. They don't know the difference between good and bad. You can tell them while you're blue in the face. They'll never know. And I think the real problem that we have nowadays is that no one is qualified to do these jobs. The people that are in charge, we hired this director, Deborah Chow did great episodes of The Mandalorian. Okay, she did, and give her a choice. I get it. I understand. But give me a horror story no, you're not qualified to do it. And that's where we're at right now. We live in a world where all these people that are being paid by these entertainment corporations get first dibs on these projects, and they're not equipped to do them. But there's so much money involved, they'll do anything they can. We'll hire new people. We'll do this. Don't tell anyone I work for you, or whatever. And then there's plausible deniability, so Harvey Weinstein will cut you loose or whatever.
But don't you think, as someone who's actually in the business and lives out in Hollywood, or near Hollywood, don't you feel like that is obviously diminishing returns and it's going to kill it? Because if you made a great Obi-Wan movie, that would be huge for the franchise. That would be like a resuscitation.
You know that, and I know that. The problem with people in Hollywood is they know fuck all. And when I say that, I've been working in this business. I've worked at the studio level since 1989. And I will tell you this. The people at the studios, especially the high-ranking studio executives that have Ivy League educations, they don't know anything. They don't know what's good. They don't know what's bad. They'll read scripts and all that. They're like, well, this is fine. They don't know. They don't know. They honestly, they don't know. There is not a business on the planet Earth that people can ascend to the ranks of power knowing less than anything about the making of the very product that they produce on a day in, day out basis. And that is movies.
I remember, George Lucas used to talk about that. I'm not, way back when he was making the original trilogy. So, I'm not surprised, but it just seems like, and I was telling Israel when you were gone for a bit about you. So you don't think they're making a sequel to the Batman, but I was saying, don't you think that if you keep rebooting these characters every couple of years, you cheapen it? So John Campea, he always talks about, I don't care if there's a remake, because if the remake's bad, you can go back to the original. But what I say is, first of all, in every case except for maybe the Karate Kid, whenever there's a remake, it sort of destroys the chance that you're ever going to go back to the original.
Yes.
But
100%.
on top of that, if you look at Halloween, there's been so many reboots and retcons and remakes and sequels that I just feel like it gets to a point where you're like, enough of this, and it just kind of just fizzles out. Even they finally had they brought Jamie Lee Curtis back for a second reboot. Literally, they'd already done it. They did it again.
Halloween:
the
The Return,
thing.
Or whatever.
And
it's
then
called.
even that franchise fizzled out.
Halloween Kills. The final version was Halloween.
Yeah, well,
Kills.
they had Halloween H2O in '97.
Yeah,
I think.
I haven't.
But then they did it again in Halloween 2018, or whatever it was. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then that franchise just goes down. By the time the third one comes out, it's like a joke again. So I just think that if you keep doing that with Batman right now, it's kind of there's been so much chaos with DC that now the Michael Keaton Flash movies turned into a punchline.
Yeah,
The
I can't even imagine. I mean, I
and
don't
I think the
even.
movie's probably good, but it's become such a joke that by the time it comes out, it's probably going to bomb. And then you've got now, if you restart the Batman, you've got another Batman, and Ben Affleck's whole situation turned into a joke with Justice League, and so are you
Yeah.
cheapening that franchise by continuing to restart?
I don't think so, because a great story well told will fix everything. You know, you make a great movie, nobody cares about what wasn't so great, which came before. They just care about the movie they want to see, which is you know, our pincers or whatever. I mean, it's here's the thing. You know, at the end of the day, people want, again, I believe this wholeheartedly, they want great stories and great characters. That's all they want. All the trivia, all the who's sleeping with who, shipping who, and we're gonna have the baby reveal on the steps of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, whatever the fuck they're gonna do. Nobody cares about that. They think people do. But at the end of the day, all anybody wants is a great narrative. Like the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. The people who hadn't read the books, they're like, what? What? How? What? They freaked out. And it's like, well, if you read the story, it was very much made sense. You know, it just people didn't know it was coming. But if you read those books, the storyline was great. The reason these things happened was great. You believe them. And what I can't stand is we are subject to just bad storytelling. Just tell me a great story with great characters and great plot motivation that I can believe in. But so much of it now is I don't believe.
Yeah.
No, in no way. Even though I was watching Obi-Wan, I was watching Ewan McGregor play Obi-Wan. I'm watching all these characters. I never felt like this was the story that took place between 3 and 4.
Never.
And that was part of what was surreal. I'm like, I'm watching them fight both times, and I was just like, I don't believe this would have happened, and the way you're presenting it isn't believable. It's just nonsense. And it was it was really weird. It was disheartening, and you were just taking it all in, but you didn't feel like it was impactful. It didn't feel like it was coming from a genuine place. It felt like it was.
No,
you
it
could
wasn't.
just see it, and that I felt the same way in a different way about Rise of Skywalker. You felt like that movie was a direct response to The Last Jedi. Everything about it. It was like you thought Snoke was just some dude. Nope, he was cloned by Palpatine. By the way, Palpatine's alive. You thought that Rey's parents were nobody. Nope, they weren't. Palpatine was her grandfather. It was just constantly playing defense on what happened in the last movie. It was embarrassing because you're watching the movie and you're like, this is like they were reading Twitter and they were trying to make the movie to respond to Twitter. The whole movie, every single thing that happened, there were even lines where they were talking about the Holdo maneuver.
Yeah,
and they had a line like that's 1 in a million. It was literally as if somebody was like, I'm going to show those people on Twitter, we're going to get them back.
No, it's crazy, and all of this is over entertainment, which should just be something we like, but it's not.
Did I cut you off, Israel?
I was just gonna say this weird pattern I found with Disney and Star Wars is that anything that they try to expand off of episodes 1 through 6 ends in failure. Everything that's either based off of the animated stuff or that's original has been successful and well received on a mass scale. Now, Force Awakens generally is well received, but it can be controversial. Some people think it's a carbon copy of A New Hope, and then other people don't.
Rob does.
Last Jedi, I personally love The Last Jedi. It's easily the most divisive Star Wars movie.
I mean, and by the way, you can like it all you want. You're not going to get any criticism from me.
Yeah. And then Rise of Skywalker, I don't know how that got to. That's my least favorite Star Wars thing ever.
Yeah,
I don't know how that made it past so many levels of. I just don't get it.
I do. I know exactly how, because you could see they basically told you what they were doing. The movie literally is playing defense on The Last Jedi. it's like two filmmakers who are fighting with each other. That whole trilogy is basically two filmmakers who are fighting with each other, who are just outdoing the other one. And The Last Jedi, the one thing I don't get about the criticism of that movie, is the people that hate the movie the most are mad about Luke, it seems. But they always talk about it as if they didn't watch the last third of the movie. They always talk about what he does in the first two acts, but not the third act.
That could very well be.
There's this great edit on YouTube called "The Greatest Teacher Failure Is." It's done by Heroes Fan Productions. It's like 8 minutes. If you watch that, they do this edit with this really sad music in the background, but they do this edit that goes from, it shows clips from episode 4 all the way through 8.
I love that.
And it shows his character arc and these parallels and everything going on. And I'm like, how do you not, like, everybody says like, oh, Rian Johnson's not a fan of the original. I'm like, you can clearly tell he loves this character.
Well, I will say,
the filmmaking. I mean, not to cut you off, but real quick.
Well, I cut you off.
In the scene where Luke goes into the tent with Kylo,
sure,
where people think, oh, he went in there to kill his nephew. One, that's not what happened. But anyways, the scene where he pulls out his lightsaber and then he looks at it and it cuts to the lightsaber and it cut back to him and it cuts to Kylo's face. There have been match cuts between that and the scene in Return of the Jedi where Luke is about to kill Vader. It is shot for shot, the same angles. That is cinema. That is parallels. And I'm like, how do you not see this? Am I crazy?
I can understand how people thought that it was the way they got him to that place that he starts that movie in. They didn't buy it, that he would ever even consider doing what he was considering. And I get that. However, I think that he had a new and incredible redemption in the third act of that movie that I think if he hadn't died, people would have been a lot. If he had been the ninth movie, but the script that you've talked about, he actually had a significant role in it, so that would have been an interesting conclusion.
I mean, I think that there are so many things in Rise of Skywalker that I'm like, how did you do that? Here's the thing, you know what would have fixed it? Wouldn't have fixed it, but you know what would have made Rise of Skywalker better? You No Way Home it. Halfway through, Rey's on Exegol fighting. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Throw in some Force bullshit. Say like, oh, there's a surge in the Force, and then all the Force ghosts come in and they can interact, and then you have Anakin and Obi-Wan and Luke and Rey and all.
Make it a giant sentinel that takes Earth. I mean, I agree with you 100%.
I mean, let's just go crazy at this point, man. I mean, might as well.
I think what's, and I must go soon because I am totally falling asleep. Yeah. I'm just saying that. What needs to be remembered is that all of us are doing flights of fancy, whether you're building, like I am, a 6.5-foot model of the Starship Andromeda with all of its lighting and all that. At the end of the day, we as people have to decide what is fun for us. What is it we want to do with our children? And make that happen. Despite anything, and we have to work around that and make it something valuable or whatever. Childcare is valuable, so let's do that. Let's make it happen, or not. In a world.
Can I ask one quick question?
No.
So when y'all talk to us, do y'all like have like something on your screen, or are y'all looking at the camera and not looking at us?
Right now, I'm looking at the two of you.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I'll look. Watch this. I'm looking at my camera right now.
Okay.
Now I'm looking at Joe. Now I'm looking at you.
So is it distracting when I talk like this instead of talking like this?
No.
Or...
No, because to be on YouTube for a long time is to look at people in all kinds of different directions.
I mean, yeah. I have a YouTube channel, and I talk on videos like this. But whenever I'm in a call, I try to look at the person because I do eye contact.
I try too, but it's not. You never know, because sometimes you're streaming with people on YouTube that are just looking at you like this. because there's no way that they can. There's no way to look at you, so they look down this way because, they're whatever their camera setup is, and so sometimes people be like this. I mean, you never know, depending on how their cameras are.
I just didn't know if that was distracting. I'll talk like this from now on. I feel closer to you already.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting about. Okay, here's the funny thing. It's the composition of your shot. Now look at you. Everybody on YouTube right now. Look at Israel's shot right now. Look at behind you. You have these statues behind you pointing. They're pointing in the direction of your head. So you're, from an aesthetic standpoint, your composition is a very pleasing frame.
Thank you. I worked hard on it.
Actually, both of yours are. I mean, because Joe's he's got a set built alien corridor.
He's in the Death Star. How did you do that?
Well, it's
a real thing.
But it looks intentional. It looks like, okay, you sat there and you look at that and you're like, okay, he's standing or sitting in an alien corridor on an alien ship. I would not be surprised if in 5 minutes from now, somebody sat down opposite Joe and paid $5 psychiatric advice, like in the Peanuts. Here's more 5 cents. And then Joe would give that person aid. And he would get up, 90 or 30 seconds later or 30 minutes later. That was a job well done, and go home.
I've got a playoff game to prepare for. So
I got to prepare for Last of Us and editing tomorrow.
All right, kids. Well, I will let you go. Thank you for being here tonight. This was a great show. I very much appreciate having you both. You elevate the material as always. So thank you for that. Go Bills and
go Cowboys.
Go
say it.
No.
Say it. Say it, Rob. Please.
Okay, you know what? Because you're here, I'll say
for Israel, go Cowboys.
Go Cowboys. What? What do you want me to say? Go Cowboys. Whatever.
Serial watcher, you got it. That is Alice from Sword Art Online. Thank you. Someone noticed. I'm so happy. Now I forgive Rob for fake enthusiasm. Also, everybody go see Avatar,
Cowboys.
This might be Avatar's last weekend. This next weekend in the premium screens because Knock at the Cabin comes out soon.
Right.
So if you go see
by
it
the way,
again,
I can't wait to see Knock at the Cabin. Can't wait.
But go see. It's going to hit 2 billion this week. Go see Avatar again, please.
Yeah, do it. Do it. All right, Joe.
Do it.
Go
I don't
Bills.
want you to fall asleep on camera, Rob. So.
Oh no, I won't.
Okay.
I will not. I'm going to bed. It was fine to be with you, fine folks. I mean, go, everyone. I hope your teams win.
Especially the Cowboys.
Oh my God. Why do you do that? Why?
Rob, why don't you just go to bed? Me and Joe got this. We'll wait till you wake up. We'll just carry it.
Really? I'll do it. By the way, you think I won't? I'll do it.
Bro, I mean,
no,
how long you plan to sleep for?
It's almost 2:00 in the morning, at least till 9.
All right. I think I could do it. Read my Transformer Star Trek comic to the thing, talk to the chat.
Hey, man, if you want and you want to look at the super chats and answer them, that's fine with me. I don't need to necessarily well, hang on a second. Tom Jr. Jackson sends in a super chat and says, "Great show tonight, Rob, and great guests." Cyan Aguirre became a member. And Irene Jobson says, "I've been here 3 months. Bring on the filthy." Irene, something tells me until we meet face to face, I can't do that because otherwise I get demonetized. Irene Jobson, just all I know is what she writes, and I'm like, I'm all there for it. But she's a mom and a wife and a bad girl, which I am there for. But anyway, if you really want Israel, it would be kind of a fun. If you really want me to turn it over to you, I don't know how I can.
Yeah, it'd be a fun, interesting. I don't know how you would do that. Honestly.
Well, I could put you on the show and just leave it here.
Yeah, I promise you. If you do that, I will stay here. I will figure something out.
For real?
I'll find something to talk about. I'll go on the Star Trek wiki and learn about it in real time and just.
But isn't it like you're in Texas? Isn't it like 4 a.m. for you?
it's Sunday. I'm sleeping in on Sunday. There's nothing.
The thing
to
is,
do.
I can't. Here's the problem. You would get Tom. The channel would get bombed by all kinds of weird bots.
Yeah, you got to make me a moderator because I can access the chat.
Well, I can do that, but I think if we planned it in advance, I would have no problem doing
That's
it.
a good idea. We'll plan it.
Because I'll let you have the channel all night long. You can Lionel Richie that shit if you want.
Yeah.
I have no problem.
Transformers stream all night while Rob.
Actually, by the way, that's not a bad idea because to promote the new Transformers film, I'm happy to turn the channel over to you and we could promote it for a month. The ultimate 24 hours Transformers stream.
What you need to know before Rise of the Beasts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all.
Sounds like an exhausting idea.
Well, hey, you brought it up.
Whoa.
All I can say is, do you have the stamina to do it, Israel? Can you make it happen? Because you got the venue.
I can talk all day. The thing is, I don't know if people would want to listen to me because you have a
now you're having second guests.
Well, no. You have a.
I was about to turn my channel over to you, and now you're like,
wait.
No,
well,
Rob, I don't know.
Rob, you misunderstand, Rob. What I was gonna say is you have a specific type of audience. I can't pull out these Star Trek production.
But you don't have to because we'll promote it as the ultimate Transformers stream.
That's what the audience wants.
No. Not if we promote the stream.
I can't look at the audience with a straight face and go,
you Gen Z people, just commit. I want to see a 24-hour Transformers
in the original
stream.
Star Trek film.
Like
Sean Connery.
You are deflecting. I'm telling you,
Israel. You're like
24.
Charlie. You're like Charlie. Willy Wonka's handing you the chocolate factory.
Come on, man.
All right, man. I'll take it, bro. Oh, what's my channel, everybody? It's King Tannic. This stream has gone to crap.
No, what? I'm about to give you my channel. You're gonna do
the channel. Send me the password. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That's a bad idea.
I'm gonna set you up with a 24-hour Transformers live stream. We can get guests for you. We can get good guests for you.
Are you going to bring in Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime?
Who's to say we can't? What you don't understand is everyone's gettable.
At a price, though.
No, it's a YouTube stream. There's no money. There's no price.
Yeah.
You know, I
have
don't
to bring in Michael Bay and Mark Wahlberg. That's my limit. You have to. That's the minimum.
Really. Well, now, if I were to do that, what do I get out of it? Why shouldn't I interview those people?
Mark Wahlberg. You can be there. You can moderate.
Oh, really? I can moderate.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, Mark Wahlberg, Shia LaBeouf, Transformers 1, Megan Fox, Michael Bay, Peter Cullen, all those people. As a matter of fact, I should float the idea. What if we did a Designing Hollywood podcast with the entire Transformers crew? Oh, wait, maybe you couldn't do that. I could do that.
Yeah, I don't know what to ask about that. I just be like in awe. I'd be like, oh my gosh, it's Mark Wahlberg. And
No. You have to come on. You have to do it. You would do a better idea. You'd have a better idea than me.
And
we figure that out. I'm in. Joe would do it. What if I threw it to Joe and said, Joe, you would?
I'm not a Transformers guy.
You don't have to be a Transformers guy.
We're talking about a Transformers show, aren't we?
Yes. No, the movies.
Yeah, I'm not even slightly.
Yeah, we'd go over to
Joe's
Joe's corner.
know. You don't have to know.
It's not confidence. It's on principle.
No, actually, that's a great idea. It would give me someone to talk to like educate. So I'm not just looking like, hey, chat, did you know? Like, we could have a conversation. You know what I mean, Joe? It writes itself.
All right, guys. I'm just
I
saying.
I got a playoff game to prepare for.
Okay, I'm going to let you both go, but think about this. This could be a stream. I want to thank you both for coming here. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for being a great moderator and sticking around. I want to thank everyone for generously supporting the channel via super chats and tips and all of those things. And apparently we're going to figure out how to do an all Transformers show for 24 hours a day for at least one day.
That's 2 streams now because we already got the one where me and you discuss Rise of the Beast. We got that one planned too.
You can
after
put that somewhere
after
in
the
the 24
movie.
hours.
Yeah, there you go. I'm telling you.
But this is the 24 hours to prepare the 6 hours after. Remember, that's minimum 30 hours.
All I'm saying is you're the one that volunteered yourself to stream for all that time.
Not 24 hours. I volunteered to stream until you wake back up and turn
No,
off the stream.
No, you actually did volunteer for 24 hours. I'm going to hold you to it.
Oh God.
Come on, man.
Oh,
Wouldn't
God.
it be fun? I mean, I'll promote the hell out of it.
Didn't John Campy did that once on AMC, and he got
Yeah.
really sick after. So,
Dude, by the 10th hour, I'd be like,
I'll replace you. I'll come in and be like, hey, what's up? And then you'll come back, and it'll be fun. Rise of the Beasts.
Rise of the Beast.
Dude, I think we're doing this. It's done. It's we're gonna lock it in, and you have no choice. You have.
That
to do
means
what I
it'll be
say.
a fun inside joke until the movie comes out, and we're like, oh wait, we both forgot.
Oh no! We're gonna make some money off it. It'll be fine. We should do it live, and we should do a live 24-hour broadcast from a studio in LA.
So how much of a cut do I get from the super chats on that stream?
How much money? It depends. I mean, you have to give me a percentage, 5%,
I mean,
10%.
It's your channel, but I'll be the one hosting, so minimum 50.
50% of the super chats.
Well, I'm hosting,
super
so
chats.
I'm
The super
talking to
chats on
audience.
YouTube, 30%. So for every $1 you make in super chats, YouTube takes 30 cents of that dollar.
So 30 for YouTube, 30 for you, 30 for me, because we're splitting the 50 of the rest of the 60.
Okay, but I'm also providing the channel.
Exactly, but I'm the one hosting.
Yeah, but I don't need you to host. What makes you earn that money?
Whoa. What makes you think you could talk about Transformers, Rob?
Nothing. And
Now,
I
if this were a
can't. I don't
Trek-
fuck
if this
all
were a
about
Star Trek-
Transformers. I know
Exactly.
nothing about Transformers.
Exactly.
But why hire you as opposed to someone else? Sell me on you.
Bro, because you deemed me 2 weeks ago as the Transformers imagination
That's pretty
connoisseur
good. That's
man.
pretty good. Appealing to my vanity. I'm there.
You rated me
All right.
yourself.
It's good. All right. Okay.
We left
I'll
Joe
buy
out
it.
of the conversation.
No.
I'm
Joe's
way
horrified. Joe's horrified.
I
But
think you
Joe
two are gonna
has his
wake
own
up
stuff.
tomorrow. You
going
two are
on.
going to wake up tomorrow and regret.
No, it's gonna be fun. It is tomorrow. It's all gonna
What
be
were we
good. And
talking
by the
about?
way, Transformers: Rise of the Beasts is coming out, and to do it would be interesting to do a whole Transformers franchise stream. I know nothing about it. I'd read up and find out, but to have people who did all the different voiceover and all that stuff come in, it
And
could
the
be very
toys.
interesting.
There's
The
so
toys are
many
cool.
series and movies that we could do every 30 minutes talk about a new series. There's
Oh.
that much material.
Oh my God.
lightning round conversation.
Well, listen, kids, I must go to bed. I'm exhausted. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to let you guys go. It's 4 a.m. for you or 3 a.m., wherever you're at. I want to say thank you to Joe and thank you for Israel for a very spirited conversation. I don't know where it's going to lead, but perhaps an all-night-long Transformers conversation. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Amazing.
you know how it'll end both of us like this.
Probably. I've done that before, but you know what? It gets memed and sent out. That's still valuable. As long as the lower third says, and donate to our Transformers fund right here.
We're gonna wake up and spend 4 more hours reading only super chats.
Better than 4 hours of reading only fans. It's all good.
Wow.
All
On that
good.
note, Joe, do you have a YouTube channel I can subscrib to or something?
No, not
Yeah, Joe.
Not really. I have it. I technically do, but it's not like an actual. I don't make videos on it.
Oh.
It's just.
All right. What about you, Joe? Where can people find you on social media?
I'm not really on social media much, so.
Not at all.
He's still cool. He's still cool.
All right, then, Israel, the same question. Yisrael, where can people find you on social media?
You can find me on my YouTube channel, King Tanic. Just my last name is King. My favorite movie is Titanic. Take the Anik, take the King, put it together. King Tanic. It's as simple as it sounds. On Instagram, King Tanic. On Twitter, King Tanic Israel. You can find me on all that. Thanks for having me, Rob. It was nice to talk to you, Joe. We got to do this some more.
Yeah,
You're
well,
too
apparently we're
good-looking
going to
to be a
do it on
movie
our
fan.
24-hour
It's not fair.
Rise of the Beasts Transformers
I'm not part
live
of that.
stream that you've signed up for.
See, you can't even take it seriously
I
anymore.
can't. I am taking it seriously. I'm announcing it. My
Rob, of
God.
all the topics you're equipped to talk 24 hours on, you've picked
You know-
Transformers.
I didn't. I will
It'll-
defer. I will put it
it'll-
on my channel.
It'll
It'll be
it'll be
fantastic.
good. It'll be good because Joe won't be there to make us both
No.
look ugly because he's.
Oh, I
so
won't be
good
there
looking.
either.
It's not fair.
Come on. I'm just gonna give you the floor, man. It's your.
It's me,
your
me
show.
and Junior Jackson holding down the fort.
Yeah,
No, you got to bring on because Lael hates the Michael Bay movies. You got to bring him on.
Oh,
gotta
I
talk to
will.
Lael.
I'll bring on people. I'll come on and jump in.
Well,
It'll
you'll
be
bring
great.
on people. You're
20
I got to talk
24/7.
to John. You got to bring on John. You got to talk to John.
Oh, I'm sure he would love to do that. We could do that from the studio.
Oh, you want me to fly up to L.A.?
No. It'll
No,
be
you-
live, and we'll go to you on the studio. and
in
ambush you on-
Studio B, and y'all could be playing like Transformers War for Cybertron. We need to go to bed. I'm sorry, Rob. I'll stop talking.
I love the fact that you're now directing this stream.
It'll be great. Yeah,
It's
man,
gonna
I'm
be
getting 50. I'm getting 50%. What can I say?
50% of 30%, because YouTube takes, for every dollar anyone makes on super chats or tips or whatever, YouTube takes 30 cents of that.
Right.
So we only get 60 cents of every dollar. I know most people don't know that, but it's true.
Yeah, we established that 120 seconds ago.
There you go.
It's
So
okay. Sleep time. We're tired.
It is sleep time. It is sleep time.
Everybody get well. Come watch what? Oh gosh.
What were you
Let's
saying?
get physical media. Let's get physical media. I was about to say Robservations, but it's let's get physical.
No, it
media.
is. With me and Dieter Bastian from Saarbrücken, Deutschland. Yeah.
Okay.
Go Bills. Go Bills.
You
Go
better
Bills.
take us off, Rob, or I'm going to say something else. That's
All right,
Go
kids.
Cowboys, or I'm going to say something that's going to get us.
I want to thank Joe and Israel for being here and taking us for another 2 hours and being fun and mirth-filled antics. It was great. Thank you both. I love you both. Your great contributions to the channel always. And look, we do have a Transformers movie coming out this year, and the Bills could go to the Super Bowl. So
And the Cowboys could too.
no, they can't.
Bro,
No,
you know what?
They can't.
Rob, I have one last
You
question.
get the Transformers, the Cowboys. You choose.
All right.
Transformers.
One last thing, Rob. Can you
All
follow
right.
me on Twitter since we're friends?
Do I not
now?
follow you on Twitter? Do I not?
No, you don't. You
What?
reply to my tweets, but you don't follow me.
What?
Yeah, I
What a
know.
Douche. Hang on. Let me
It's
get
like
Twitter.
it's like how you better not pull a John Campy where you asked him to follow you on Instagram and he didn't for like 2 months.
I don't do that. No.
Okay.
So Twitter. What am I looking for? King Tannic?
Yeah, King Tannic Israel is my handle. This is how you do it, guys. This is how you make friends with your idols and then they follow you. This is how you do it.
Yeah.
If I can do it, you can do it too. I'm wasting so much of Rob's time. I'm gonna get off and he's gonna be like,
No, King
"Damn it,
Tannic
Israel."
Israel. No, I'm right here. Wait, why is it not loading? Now it's not like I'm right here. Give me this account doesn't exist. King Tannic. What?
at King Tannic is.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, hang on. Let me just. I wrote at K-I, right? KINGTANIC.
ISRAEL.
Oh, there it is. Got it. Okay, now I follow you.
Oh, and also, this has just become me promoting everything. And also, watch my documentary, Voices of Central, now streaming. Almost at 2,000
that
views.
documentary
Go
is
check
great.
it out.
Yeah. Wait. Stop for a second.
Yeah.
Let's break that down, please. Let's go a little quicker or a little slower. Tell people where can people find your documentary?
This is going to be early morning musings in a minute here. On YouTube at King Tannic, like I said before, just on my channel, or you can just look up Voices of Central on YouTube as well.
Okay, the
And
documentary is called Voices of Central.
Yes. Yes.
Look
Voices
up
of Central.
Voices of Central. You can just do a Google search on it, right?
Mhm. It's about an hour and 52 minutes, I think, with credits. I think it's fun. I think it's
It is.
good.
Voices of Central. It is, and I recommend everyone check it out.
Thank you, Rob. That means
for
a lot.
sure. I mean, no, you should. It's well done, and you did a great job. And it's actually very moving. It's very emotional, to be honest.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I did
Oh,
watch it.
oh, I'm actually gonna cry on stream. Because you're so busy and you do so many other things.
Yeah,
I didn't
but here's the
give you
thing:
that
when
time.
something is online, like I'm working on stuff and I watch it, I mean, if something is, it's very easy to watch stuff on YouTube. I mean, your documentary, I was very curious. Everybody should watch it. It's really good. You did a really good job.
Oh, also,
Thank you, Rob.
speaking of which, Tango Shalom is on Peacock. And
Tango
is-
Shalom.
It is on Peacock. Watch that.
I did watch it.
Yo,
I'm not gonna
where's
talk
where's
about
your business, Joe? Where can we promote your videos, your thing?
it. Upcoming
'Cause-
streaming platform, but I can't talk about it yet.
Oh, he's out doing us, Rob.
Non-disclosure.
Where's the Burnettwork streaming channel?
On Peacock.
Cock
No, it's no. I mean, Tango Shalom, a movie I spent 5 years on that cost 6 cents to make. But hey, we tried our best. But it was blessed by the Pope. Pope Francis blessed Tango Shalom.
Yep.
That's
But
nice.
yeah, it's actually on Peacock. I watched it, so I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want to drag this on any longer.
I've had yet to watch it. As soon as I watch it, Rob,
It's
you
no,
will
it's
get
okay.
my-
I mean, you have to understand it's not our audience, but I'm proud of what we made out of something that cost very little money.
Mhm.
So it was a very challenging experience that took 5 years to get finished, but it got finished.
Mhm.
And hey, it won the first audience award at the very first Islamic comedy film festival in the world.
Wow, you
Yeah.
got that forever. That's cemented.
in Rabat, Morocco. Yeah,
That's awesome.
and for an Islamic film festival to pick a Jewish film as their
Yeah.
audience award, that was crazy. But there's some people that don't like it at all. It's one of those movies, people either like it and see it's charming or they hate it. It's either a 4-star
Really?
movie or a 0 or 1-star movie.
Well, considering I'm Jewish on my father's side, I'm assuming it's perfectly meant for me. I'm
Well,
assuming
there
I'll
you
love
go. There you go. It's Borscht Belt. It offends somebody. It's fine. But it
So
has
that's
a
that
real Sikh representation of Sikh temple. They put on a wedding for us, and we filmed it. It's all real.
it. That's nice.
But on that
Kick us
note,
off the
I want to
call. Kick us off
say,
the call.
I want to say to everyone, I want to say thank you all for being here on this episode of Midnight Musings. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson, who is our moderator here, and I don't know if Alex Detman is here, but I want to thank him anyway if he is. And I especially want to thank Israel, and I want to thank Joe for hanging out after Lael and have left. This is what Midnight Musings is all about. I will see you guys tomorrow in 9 hours on Let's Get Physical Media. Go Bills! And hopefully
Cowboys.
the Cowboys will go down tomorrow. Not the way we want them to go down, but, not the way she did. But, hey, either way, sorry. I'm all about the Buffalo Bills. I'm not about the Dallas Cowboys.
And I was rooting for the Seahawks. So.
Yeah, it's too
I
late
know.
because we all need to go to bed. But I should have made a bet with you, like if the Cowboys win. They're not, but I should have made like a low cost, like $2 bet with you.
We
But
can
it's
still
fine.
do it. I have no
All right.
problem with that.
$2.
I want my $2.
$2.
All right. It's good. Kids, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. And with that, I say to all of you, have a better day.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Joe.
Gents, I bid you good evening.